everybody working on their surveys? Anybody submitted theirs?
Yeah, I do.
Again, it doesn't tell any names, so it's anonymous, but I just want to make sure we get as many as we can in. Okay, lady and gentlemen, go ahead and take a break. Kevin, I know you're working on this. Your computer's rebooting and stuff, so don't worry about it if I don't see you. Go ahead and take a break, y'all. See you back in, let's just say 10 after. Let's make it even 12 minutes. And then we can get into lesson number 9, today's lesson. All right, see you when you get back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Sorry, I had a little quick call I had to be on. But, yes, welcome back from break. Today we will be talking about using data security. A couple of things that we can implement into a network. And as far as securing data, we're going to go into it just a little bit more for the exam. The last part of this today is scripting. Who's heard of scripting before? We've talked about it a little bit. Kevin has. All right. Michael has. Can anyone fill in the blanks for me? What's the purpose for scripting? A quick one-liner. What is it? What is it there for? What is it? Yep, runs basic commands. Yep. Writing code so that things can work automatically. Yep. Structures for all of that's right. So today we're going to go into the introduction of scripting. And for a lot of those, a lot of you'll notice that in Canvas still have labs. Sometimes the virtual machines can be clunky. And those have been working out in the I call it the wild.
Hi, Claudia. Good morning.
The real networking.
Or I'm not sure
You
what
can
time
relate
it
to
is
say that
where
those
you are.
virtual machines
But how are you doing?
sometimes have a hard time on duplicating a real environment. Can anybody attest to that? Mr. T, Elaine? Even when y'all are working on y'all computer, sometimes it's not, it's a perfect world. So there's a lot of things you run into. In 1101 and 1102, what we're doing is we are introducing to you these topologies. The labs do help to introduce you to it. But
I am
as
doing
we
good.
go forward,
Currently
and we get into our other
in
network
class and working at the
certifications,
same time.
or computer certifications, you will find that I will bring
Where are
possibly a
you
third
viewing
party
from or watching from
to bring a virtual lab
in terms
and
of
bring something
location
in to help
around the
bring it all
world?
together. Okay. Now, with that, there's a caveat to that. If I bring in a tool from the outside, CompTIA is like a vendor neutral certification. If you get a CompTIA certification, it's saying overall in the IT industry, we're teaching what you need to know that you can translate to CCNA, AWS, Microsoft.
So
It's
Africa.
all the same
Lovely.
fundamental stuff. When you get into those other certifications, that's when they teach you the niche things that belong
How
to
is it there?
that
Do you
proprietary
just have
or that platform.
like
Does that make sense?
summertime,
So
like all year
CompTIA
long, or
translates
do
to
you have
everybody,
different
even though we talk about different vendors, because we have to, because that's
different
how IT
seasons
is
of
operating
weather?
through the big four. I call them. It's either AT&T, Cisco, Palo Alto Networks, right? All these people created this stuff before, so we have to talk about it. So I just wanted to show you that the first part of the certifications are an introduction, but we have to get into it a little bit more as we go through the certifications process. For all the other ones, we'll dig a little deeper. All right, cool. Hopefully that makes sense.
It's springtime there. Wow.
All right, so
we are just finishing up with summer here and now going into our
give me 1 second.
fall or autumn.
I'll have to circle back around to you, Jesus. I got to teach the class.
The time right now
All right,
is
so
17 minutes after
module
11
outcomes. We're going to be
a.m.
talking
in the
about
morning.
today. Using data security in day 9.
What time is it for you?
Implementing backup and recovery. We're going to be talking about that. Explaining data handling best practices and explaining the basics of artificial intelligence, which is the AI. All right. Now, in this world where you guys are at right now, in the wild and learning computers, you're at the point where AI is being introduced and it's going to do
17
a lot
minutes
of
past
it's going
7
to do a lot of
p.m.
the work for
The
you.
time difference is really something.
Or it's there to assist you. Not like what it used to be, 20, 30 years ago, where you had to rip something apart and actually
So you're
figure it
7
out.
to
Really
8
didn't
hours
have that much assistance. Now, can I say was AI available back
Ahead
then?
of
Yeah,
me,
but
I would assume.
it was
So
a
it's
very low
Monday
level
for you?
AI.
Monday?
Don't think AI is this new thing that dropped out of the sky. It's been around for a long time. They're just making it more commercial now for commercial use. Does that make sense? So everybody's jumping on the AI bandwagon. All right, but it's always been around. We're going to be working in domain 4.3, given a scenario, implement workstation backup and recovery methods. A couple of things that you're going to see, especially.
Is this still Monday for you? It's Tuesday, tomorrow. Okay.
You're going to see this a lot. You'll see this
So
on the
you're a
exam.
lot of hours
GFS,
then.
when we're talking about backups.
Because it's
Grandfather,
just now Monday morning for me. It's already
father,
Tuesday for you. That's
son.
interesting.
These are the different backup methods
It's
that you
always
can
interesting to
use
me. The time
when it comes
zones
down to that.
can be so oddly
All right.
different.
Learning outcomes. What is the purpose of doing the backup? Why do we need to back up? What types of backup chains are they? GFS, what is that backup scheme? Which I just put that in the chat for you. When would an in-place recovery be used instead of
So
recovery
the weather
to
now
an alternate
is
location?
kind of a mild
Meaning,
weather.
when's
We've
the
been
best time
having
to do
some
it
rain because we're
on-prem
now just
as opposed to
transitioning from
off-prem, or
summertime
actually going to
to
get the backup via the net?
the fall or the autumn time.
And backup and recovery in these backup
So now
operations,
we've been getting
we'll talk about the
rain and
methods, the
in
media
between rain and
requirements,
sun,
and the
kind
best
of a more
recovery practices that you
feel
can use
weather.
out there that pretty much applies to everything. All right. The purpose of the backup prevents data loss, corruption, failure, and enables restoration.
So the temperature now
So
is
that is the
ranging
purpose
from
of
in the
it.
60s to the 70s.
A lot of
We
times
might
you'll
still
find
get
that you will have data
80s now
corruption
and again, but
happen,
it's mainly in
and a
between the
lot of
60s
times
and
it
the
is not
70s.
planned. A lot
We're
of
now
times you can
transitioning
have,
into the winter
okay,
time.
you guys been learning all this stuff for the past couple of weeks. Somebody, can you tell me where are the two most vulnerable parts or parts of these? Oh, I didn't want to give you the answer. All right. When using a computer, let's put it this way, who would know where the two most vulnerable areas of data corruption? And I know that's very broad. In any process, hard drive, yes. Saving to a hard drive, CPU and RAM, yes. When it's in use and when it's being written somewhere. Right in the middle when it's being written somewhere, when it's at rest. Those are very vulnerable areas for data corruption. Now, can data corruption happen when
So
that
we've
data
gotten
is in transit?
like
Sure.
scattered
Somebody
showers
takes it,
and thunderstorms, but
they
mostly just rain.
they mess with it, then they try to put it up to be retransmitted. Sure. But when it's being written to file, yeah, that's the dangerous part. That's why we correct. That's why we have a hash.
Africa, from what I've seen,
that's
mostly,
why they tell you when you pull the
most
thumb
areas in
drive
Africa
from your computer,
has
you
good
don't
weather.
just pull the thumb drive and say, "Oop, I saved
Now
it."
I'm
yank
not
it.
sure how
It's
accurate
still
that
writing
is, but
to the file.
mostly
It has to
from what we watch on
finalize
TV,
what's
that's
being written,
as much as we can
and
tell.
then you can pull the thumb drive. That's why you have to use the eject button. Right, there's a little arrow down by your clock on the right-hand side. When you have a thumb drive inserted, there's a little arrow that goes up like this. Click on the arrow, it shows the thumb drive. You click that, it shows you all your installed thumb drives. You right-click on it and you hit eject, like a transformer. Eject, right? That way it finalizes the writing process and then says, okay, we're done, you can pull it, right? How do I know this? Because even when you're DJing, when you put 300 songs on a thumb drive and you spent 3 hours putting together this musical masterpiece for the listeners, and you get to where you're going, and you're in a rush, and you pull the thumb drive.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I appreciate you stopping by.
Where you're going, only to plug
Stop
it
by
in
anytime, leave a comment or a thumbs up on the live video or on any one of the video, and let me know that it's you.
Yes.
But I appreciate you stopping by.
So next, We could talk about, do we use structured backups or unstructured backups? And how do we avoid the local storage? Now, local storage meaning that's on-prem. We learned before, early on in 1202, where would we like to keep, first of all, how many sets of backups would we like to have? 3, yep. Correct, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1 minimum.
Where are one of those sets gonna have to be? Offsite. That offsite could be a cloud environment, or could be your neighboring squadron, or your buddy's house, or wherever you want to do. So yeah, you gotta have one offsite. Next, organizing. Do you want a file server? Do you want it to do scheduled backups for you? And do you want to use an external drive? And you just mentioned it, or cloud service and storage. What's the criticality? Look at the data that you're backing up, or the data that you're holding down in your site when you get there in the wild. A lot of times people say, can you back up everything? Do you want to back up everything? What's the pros and cons of backing up everything? And does it make sense? Give me a couple of examples. Think about stuff that you back up off your phone or personal devices. Yep, there's one. Takes a lot of time and bandwidth. Yep. Now, when you're in a Soho network, or you have a central server, you can have everybody saved in one file. Not really tripping. You're talking about maybe 15 computers that could just write stuff and access to it. When you start looking at an enterprise location and you have those corporate accounts, first of all, a company has to pay a licensing agreement just to set you up with an Outlook account. Those don't come free. Those aren't free. They have to that's why when somebody leaves an organization, you do not want to kill or delete their account. For one, anything you've backed up under their profile may need to be used in court one day if you find out that they were doing something nefarious. The second part of that is if you delete that account, especially in a federated environment or a big environment, right? You're going to have to, you're going to have to, in a federated environment, what if you come back and work for the government one day? So the government just spent like maybe $500 for you to get an Outlook account. You deleted it only for that person to come back in, and now I got to put them all the way back into the Active Directory again and bring their account back to life, and everything that they did previously is gone. You don't want to do that. So you want to do what they call hibernate an account. Hibernate. Put it to sleep. If you have to raise that account from the dead again, you can, and then you can reassign them to a new organization.
Oh, welcome back, Claudia.
Just
before you left,
or working as a GS, right? You got all that stuff for you.
Just before you left, I was saying
that you want to think about is how are you
going you could stop by anytime, leave a comment, give a thumbs up.
Your stuff. Now, for backup operations, you have some Windows tools. We looked at this before.
On my labs or on any one of my videos,
your settings and backup options,
that way I'll know that it's you.
And then the example on the slide, it tells you the size of this backup is 84 gigs. Somebody in here,
I see the thumbs up went up. I
chat.
Appreciate that.
84 gigs. That takes a lot of time.
So what the thumbs up do is lets YouTube know that you enjoy watching the content on this channel or this kind of a content.
Everything.
So I appreciate that.
84 gigs worth of pictures on her phone right now. Anyway. But you got to pick and choose which one. You have a virtually managed disk.
What time?
Virtually managed disk.
What time everyone usually...
you can send it somewhere if you want.
Usually stay up until throughout each day.
65 gigabits.
Is your work hours the same as other places around the world?
You can set up where do you want it to go. And set up what folders. Now, we've seen this before when y'all got your new computers. What kicked in when you turned on your computers and used your global? See, now I'm going to start talking. I'm going to shift gears here. I started y'all out talking about I took away all the technical stuff. I'm going to start putting it back when I ask you questions. All right? You got the basics now. Now I'm going to start sifting it back in. First question I have for you. What happens when you sign in? When you sign in using a global account on Windows, when you set up a computer, since we're talking about backups, what kicks in when that computer system comes to life? When you actually got it booted and you start setting up everything, something automatically kicks in. Preferences, what types of preferences? We're talking the whole preferences for what, Charles? The lecture's about backups. Ooh, now I got some brains thinking. We had to walk through this and say, you got to turn this off because it automatically kicks in because this backup preference is connected to your global sign-in. What's your global sign-in? All right, you got 3. Local, domain, global. A local sign-in is a local password on your computer. For a domain sign-in, you have a Roman account that can be used anywhere on the domain to pop up on any computer. A global sign-in, aka Microsoft, aka Gmail. There you go. Yep. I just had to jog it a little bit. That's all. So with your profile, you'll see a global sign-in and a backup preference called OneDrive, G Drive, iCloud. It'll kick in and it'll start backing up stuff. So when we downloaded the Kali Linux image, you remember that? Some of y'all's image file for 4 gigs started backing up to the cloud, which it was going to rob your storage of 4 point something gigs of storage. So I said, turn that off for that. So you have to figure out right here in the documents, what do you want to have stored? Here's the different backup methods that you will see. You have the different types over here. You have what they call a full. You can select all the data. Time and storage requirements very high. Recovery complexity is very low. And it clears the archived attributes. Now you guys are like, archived attribute? What is that? You never showed me that. Let's just pull up something. Let's just pull up a little something. Right here. Hopefully y'all can still see my screen. I can go to the properties. Hit advanced. I can compress the files here, encrypt the data to it to be secure. This is where you can do EFS, encrypted file system. That term EFS, this is how you can do it in a file. Whoop, let me go back. Right there, archive. Folder is ready for archiving. It clicks that, boom. It starts writing this to the file path into the logs, and it's archived. It clears it. It's saying, yep, it's already been saved. Allow files in this folder to have contents indexed in addition to file properties. So not only am I like to say permanently putting this thing kind of to sleep and saving it, right there it tells me it's going to index it and properly re-index it. So it saves more space. So that's what you're looking at. Next, incremental backups. New files and files modified since the last backup. Time and storage requirement, very minimal time, because it's only backing up what's changed. What's changed since the last backup. Recovery complexity, it can be high because depending on what you backed up before and where you're at in this process, you might need one, if not all of these to restore a system. Archive is cleared, and then a differential backup, new files and files modified since the last full backup. All right, I'll give you an example. Let's say today's Monday. We do a full backup. Tuesday comes, it's only changing, or it's only saving what's been archived between these 2 days. So since this was completed, let's say at 5 p.m., anything after 5 p.m., anything that's been modified or changed up until, let's say we did the backup at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, it's saving only that. Does that make sense? Then you have the differential. Differential backup is saving anything that's been modified since the last full backup. So it's saving the incremental and it's doing the diff. So it's saving Tuesdays and Wednesdays information. It's like a step ladder. Here's your first step, there's your second step, and your third. The third step captures everything between the first and the third. Boom. The second only catches between first and second. So it's like a step process. With this, it's a moderate storage requirement, but the archive attribute is not cleared on this one because it takes any new files since here, and you got a couple of days here, it won't clear the attribute. It's covering multiple right there. Multiple jobs. All right. So that's the full, there's the incremental, the differential. Then you have what they call a full synthetic. Combines full, so it's a full backup and add data from incremental. So basically it's doing a full and an incremental at the same time. It's inching up. I just like to say incrementals are cool. Incrementals are like snapshots every time you take one. That's what it's doing. It's taking a snapshot. You got to watch those logs, though, because those synthetic backups that your computer's doing, the log can get bigger. But when it's saving somewhere, you got to be very careful because that file can keep growing and take all of your resources for your hard drive or your storage device or where it's at. So you got to be careful on that one, too. All right, since we're here on backups, I got something for you. I got a little something to show you. Whoa. Leah put all that graffiti on my screen. Look at it. How'd she do that? I don't know. I gotta watch her. All right, y'all, we got something here. We're gonna talk about incremental backups.
Everyone, in this video, we're going to talk about different backup types. Now, fault tolerance can be defined as the prevention of data loss if a component fails. But in the event that fault tolerance fails, then disaster recovery would be our last option. Now, disaster recovery is the process of rebuilding an organization's data after a disaster has happened, such as data loss. So even if we have fault tolerance measures, we still need to back up our data. And there are 3 different types of backups. There's full, incremental, and differential. Now in this demonstration, I'm going to use the old-fashioned tape backup as our storage device. Now, even though tape backups are fading away, some organizations still use them. So whether you're backing up to tape or disk, it doesn't matter. The backup methods that I discuss will apply to all storage devices. So let's talk about a full backup first. Now, a full backup is just like its name says, it's a full backup, so it backs up all the data. So in our example, all the data is simply backed into one tape. So as you might have guessed, this is the simplest form of backup to perform because only one tape is used. However, if your organization has a large amount of data, then performing a full backup daily would not be efficient. Because the disadvantage of doing a full backup is that it takes the longest to perform. But full backups do have an advantage, and that is during data restoration. Because if you ever needed to restore the data, then the data can be restored in one session. So in our example, the data is being backed up into one tape, and that single tape is all you would need for data restoration. So the data restoration is very simple. Now, an incremental backup is much faster than a full backup because in an incremental backup, the only data that is backed up is the data that has been changed since the last full or incremental backup. So, for example, let's say a company does a full backup on Monday and does incremental backups Tuesday through Friday. So again, the only data that is backed up is the data that has been changed since the last full or incremental backup. So Tuesday will only back up Tuesday's data. Wednesday will only back up Wednesday's data. Thursday will only back up Thursday's data, and so on. So as you can see on this illustration, each backup tape only backs up the data that has been changed for that weekday. So the advantage of an incremental backup is that it's the fastest backup compared to a full or a differential backup. However, the disadvantage of an incremental backup is that it takes the longest when you have to restore the data. Because when you have to restore the data after you've done an incremental backup, you have to restore the full backup along with the incremental backups, and you have to restore the incrementals in the same order as you backed them up. So for example, here we have a full backup tape and a week's worth of incremental backups. So to restore the data, you have to restore the full backup tape first, and then you have to restore the incrementals from Tuesday through Friday in the correct order. And then once that is done, you have a full data restore for that week. So you can clearly see why an incremental restore takes much longer to perform. Now, a differential backup is faster than a full backup, but it's not as fast as an incremental backup. Now, in a differential backup, the data that is backed up is the data that has been changed since the last full backup. So going back to our example here, a company does a full backup on Monday and does differential backups Tuesday through Friday. So as data is being added to the database on those weekdays, the differential backup will back up the data that has been changed since Monday's full backup. So Tuesday will back up Tuesday's data. Wednesday will back up Tuesday's and Wednesday's data. Thursday will back up Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays data. And Friday will back up Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays data. So as you can see on this illustration, each backup tape copies data not only from their own day, but also from the previous weekdays as well.
Okay, I'm gonna pause here real quick. Only for the sense of example. So I was a database administrator. Unix, same, now Comus. This is what we would do. Before we put the jets to sleep at night, especially when we're putting them back together, and Napsy and Lamore, each day we found we didn't do full backups. We did, let me correct myself on that one. We did full backups, but usually we would do a full backup on Sunday when we got back to start working our shift, or we did a full backup on the Thursday night on night crew when we were leaving for the weekend. You understand what I'm saying? So at least those 2 days we had fulls. When we came back, we did a full backup for the week, and then the next day we did a differential. And then we just did differentials until Thursday, where we did a differential and a full, just in case something happened. Now, to answer Kevin's question, these are all days of the weeks. These tapes have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You have 3 sets of tapes, and they all have, like, you have 3 Mondays, 3 Tuesdays, 3 Wednesdays, 3 Thursdays, 3 Fridays. You circulate those during the month. Then you have 1 set that's an offsite. So basically, you'll have 4 sets of tapes, right? 3 that you'll keep, 1 that you'll keep offsite. So I did 1 for me for Monday for that week, and I did another Monday that I would keep somewhere else, just in case something happened, right? And you just keep rotating this. So if something happened on Monday, Tuesday we did a differential backup. After the backup, we load or do a system update. NAPC or the Navy will push an update. We come in Wednesday and find out something was jacked up with life limits on an aircraft. Let's say an aileron. Aileron can only fly 3,200 hours, so to speak. Strain gauge and all this stuff, but the computations are coming out wacky. What we do is we pull up the alternate host, load these two, and then manually compute the data from here. Does that make sense? Because something about this on the primary server is wrong. So that's how we would get that data back in order to do it.
Since the last full backup was performed. Now, after a differential backup, if you ever needed to restore the data, you would only need the last full backup and the last differential backup to completely restore your data. So, for example, if a crash were to happen on the weekend and you have to restore the data, you would restore Monday's full backup and then you would restore Friday's differential backup. And then once that is done, you'll have a full restore of your data. So here is a final review and a comparison of the 3 types of backups. So starting with a full backup simply backs up all the data, but it does take the longest to perform. And as far as restoring the data, the only backup that needs to be restored is the 1 full backup. And since it only requires the full backup to restore the data, the restore process is the fastest. And an incremental backup backs up the data that has been changed since the last full or incremental backup. And this is the fastest backup of the 3 because it only backs up the data that's changed for that day. But during a data restore, it takes the longest to perform because you have to restore the full backup along with the incremental backups, and you have to restore the incrementals in the same order as you back them up. And a differential backup backs up the data that's been changed since the last full backup. A differential backup is faster than a full backup, but it's slower than an incremental backup. And as far as restoring the data, a differential restore requires the full backup and the last differential backup. And the restore procedure is in the middle. The restore is faster than an incremental restore, but it's slower than a full restore.
So actually, that's a good question. So what we would do is, before we would send things out, this is where Unix and Linux command line and stuff comes into play. We at NAMC, if everybody's out working on jets and maintenance is working on jets, there's scheduled times during the week that we tell people as sysadmins, do not update any maintenance action forms. If you're in work on something, do not step to a computer and try to sign off a document. Don't do anything for at least 45 minutes. You can continue work, but between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., don't touch the now COMIS system, because that is our allotted time as sysadmins to back up the system, a full backup, right? We schedule that with maintenance control or with the controller at the desk. And we also send out a Unix command to all terminals, log off, system backup is about to happen in 15 minutes, and it'll just keep logging on, counting down, and then it kicks people off no matter where they're at. All right. So that's basically what you would do. Now, if you like doing backups in that aspect, you could be a sysadmin and all you do is backups for an organization, period. There was somebody that got hired out of Sean's class on Nellis for F-35s. All he does is backups for the F-35 system. It's Alice. That's all he does. He's a database administrator. I like to get paid 80 grand just to do backups all day and restores. That's cool. So that's how that works out. Any questions on that so far? All right. Give me 1 second here.
James, I got a quick question.
Yeah, what you got?
So I'm trying to figure out, like, when you back up how much storage it takes. So let's say I just have 10 gigs of storage and I have 2 gigs to back up. Can I only back it up 5 times, or does it overwrite the initial ones each time? Or how does that work, I guess?
So you'll go by days, like your tapes are labeled by days. So always follow that naming convention on what day and what type of backup you're doing. So it'll say like today's Monday, it's designated as a full. Now that tape is going to tell you how much data it can hold, right? So when you go to look up that file, it'll say this is how much it'll hold. Now I'm glad you said that. Obviously, with today's data, do you think if I were using tapes, do you think it'll hold everything on one tape? We're in the you're right. We're in the gigabyte. We're in the gigabit era. So what'll happen is you might have full backup, tape 1, tape 2, get it from Monday. So when you get it into the system, it says, boom, Kevin, it's right, boop. It'll send you a message on the database and say, insert tape 2. It's already, it filled up to tape 1. You take that out, you put it in tape 2, it continues to write. Then it say, oh, Kevin, insert tape 3. What? 3? You put the third one in. Then it says, 2 minutes ago, oh, yeah, we're done. It erases the rest, puts whatever little that it needed for tape 3, and that completed your whole full backup, and it took 3 tapes. You write the date on each one, and you have to make sure in sequential order. If you ever had to restore, you have to put them in order. The database will tell you, you put the first one in, the database knows it hit written some form of code at the beginning of the tape to say, this is tape 2 of 3. So when it's done, it has the message on the screen to say, insert tape 2. It knows it's 3 tapes, okay? And then once that's done, you're good to go for a restore. Did I answer your question?
Kind of. So let's say next Monday hits. Do I reuse those same tapes, or is it new tapes and we just have boxes and boxes of tapes everywhere?
Yep.
Oh, we just save all the tapes.
You save all the tapes.
Okay, so it's basically, once you fill it up, it goes in storage so it can be pulled back at any point in time.
Yep.
It doesn't, we don't rewrite over and over and over again.
You only rewrite it when you get to, let's say I have week 1, Monday, 3 tapes. Tuesday, incremental. 3, incremental. Thursday, differential. They're all labeled. They all follow the same naming convention per week. When you get to that next week, we're done with week 1. Just go to week 2's tapes. Sunday, full.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so we keep a physical copy of each of these. We don't just keep going over the same one over and over and over, because then we're losing everything.
You're losing everything. Yep, so we had a month's worth of data because we had week 1's tapes, week 2's tapes, week 3's, week 4. When we got into the brand new week of the next month of week 1, we went back to week 1 of last month and we wrote over those tapes. Does that make sense? So it's a carousel.
Perfect. So we write them over, or write them, hold for a certain amount of time. When it's time to reuse them, we bypass that time, Now we put these ones back in and write over these ones.
Yep.
So we consistently have, for you guys, it was a month's worth of data saved up.
Correct.
So once it goes past that month, now it comes back to the front to be rewritten?
Correct.
Okay, I got it now.
Yep. And then you have to make sure you have a log in place. So when people do these backups, they sign off saying what type they did. And we didn't do it in a computer. Why? Because if the computer crashed, you just lost the computer log. So you have to have a physical log where people can write in and initial that they did it. Yep. And we will audit that. How would you audit a backup? Ooh, got you thinking now. How do you audit a backup? You say you did a backup. How do I audit that? Bingo. Well, not run a test backup. You'd run a, there you go. You run a backup recovery. So the system administrator in charge of backups, you pull at any set of tapes, because they should be labeled. I should be able to run a restore, put all that data back in an alternate host, an alternate server, restore that data, and it should be what you said you did. Right? That's how I used to catch my Marines lying when they'd say, Staff Sergeant, I did the backup. Really? Where's it at? It's right there, because it was Friday, or they want to leave work early. I'd be like, give me that tape. And when I put it in and hit restore to an alternate, I'm like, you're lying to me. Why would you lie, Marine? What's going on? Staff Sergeant, I swear it did it. If it did it, it would have been written to the tape. So you lied. Right. Next, Aaliyah, does the client decide how long they want to keep these backups? Yes, they do. Talk to your client. That's why the importance of all of this goes into the change management. I think y'all mentioned risk. I think Brian, somebody would put risk, like risk management was a big thing, right? Mm-hmm. So in there, you have to cover, what if I don't do a backup? What if I do a backup? All aspects of change management has to involve a backup section of backing up your data or what's going on. Now, keep in mind, when you do backups, and I'm glad we're on this subject, because sometimes it's just teaching backups. Every component on the network has to be backed up. You're like, wait a minute, how do you back up a router? Because when you set up a router, it says save configurations. Then it says, do you want to save configurations to a USB drive? You put the USB drive, label the USB drive with the date with the new configurations, and boom. Can you save configurations of a switch? Think about Mr. T. Just set up a 48-port switch for his job, a brand new one. It took him 6 hours to configure this switch, right, with everything. And he missed the step, which is the last one. Save configuration to a USB drive. He goes to lunch, he comes back, the new guy turned the power off, corrupted the switch settings, came up, nothing there. You think Mr. T would be happy? Heck no. All gone. But if Mr. T took the time to say, well, before I go to lunch, let me just do 60 seconds of work. He puts in that thumb drive, saves the switch configurations, locks it away. When he comes back with his McDonald's double quarter pounder meal with extra pickles, word up, with a Dr. Pepper and a Frosty, right? And he look, I know, Michael, that's a little bit too in-depth there, right? Because I'm hungry. Listen, that's a lot. Y'all know Mrs. T greedy. But with that shake, when he goes, oh, Mr. T, we lost everything. He's going to take a sip of that Frosty. He goes, I ain't worried. I made a backup. Move. So that's why you want to do it. We already talked about the scheme. 2 minutes, we take a break. Grandfather, father, son. All right? The son is daily, reused weekly. The father is weekly, reused monthly. This is where you're going, Kevin. That's where you get the grandfather, father, son. The grandfather, monthly reused. So that's what's going on. Then you have an off-site versus on-site, and then the 3-2-1 rule that you guys talked about already. Test it, just restore it. Verify the data integrity. Do it every week. Do an in-place recovery. Restore to original location. May cause downtime. Restore to new hardware. Bingo. What did I just say? What did I just say? Restore to the original hardware. Everything you touch has a way to back up those configurations just in case something happens. And as a backup administrator, you are responsible for backing up anything in an organization that can be and is worthy of a backup. So you can get paid a lot of money doing that all day. Just saying. I'm just saying. We're gonna look at some job applications. Some job postings and shit. Well, I got 1 more minute. Boom. Before we get into this one, we're gonna get into after break. Let's see. That sounds like a good remote job. You know what? It is a good remote job, and nowadays you can do it fully remote. There's some places that still rely on tapes. The military squadrons, they still have tapes. Something happens with the base infrastructure for networking, don't care. Locally in a command, we've got tapes. Right? We can keep working. That's the whole problem with the military. We can keep working because we have these fail safes put in place, right? And we'd have to learn how to hand calculate. All right. That was a pretty straightforward lesson. You guys, go ahead and take 10 minutes. I'll see you when you get back.
Sir, can I borrow you for like 30 seconds in a separate room?
Yes, 1 second. All right, change 1 to change 2, everybody. I'm gonna take a break. Jesus is gonna take a break. Go ahead and work on some coursework for the next hour. And then we'll, at the top of the hour, we'll do our other part of the lesson. How about that?
Yep.
All right. All right. I'll be back in 10 minutes, so see you when I get back. putting up your hours on the screen on where you're at right now. Not counting this morning. Day 9. This is where you want to live. So if you're skating close to 80%, can't miss any time. You'll fail the course. So by the end of the day on day 9, you have to be over 57.60 at the end of the day at 6 o'clock. Then tomorrow is day 10. This is where you need to be at 6 o'clock on day 10. Don't worry about the 38%. That's not a column you need to be worried about. That's the stuff behind the scenes that they track as far as course percentage completion for full course percentage completion hours. Yep. That is correct. You need 64 or higher hours to meet the course requirement for 1202 for 10 days of hours. So remember the formula? 2-week course, 80 times 0.8 will give you 64 hours. That's the minimum you need to have to pass the course. If you wanted to know the 90%, it's the 80 times 0.9 equals 72. Yep. We like to live here at 90% as much as we can. Because if you have something going on that's not planned, you have leeway. You have at least, 8 hours you can play with. All right, so this is this good question. So this time is as of 6 p.m. Friday. So you got 16 hours. If you're here all day today, that's 8. And if you're here all day tomorrow, clocked in and accounted for, outside of taking the exam, you got another 8 hours. So you got 16 hours that you can add on top of here, possibly, to put you where you need to be somewhere. Good question. Because I know somebody was thinking it, but you asked it. All right, with that, I'm going to go on my 10-minute break, and I'll be back.
How are you doing, Finny? There's audio. So in between, you'll hear sounds come on of someone speaking from the class, or if I'm responding to you like I am now. But there is sound. So during my regular live, like my throughout the day live that I'm doing now, it'll be like this. But throughout the end of the day, when I'm doing like a separate live that's pertaining to the subscribers, there'll be sound or me just having that conversation interact right throughout. But the sound is on. But I appreciate you pointing that out, because sometimes I do turn the sound off if it calls for it. But for most of the time, I try to leave the sound on. I'm not sure if you've checked out any of my other lives that I have like music or stuff like that playing. Oh, you're asking about the YouTube play button? Yes, it is. You're asking about this one that's on the wall right there? Yes, yes. This one? Yes. Yes, it is. That is for my gaming channel. Yeah, it is a real YouTube yeah. It's not for this channel, it's for my gaming channel. So I have a gaming channel that I post my video games and gameplay on there. You can find that channel right in my home section of this channel. Or if you'd like me to type it out, I can type it in this one so you can go check it out. If you want to show me some support, they'll leave a comment or a thumbs up. I'd appreciate that. I appreciate I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, leave a comment. Leave a comment on there. Let me know that it's you, or if you want to join the membership or anything that's on that channel, you can do it. Oh, thank you very much. Same to you. Come by and leave a comment anytime. Also, if you want to give this video a thumbs up. Come by anytime, this channel or the other channel. So the time here now is 12:39 midday. So 12:39 p.m. midday. And so it is Monday now, 12:39 p.m. Oh, it's midnight there. Where are you Oh, it's in India. Okay. Yeah, it's always fascinating to me, the time zone difference. It's midnight for you and it's midday for me. So it's an entire 12-hour difference. Yeah, it's amazing. Give the video a thumbs up and just to let YouTube know that you watch this channel or you appreciate this this kind of video. All right, have a good night at work. Appreciate you stopping by. Give the video a thumbs up. I'd appreciate that very much. So YouTube can present my video to you more and more. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh, thank you. I mean, on the actual thumbs up. So I'm not sure where it shows it on your screen, but the actual thumbs up button. So you have like the thumbs up would be the like section, like you like in the video. It shows it has a thumbs up. It should be right in the same location where you have the subscribe and like all those different buttons. It should be right there. So that's what I was referring to when I say thumbs up.
Ready, everybody? I am back. Alrighty then. How's everybody doing out there? Can I get a what? All right, good. All right, everybody, go ahead and take 10. When we get back, we will do our last hour lesson this morning. All right, and we are back for the next hour. So this morning, we learned about doing backups, best demonstrated practices to do so, grandfather, son, GFS. We learned about rotating those weekly backups off-site versus on-site, synthetic backups, which is more like an incremental and a full backup. You'll see those more so when taking screenshots or things like that, or restore points when you're doing that on the computers mostly. And now we're going to talk about the data handling procedures. Gotcha, Jesus. So moving on to this one, we're going to be in domain 2, 2.1, 2.9, and then 2.9, and then we're going to drop down to 4.6, explaining how and why there is an importance of prohibited content, activity, and privacy when it comes down to computers. A couple of questions we want to answer by the end of the lesson is, what regulations do healthcare data fall under? HIPAA. What type of data is considered prohibited? There's various kinds. We'll talk about it. There's different software licenses that we need to think about. Some are on a bulk basis for enterprise. Some are at as-needed software licenses, and then you'll see some that's EULA, right? Or you can see new GNU, open source licensing, where you can use something that's totally free, but there is still a license that's attached to it. So you'll see those. Talk about the chain of custody. What do you do when you have what they call legal hold on an item or a piece of equipment? Legal hold needs to be presented in court. There needs to be a chain of custody, which follows the trail. And how can a mechanical hard drive be destroyed? Now, as we start out here with the best practices, they have a list of everything that you could possibly think of. Regulated data classification, different levels on how that data needs to be packaged and or identified. With prohibited content and licensing issues, sometimes you can have a person inside of an organization that can, by accident, violate licensing because, let's say, they use a Michael Jordan picture for a motivational picture for a PowerPoint, and then they say, hey, that was a great PowerPoint. Let's put it up on the website so people can go back and look at it. And then you have some attorney from Michael saying they got wind of you using a picture that is, let's say, copyrighted or belongs to a photographer. And now the company gets a cease and desist and or a demand for payment for using that motivational picture of Michael Jordan. And then the president's like, well, how much is that picture to use it in a PowerPoint? Oh, it's MJ, 50,000. I need 50 bands for that. What? Yeah, take that PowerPoint down. But there's some of the things you have to really look out for. Sometimes that can happen. Not saying that big of Michael Jordan, but sometimes you can run into a copyright thing. Then we're going to talk about incident responses, data integrity, and how do you dispose of equipment you don't need and that data. Now let's get into some regulated data classification. Here's the classification part. When it talks about sensitive data types, it is the data classification has these classes that you might see right here. PII, personal identifiable information. What are some pieces of PII that can help identify you? Some people think it's just like SSN. It's tons of stuff. What can help identify you? Yep. DL, passport, mail. Yep. That's one. Name. Exact. Just your name in general. Yes. Well, phone number, address. Y'all got the right idea. Birthday. Yeah. So you gotta be careful about all that stuff there. The PHI is health. All right. And then you have credit card. It's governed by PCI, Payment Card Industry, DSS, card numbers, CV2. What a lot of folks don't know, this is from my fraud days, is, well, first of all, the PCI DSS, that is an agreement between all processing institutions. It's not a law. So just want to let you know, it's not a law. It's an agreement on how all this stuff should be processed and safeguarded. You can become certified in PCI DSS if you plan to work with retail. Okay, you can go to their website and get certified at certain levels if you are working retail, investigations, fraud, all that stuff, or just security and or IT, you can get certified. I looked into getting certified, but when that number came back, $1,500, I was like, whoa, let me move on. Let me think about this for a second. And then you still have to pay for the instruction too to get that, but it's a lifetime certification. All right. The CV2, that is the number on the back, or on the Amex card, it's the number on the front. They're the only ones that actually put their number on the front, which is the last resort. That's why they tell you never give out that 3-digit or 4-digit code on the back of your credit card, because if you have fraud, because I work the bank fraud side, if I see that CV2 was put in to verify that transaction, 9 times out of 10, you had knowledge of it. And then banks don't like to give you back your money because they see when they asked for the CV2, it was provided. All right. So they think the card was physically present when that happened, outside of it being stolen, right? And then I'm gonna ask for a police report, okay, to get you to refund you your money. So that is like a social security number for your credit card. It verifies the data on the inside. The best thing you could do is train your employees in IT to prevent exploitation of a vulnerability. Training will always be trump to everything. It's free, it's easy to implement, and it can happen at any time. You don't have to pay anybody or a service to do that. That's just walking around talking to people. All right? So the training. Avoid unauthorized access or exposure of this information. I know a lot of, see Aaliyah, she's in this field right now. Leah, what happens if you leave, especially the area that you're in? What do you have to do with documents that are laying on your desk when you walk away from them? Is something she's gonna lay on top of it, or she's gonna do something else? She's an S2, y'all. I think she got more.
I forgot the name of it, but it's like a paper that says like confidential information or like private information on top of it.
Yep.
Just so people don't like try to get it.
Yep. Secure them and lock it up. She's right. So she's doing what she's doing is a data classification sheet. She's laying on top for wandering eyes when they walk past her desk. What's the other thing? Michael says Facebook Meta is a big one because these days my car was recently replaced. Someone swiped it. What? Yeah, they did a test charge for $11.99 and it went through, and then they figured they could slam it for $500. Huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so good on your company for catching that. So you will then, like we just talked about, what they said, so put that sheet on top, tell people not to leave stuff out, and then they have what they call, you want to make sure there is what they call a clean desk policy. Clean desk policy. When Brian goes around the audit with his bat and his clipboard, he enforces stuff like that. You got to watch out for Brian. And then if you owe him more money, he really going to go after your kneecaps. So when he's walking around with his bat and he's looking for stuff on desks, what are some things you do not want to see? Clean desk policy. You just walk around looking at desks. Confidential paperwork, passwords, ID card, badges. I'm glad y'all said that. ID cards and badges. They should always be present on your person. On your person when they're not in use. Because some you have to take off your person to put in the computer, right? Okay. Charles said, yes. Actually, Charles, you're correct. Trash. You want trash to be emptied at the end of every day. Because sometimes we throw stuff in there we're not supposed to. And then other people can look at it. People always leave them in the card reader. Yep. Monitor. Mr. T. That is another one. The monitor. The monitor. Yeah. Now, in an organization like finance, before I got there, they said, James, we had this person that was walking around here thinking that they were the freaking IT FBI, right? And I'm like, what are you talking about? If I walked away from the computer to go ask the colonel a question or somebody else, and I had all my finance data, they used to pull my card out of the computer. I'm like, whoa, shouldn't be doing that. Now listen, I got a question for you. Which environment would you be more strict in, Jesus? Would you be more strict in an environment where it's like super open, anybody could pass through? There's nothing like a locked door that locks your department. Or would you be more strict in a department where there's a locked cipher lock or somebody has to walk past various offices to get in, but it's more isolated? Which one would you be more strict in?
I think I would be more strict in the open one, no, because it's already set in place with the second one that has like security put in place, so it's kind of already difficult on its own to go through. But in the open scenario, you have to be more vigilant.
Yep, you have to be more vigilant. And I agree with both of y'all. I agree with your answer, and I also agree with the one where it says both areas should have security. Not a doubt. Not a doubt in my mind. I agree with that. But if you're looking at loosening the strings, you have to look at the data that's being put in use as well. And is it feasible for the internal customer to always have to log off and log back on? Log off and log back on. Because you have to look at what they're doing. So in finance, they're always working on a document of millions of dollars, got all these signatures, and they're waiting for different things that they have to get up, leave, come back, all in a confined area. You see what I'm saying? So we're all looking over each other's shoulder to make sure somebody who shouldn't be in that department is not there. Or if we do recognize you got up and walked away, we're using the buddy system. But if I notice somebody coming through that's not familiar, the person closest to that person's monitor will just lock the screen. You get what I'm saying? So it's the buddy system. If you're in place that is open to everyone, you probably aren't working with much. Correct. Yeah. You're right. It's public facing, so what you're working on is probably that less important. You're right. All right, moving on. So with that prohibited content, we talked about that. When it comes to your workstations used for work purposes only, so they'll be signing what they call a EULA. That solo boy, that soldier boy, EULA. I know, Michael. It's one of them days. Soldier boy, that you. So listen, if you forget when you're in the exam, just think soldier boy. Watch me roll. Watch me say that. Watch me say that. You, that soldier boy, that you. See, I can't stop now. It's in my brain, Charles. I don't know what to do. Okay. Michael says we used to sometimes at my last gig, sometimes it was just best to check someone's systems. Like, yes. I'm glad y'all did that. Just your buddy system, right? Just walk around. Mm-hmm. So with the EULA, now, is it a valid EULA or has the EULA expired too? So when somebody comes in and they're starting to get on the computer like they have here, they're using coding. Looks like they're using Visual Code Studio. You as believe it or not, you could be what they call a software administrator. There are so many. What are the duration of the unit? 3 years. Depends on the organization. Depends on the organization. Usually end user license agreements, it depends on what they negotiated. Now, typically they go 3 years. Yeah, it's a typical number, but you can go as short as you want or as long as you want, depending on what you bought. Open source licenses, software licenses, we're talking about Kali, LDAP. What's something else that's free out there that y'all use? Outside of work, like, is there anybody that makes music or uses art programs that have open source? I could think of one because I draw as well. If you look up this is a good CAD program or 3D modeling, and it's actually used in most video games too, in animation. It's called Inkscape. It is a free GNU new licensing, open source, and you can download it. You can do movies with it. You can do whatever you want with it. And it's maintained by the population that's using it. Believe with open source licenses, if you alter that code, you have to make it available again to the general community that's using it and to the public. You just can't get free licensing software, change everything, and then package it and sell it. You can't do that unless there's another license for that, right? And then digital rights management, that's when we was using the example of Michael Jordan, a picture being used for a company PowerPoint, and then everything has non-disclosure agreements. So when people come on board, promise not to tell nobody. Can't share anything. When and if you have an incident at work, here's some things that need to happen. So, when does an exploit happen? What is an exploit? And I know the way I'm asking this, y'all gonna be like, what? There is a proper definition of an exploit. What is an exploit? If we get to the point of something's being exploited, what did they take advantage of? The vulnerability. Dang, Leah, quick on it today, boy. They took advantage of the vulnerability. All right. Who is the organization that puts out a framework that the good people and the bad people use to harden a network? See, we do review all the time. We just don't wait till the end of the day. We mix it into a lesson. Ooh. Yeah, the framework will tell you how to do updates and patches. But what's the name of the organization that's a nonprofit that's federally funded? MITRE. Dang. Y'all gonna let her do that? She just on it today. Oh, yeah. What is the organization controlled by MITRE that puts out a list of vulnerabilities, and what is it called? CVE. Kevin got it in. CVE, Common Vulnerabilities and Exploits. How are those numbers given to those exploits? I think I got you now. Yep, it's the attack framework. You're correct. Chronological by year. Yep. And so that's the first part. There's a second part. It's the actual number. The instance number. Correct. Yep. In chronological order. Good to go. Man, I can't get nothing past y'all. All right, so here we go. Incidents. When we're looking here, anything dealing with malware, data breaches, phishing, denial of service, unlicensed software, prohibited content, all of this can create an incident, okay? If user calls me and says, hey, James, I have malware on my computer, and I go down there, what step of the troubleshooting process am I on? The user called me and says, I have malware on my computer. What step of the troubleshooting process am I on? Verify malware, then quarantine. What step is that?
You said that the user told you this?
Yes,
So then wouldn't you start with step 1 to identify it yourself?
you're correct. You and Kevin are right. Is the user IT?
Nope.
You still on step 1. Yep. So not to say don't trust what they're saying, just keep it in the back of your mind that it might be malware. You still have to verify it. Yep, trust but verify, correct. All right. Next, the response plan. Follow the procedures, notify the CERT, the Computer Incident Response Team. CERT, Computer Incident Response Team. Or law enforcement. Okay, I don't like the fact that they put law enforcement in there because private companies or companies in general, you do not have the power to call law enforcement. Sorry. You pick up the phone and say, we have been breached. Okay, what was taken? Was it valuable? Was it PII or PHI? Was it personally identifiable information? I mean, if it was a list of my favorite places I like to go drink coffee at in the city, is that a breach? So no, don't call the police because you don't have the power to call the police. It has to go through HR and the company CEO or whoever, the person who's been hired to talk for everybody. It's their responsibility. So you may have an incident response team or you might work in a place where you are it. You're wearing several hats. You are the sysadmin. You are the incident response team. You are the remediator. You're the backup person. You're the mobile device manager. So what I'm saying is, those job applications that you putting in, read the job requirements, because if they're lowballing you, oh, you're just coming in as a system administrator, but you'll be using mobile device management, backups. You're the Kali Linux person using, right? Administering the server, blah, blah. That all demands more money. So, yeah, be careful. However, the other side of that is if you need experience and you're willing to forego the money they don't have, the experience at that point can be more important or more valuable for the time that you need to learn it. And then you can move on. So you got to weigh where you're at. Okay? True story. Had a student, he was getting job offers. He got all his certs, all of them. He says, no, I'm going to hold out. He was a little too, he wasn't humble. Career Services was putting him in front of 3-4 employers. He'd go in there and said, no, I'm fine. I'm going to hold out what they're offering me. Did great on the interviews. Graduated, thought he was going to get something else. Vapor. Resulted working with another company outside of IT for a year because he missed his opportunity. After speaking with said student, he says, James, I don't understand what happened. I said, can I be honest with you? He said, yeah. I said, you did that to yourself. Just being real. You asked me, I'm gonna tell you. The money he was gonna make was money that would have sustained his living. So it wasn't beneath what he needed. He didn't humble himself in the part that he was saying, I don't want to do that because I think I'm better than that. You can't think like, no, that's where he messed up at. He's new in the field. He needed the experience at least for 6 months to move on. So when you start going through this, please keep in mind, and I'm not telling you what to do because all of us have different priorities. What I'm saying is, look at what's presented to you, what you're getting out of it, and then you can move on for 6 months later. You just need that initial experience under your belt. And if you look at everything that you have going on and it fits in the box, take it. Don't just look at the money. All right. All right, let me get off my soapbox. Next, you have to do forensics. Collect digital evidence legally. Notice that word legally is on the end. All right. One thing we need to understand when we're in IT, we cannot hack back. We're going to learn some hacking tools.
Such
Charles is like, darn it.
How are you doing?
No, you can't hack
What
it
are you
back.
saying? I don't understand what you just write there. If you would
You
don't mind
will be
rewriting
presented
that.
anywhere you work on how to get back to that person or item that exploited you. Hold back, because the minute you do that, you just broken a whole bunch of laws. Okay? So don't do that.
Hi, I'm doing good. How's your day going?
So
Or
collect it. You're
I'm
going to
not
use
sure
imaging
what time
programs
zone.
to take copies of hard drives. You will
Okay,
start
so
using
it's nighttime for
programs
you in
inside of
India.
Kali Linux.
So it
One of
should
them is
be
called Autopsy.
after midnight now.
Autopsy is a program. Well, if you bring it
in
up,
your time zone.
Autopsy is a program. When you bring it up on the computer that you're looking at, a program will start running and try to take snapshots of the order of volatility. Okay, now I'm starting to put the technical stuff back on that we evaded. What is the order of volatility? Because you might see it on this exam. Because we're talking about this. That's why. Mr. T says urgent. Can I give you a hint? Aaliyah says, how often a file changes or could get lost? Okay. Let me give you a hint. I turned the power off on a device. That's when Charles is like, oh, I got it. I just turned the power off. Memory, my man. So listen, the order of volatility is that list of items that will go first when you turn the power off. L1, L2, L3, and anything that sits in memory, gone. Anything that's cached, that's written over, gone. Yep. So that's your RAM. The second level of the order of volatility is HDD, permanent storage. The third level of order of volatility is media, tapes, DVD, CD, Blu-ray. All right. But no, that's the order it goes into. Good job, y'all. Look at y'all. I can't get y'all. Tried to get y'all. All right. Next. Oh, it's right there. See, I wasn't even paying attention. Store and tamper resistance evidence bags and have people sign for the stuff. As a PI, I did that all the time, and in loss prevention. So when presented in court, you can show that everybody that touched that item, has been accounted for, and you're just proving to the court that nobody had a chance to tamper with this. If it was tampered with, we have a list of folks that can be subpoenaed, right? That can come in here and tell us what they did when they had that piece of evidence. Once you get that one item that has been infected, the vulnerability has been exploited. The CERT team, Computer Incident Response Team, has come down. They looked at the item, they remediated it, they did whatever they needed to do. Chain of custody is no longer required. They want to put that item back into service. Or they say, hey, we don't want this item is in service because we don't know what was compromised. We don't want to risk it, so go ahead and destroy it. So that's when you start getting into the destruction methods. So you want to sanitize the media. For the hard disk drives, the SSD, solid state drives. You want to do this especially before you recycle that item. Okay? Now, who can tell me why you want to do this stuff before it's recycled? You're doing good for the community. It's being recycled. You mean I just can't throw it away, Brian? Exactly. I like the way Kevin said that. You want to recycle the drive, not the files in the drive for somebody else to use them. Elaine says health hazard. Yep. Mr. T says extra hazard fees come along with that. Yes, it does. Listen, there's people out there in plain sight that wear a suit and tie. When Best Buy collects all this free hard drive and thumb drives and phones, right? And they say they're going to recycle it. They don't really recycle it. They just take that stuff and they resell it. Recycle means resell. Recycle means a lot to different people. So they'll strip what they need out of it. They'll send it to a vendor to resell it. Hey, how much can you get for these phones? We collected 500 of them for donation last week. What? Yeah. I'll take them off your hands. 500 phones. Give you $300 for it. Bet. Write me a check. Yes, you got to decals it till it pops, till it destroys it. Overriding a disk, all it does is do this on a chip. On a hard disk. On a platter, it does that so many times. If you super want to try to erase a hard disk drive, it does layers upon layers of random ones and zeros that mean nothing. So if you did recover it, that's all you're seeing, garbage. SSDs, not so much. You can retrieve that information. So you could do a low-level format, reset a disk to its factory condition. You can do a secure erase. There it is, 0 fields on the HDD. That's what I just put in here. And clears SSD blocks. But a regular erase wipe, no. Or you can do a crypto erase, destroys encryption keys. Best practice, sanitize the whole thing, degauss it, destroy it, drill it, do whatever you need to do, bust it in pieces. Okay? Now I'm gonna tell you something about a wood chipper, yes. And there are hard drive chippers. They do make those that chop it up. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. Super quick. It's 12:40. Yeah, we got time. Now, as a PI, there's ways that I was able to recover information off hard drives because people thought that when they erased their hard drive or did a quick format, that it was gone. There is a way to get this stuff back. Especially with this. If I go here and re-click this, hit properties. All right, and then there's tools that you could use for error checking and defragmenting. All of this stuff that this hard drive is using, What do we call that again? When it writes, it's a file structure written to the data that's stored so it can be located quickly. What is that again?
Index.
It's called mapping, but what is it? Indexing. Indexing. Mounting is when you're mounting an external drive or a virtual drive to be used. Mapping is if you're mapping a file direct, like destination to that file for others to use. When you do a quick format, if I wanted to format this disk, they have what they call quick erase. Okay, it's going to tell me I can't do it. But if you did that and click format, it's not going to format your drive. It's going to bring up different things, different types of formats you can use. One of them is called quick erase. A quick erase does not destroy everything on your drive. What it does, it deletes the whole index, and then it reports back to you. Oh, so if you have a 500 gig hard drive, before you did a quick erase, you only had 52 gigs available, and you said quick erase, boom, it deletes the index and then reports back to you, hey, by the way, you got 500 gigs available. Is the data gone? No, it's not. It's false. It's a false reading. It tells you that it's gone when it's not actually super gone. That's when you get quick erase. You can't format a 500 gig hard drive in less than 5 seconds. I'm sorry. If you did a format with FAT32, FAT16, NTFS, it takes a while to format and erase it to be used again. That's the next level. And then there's other ones that you can use. So be careful. Your information can be recovered in most instances. If we get back to the slides set, here's a couple of methods. You can burn it, use magnets, shred it, drill it, use a third party to come out. If they do come out, get a certificate of destruction. Then you can they will recycle it. Make sure you are complying with all of this before you give it to them for destruction. It should be gone, so your in-house IT should be erasing this stuff before you even hand it over to somebody. And make sure it's secure disposal. Yes, they can. Unsaved files can be recovered. Remember, your whole motherboard has a whole series of chipsets in it. It's not just a drive that's being used. It's a lot of stuff. North Bridge, South Bridge, the bus, system chipsets on the bus. Like every piece has something in it, right? With artificial intelligence, as we move on, because we want to keep this train rolling before lunch. AI is cool, but now people are using it for application and integration. Different policies need to be created for it. Sometimes there's limitations put on the AI, and you can use it for private and public use. And here's a lot of different things that you can learn, all right, from AI, or you can do with AI. With getting my Azure certification, they teach you all of this stuff. So you have different integration methods, and you have different models that can be learned or used for, right? Built-in third-party apps or add-ons or APIs that can be used in there. Key capabilities, natural language processing, language understanding, machine learning, data-driven, computer vision, image reconciliation. So as you can see, there's some of these things that has been around for a long time. Natural language processing. That has not just been around today. Y'all remember when Word, you can open up a Word document and it had the record button in it back in like 10 years, 15 years ago, right? You were like, oh my God, they got a record button in here. And as long as you had a microphone, what did it do if you start talking? When you're creating a document, it start converting, right? voice to text. Then you can do speech to text. Yeah, it does have a record button. It's an annotation. Came out like in 2009. Dictation. Yep. I think I said annotation. What the heck was I thinking about? So dictation. You could do that. That is a low form of AI. Okay? Language understanding. When Google came out, oh, it used to have it live on your phone. Google Translate. If I'm vacationing in Mexico and I don't speak the language, I could bring it up, download it. Can you translate this from English to boom? That's AI. That's a low form of AI, right? So this stuff's been around. It's just evolved over time. What is going on? What is this? Gotta tell Aaliyah. She just be leaving stuff on my screen. Man, I don't know. All right. Next. Different uses for AI, implement workflows, things go better. Acceptable use policy sets guidelines of legal compliance on how AI is to be used. Define AI-related plagiarism and attribution rules. Attributes. There was a issue with colleges, right? What's going on with AI and college students right now and high school students? What are they using it for? Y'all know? Essays. Papers and plagiarism.
Even in discussions.
Yep, even in discussions. I could put the microphone on right now. Y'all could, if y'all had an AI, y'all could listen to me for the whole, whatever I'm talking, and it'll surmise everything I said for the whole day and put it in a bullet form for you. You can do that. Even with this Zoom call, everything that I'm saying right now, we have an AI add-on feature in Zoom that the company pays for. And at the end of the whole day, everything I've said is repeated back to me in a synopsis for what we covered the whole day. And I can go back and read it. Ain't that crazy? It's also used as a good monitoring tool because before, and they're gonna read this when they read it, because it's gonna translate it at the end of the day. If Mr. Davies wanted to make sure I was covering today's topic, he gets a copy of this. He can look at it and say, what did James cover today? Oh, we're on day 9. He's reading through the whole thing, which is amazing. Oh yeah, he covered that today. Where before he has to pop in on class, watch the lecture, see how it's going, and right, all that different stuff. And then with plagiarism, now there's an AI that can recognize AI. Right? That's how they combated the whole plagiarism thing in colleges and schools. Because whatever you hand in that you created through AI, they run it through an AI. What is it called? Aaliyah says, it's called a Turnitin tool. Please explain. Let's see what she's gonna say. That's the name of it? Okay. So it's a Turnitin tool. So it gives a remember we talked about signatures when you have malware and viruses? There are AI signatures in a file that it could recognize the AI signatures in the file. I saw it on YouTube on how AI identifies it. It's crazy. So, gotta watch it. So there was this lady, her book hit, was it last year? Early last year. Her book hit the top seller list on New York, top bestseller list. And she went on this book tour, and she went on a couple of TV shows explaining how she wrote the book. And then somebody said, well, how did you write that book when an AI wrote it? And she swore up and down, no, I wrote the book. Well, she wasn't savvy to know that AI tags AI. So when they ran her book through, they found out that she did not do any. AI wrote that thing from beginning to end. Because she paid somebody that knew AI to write it, gave him $400, and This is what they returned back to her. Right? It was like 300 pages. So they noticed in there that she did not go in and update or take away or add or nothing. It was just a straight AI book. Yeah. So it's crazy. You gotta look out. There's some limitations with this. You have bias. AI inherits biases from training. So when they're training, they call it training a model. You can train a model too if you want to. Azure has it where if you get a year free, you can train an AI model to do certain things for you. But there's biases. How you train that model like a little kid. It's like when you're raising a kid, you're raising the AI model. So it could get biased depending on the information it ingests. 2, hallucinations. This is definitely a test question. It is on the 1102. Right there. Whoop. Hallucinations. AI might generate incorrect or fabricated information. That was the other thing that was wrong with the young lady's book. It made up names of people in high positions as if they were real. They were fake. She didn't even fact check the book before she put it out. That's called a hallucination. AI will create this intriguing story for you, and it sounds so real, but it's fake. Okay? And then accuracy. You got to go back and see if there's something wrong with it before you trust it. Okay? This is what the Screen Actors Guild, SAG, in Hollywood, this is what they were mad about because they didn't want to pay the writers to write TV shows and movies. They used AI to write TV shows and movies and cut the writers out of the whole process. Well, they went against the SAG. They went against the agreement that they had with the industry, with the writers industry. That's why they boycotted Hollywood 3 years ago. And they won. They cannot use AI-generated predominant scripts in TV. You'll eliminate a whole workforce. They can't do it. The flip side of that, there's artists right now has AI write them hit songs. Yeah. Most R&B and hip hop songs you hear right now, written by AI, the lyrics. They had nothing to do with it. They just sing it. We're getting crazy out here in these streets. So you gotta be careful. You have your private model and public model that you can have. Private model AI developed for specific organizations, used both public and private. And public models are ChatGPT, Gemini, Bard, and there's a lot of them. So this is the stuff you use on your phone or your computer. But this side, you need to provide documentation why you need to use that deep AI. That deep AI. You have to prove why you need access to that in order to train a model. And then you have security concerns. Never, ever put nothing in a ChatGPT or a Gemini and ask a question that has... I had a student upload his whole military, his whole DD-214 and asked AI to generate a resume off of it. I'm like, why'd you do that? It's cool. No, it's not. But he didn't know. He didn't know. Everything you put in there is public information now. It's like the court system. If I sue you and bring case against you, anybody in the whole world, if they find out where I filed that case at, could go to the courthouse and get all them documents. It's the same thing with ChatGPT. It's open. Anybody can get it and use it. Your social security number is floating out there forever. So be careful. Do not do that. All right. But that's what we have for now. Any questions? None? All right. We kind of talked about change management yesterday and inventory management. A couple of things I want to, before we go to lunch, we got 4 minutes, so let's take advantage of it. When you're doing change management, like we talked
Go
about,
ahead
you learn
and
about,
speak again.
you have to send it to a change
Okay,
board,
now I can hear you. Okay.
change management board. You have to get
Very
people to
good.
sign off on it.
We're about to close out for
You have to have the
lunch
purpose,
here
process,
and
types, and key factors.
Okay, I'll let you wait your last couple of minutes just so that you can hear me and not have it like be a crosstalk. Does that work? Or do you want to just jump in?
No, that's fine because he's just going through just a few minutes and then we'll get started.
Okay, all right, got it. Yeah, my apologies about missing the appointment last week. I actually had to fix my settings on my browser. I'm not sure what happened, but basically, some kind of setting got changed where the notifications wouldn't actually pop up on my computer. So by the time I saw that we had a meeting that I missed, it was like pretty much the end of the day. So glad you're still able to schedule an appointment with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I at first I didn't understand the time difference and the way the scheduling was working as well. Because I put for 8 p.m. so that would give me at least an hour after class. But then when I went into the email, I saw the time difference showing way earlier, so that threw me off as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Give me a second here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just make sure I have the most accurate information uh, for you on your profile, and then we'll take a look at your resume and look at how we can customize it to kind of make it more true to you, if that makes sense. So, with that being said, details that I need to gather. Are you currently employed? range from a weekend or working
Oh,
specifically
sorry,
on
Claudia.
weekend,
I'm currently in
all
an
the way to
interview.
12 months.
I saw that you guys put that you can hear me, but I think I put that I was doing some kind of a meeting interview. So I had to put it on mute. But apart from that, it's back off mute. You can go ahead and put your comment as well, and I'll respond.
Welcome back from lunch, everybody. How y'all doing? Good. Don't forget to log back into class. Clock it to class. Waterworld was good.
I would say it's a good idea, but the way it was executed at the time, it did abysmal. It's just like Event Horizon. I mean, another great idea, but like I said, it just needed a little bit more work.
I'm thinking, I can agree with you to an extent on that. I think if they had the movie production now, where you can put a lot of scene generation, it would have elevated it to the level that the director wanted it. But because they were limited back then with sets and props and all that other stuff, kind of took away. But yeah, the storyline though, the story was good. Yeah, the visual, yeah, decent. All right, so Jules, she'll be in what, 45 minutes or so, something like that. So let's see what we're gonna do here. Give me 1 second. All right, here we are. Just want to bring up the exam objectives. We can pretty much have a conversation until quarter till, until Jewel gets back in. We can count this as part of our, part of our review, which we've been doing today. So, as a reminder, this is what we're looking at when you walk into the exam room. Michael says a Mac can record the screen, but not the audio. We're going to see if he can. Yes, for AI companion, Mike. Yeah, let me know about that. So there's an add-on. I don't know if you guys know. So Zoom has an add-on called AI companion, where it surmises the notes, so it'll listen to the thing, listen to the lecture, and then it'll surmise the notes for you and kind of spit it back at you at the end of the day of what you talked about, which is cool for notes. As a reminder, recording anything of the classroom as far as audio and video needs permission. However, the AI companion notes takes the notes for you and surmises the class, so you get to go there. Don't have to worry about that. But what we do have here on the screen is a reminder of what you're looking at when you get to the classroom or the exam room tomorrow. Core 2, maximum of 90 questions may be presented to you. Multiple choice and performance-based questions. Can somebody tell me what you're going to do when you're presented with PBQ smacking you in the face right off on the exam? What are you going to do? Skip that thing. Yes, Mr. T. Skip is the motto. Skip them mofos, as Kevin would say. Yes, that's what we're going to do. In the top right-hand corner, there it is a flag. Looks like a flag. Just go ahead and flag for review and breathe back. Now, I'm not saying don't look at them. Look at them. Because as you're going, yes, thank you, Charles. Don't forget to go back because you'll miss out on all the points. Oh my God, thank you for putting that in there. But there's a flag. Just look at it. See what it's requiring of you. Be like, oh, okay. And just hit flag. Go to the next one. So at the end, you can leave yourself, make sure you allow yourself at least 15 minutes at the end to go through. Are those regular 1 points? Here's the thing. CompTIA did not, I know Charles. I know. Elaine, he's like, so the way they score, I think me and Martin was trying to figure this out too. They divide them. So let's say it's 100%, you divide that by 90, if it's a maximum of 90, you get kind of a score base, right? Of where you're gonna be sitting at per question. Now here's the thing, they say maximum of 90 questions, right? But what if you get 79 multiple choice questions? That means the remaining 90, those pool questions are in your PBQ. So you can have 3 or 4 questions all in one PBQ, and they want you to go through and facilitate the PBQ, and each step can be worth X amount of points. They do give you partial credit though. So if you get one part of the PBQ right, but there's another part you need some work on, they will give you credit for what you got right in there. That's why I say don't completely leave it blank, because what if you need that to land on a 702 pass and you left the whole thing blank? The one item you do right could put you in the passing score. You get what I'm saying? So even if you don't know, like if you just don't know nothing, you forgot everything. Just click stuff and put stuff in places. Just put it there. Take a best guess and do it, because you don't know. Okay? All right. Here we go. Operating systems are a big part of it. Of course, 28%. Security, 28%. Man. Software troubleshooting is 23, and then you have the operational procedures, is 21%. When we're getting into operating systems, this is what we're looking at. We said that this is the way home. Who has actually glanced at these PBQs, these exam objectives every once in a while you're studying? Kevin, Martin, good. I mean, it really works. I forgot who I was talking to. If you could say these out loud to yourself and give a quick 2-sentence synopsis, you are already 50% passing the exam because you understand it. You can say it. Don't think it. Don't sit here and think in my mind. No, actually say it so you can hear yourself and say, dang, that didn't make no sense. Let me try again. And then you start getting better and better and better. So let's look at this. For Windows Workstation Systems OS, we have Windows. Here's the distributions. Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Chrome OS. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 operating systems that you can't be tested on. So if they present a question to you, say, what are the different kinds out there? Predominantly, we know there's more. There are more. People have created more. But in the industry, dominantly, these are the ones: Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and Chrome OS. Now for mobile OSs, iPad OS, iOS, and Android. Which ones of these are proprietary? Charles says, I ran out of time. Yeah. Make yourself some time in. Which one of these mobile ISs is proprietary? There you go. Anything with an I and an OS in it is proprietary. Android is pretty much open source. So you have various file systems: new technology file system, resilient file system, FAT32, and extended XFS, extensible. All right, this is what we're gonna do. I got my little checky marky thingy. Which one of these, y'all type in the chat, which one of these belongs to Windows and Linux when we're talking about file security? Y'all can look this up too. XFAT, extensible. Let's try again. Let's see what we got. NTFS 1. There's one. Cheat. Linux just adopted NTFS. APFS 2. There you go. So those two right there, REF, resilient file system, we can add that too. So you got 3: NTFS, REFS, and APFS. Good job. Which one of these, I'm gonna change the color so you can see. Which one of these belongs to external drives? Predominantly. If you plugged in an external drive, it needs this on there to talk to the OS on the desktop or laptop. Look at the front part of that in this list. Is a thumb drive an external part of the operating system? Can an external thumb drive talk to? I'm giving you a hint. External. There you go. Thanks, Kevo. Usually you'll see extensibles. It's an extension. It's an extended part of the file allocation table. So you'll see it on portable thumb drive. Which one of these belong to Linux? Yep, ext4. Which one of these regular file systems belong to Windows? Predominantly. FAT32. Extended file system. What's XFS? Where's it belong? I know, right? extended file system. Apple? Did you look it up, Charles, or you guessed? Somebody Googled it. Google's our friend in here. It's also Linux too. Elaine said it's there you go. Apple Linux. Damn. Y'all got it. All right. See, if we could talk about it, we could be about it. We also have vendor life cycle limitations when it comes to end of life and updated limitations. Who can explain what end of life is? It's going out of use. No security updates left out there to dry. When a product will no longer be supported. Yes, y'all got it. Good job. Keep in mind the compatibility concerns that you'll have between operating systems. Okay. Well, what is the name of the interpreter or application? Listen to what I'm asking you. That will is key. Two key words I'm about to say. That will allow. Did I blink too much? I think I'm asking for help. Help. Okay. What is the main application that will allow a Linux machine to operate in a Windows domain environment? Golly, Kevin. This dude, he got the notes. I don't know how he got them. He hacked my computer. Sorry, buddy. Good job, y'all. All right, here we go. Next, 1.2, we talked about this. Given a scenario, perform OS installations and upgrades in a diverse environment. You have some boot methods. Where can I go? What is the name of the place where I can go to manipulate the boot? Yes, BIOS, UEFI, correct. Now, two types of installations that we can do. You have a clean install and an upgrade. Tell me the difference between the two. Remember, compare and contrast. If you can compare and contrast, you'll be good to go. Because they're gonna say on the exam, which one can you do that will retain the user's files? The other one will erase. You are correct, Elite. Clean gets rid of all data and upgrades the data. So what happens is in the in-place upgrade, it will look in your computer under your profile or all profiles and say, hey, Charles, you want to keep all this stuff? Since you're up, yeah, boink. So what it'll do is go in your virtual memory and it'll carve out enough data, like a data pocket, and slide it all over there temporarily. And then when the upgrade's starting to install and come back up, it'll put everything back. Get what I'm saying? So it makes sure it's mapped correctly. So that's cool. So as long as you know those two, you're good. Then you have image deployment. Under there, we're looking at remote network installation. So if we're talking image deployment, what are the different ways we can deploy an image? You already know what an image is. So what are some different ways? That's one, Pixie right there. Remote networks installation. Good job. From a bootable USB, yes you can. Is that here somewhere? You know you can, so okay, it's not on the list, so it's not from a boot, USB boot. Yep, you can. What is check this out. I told y'all the answer to this one this morning. Zero touch deployment. What is the name of the file that Jesus would create if he wants all the network administrators to use the same image and he doesn't want us to touch anything? What type of file is created. First of all, what type of installation is it? It's two types, it's two flavors of installation. I went over it this morning. One, you just let that thing go. There you go. Kevin got it. Attended and unattended. So for an unattended installation, when Jesus is putting this on a server, he goes through and does everything, packages it all up, and puts it on the server. He doesn't want us to do anything. What type of file did he create with that ISO image? I know, right? James said so much this morning. It starts with an A. I'll give you a hint. A. Still no clue? Second letter, N. Third letter, S. You got it. She's typing. Answer file. You're correct. It is called an answer file. Yeah. Oh, man. All right, here we go. So, next on the disk or disks, you have a recovery. Anytime something is installed, I don't like that. Wait. Let's do this. I get to play with shapes, so I'm excited. Here we go. Wait. Where is it? It's not on here. All right, y'all are subject to my bad penmanship. Oh, there it is. So anytime, this is your hard drive. Okay? One thing we got to remember when things are installed, and y'all have to remember a lot. Give me 1 second, y'all. That's my little... Oh, there it is. Anytime you install something, when that OS goes on, doink, here we go. Now, this is the primary part of the drive. All right, so this could be a 500 gigabit drive. The first part of it, where the bootstrap and everything lives, that is the primary partition. That's where the OS lives at. Okay? Now, what happens is, in the event you do something crazy, here's your recovery partition. And it's usually striped out like this when you try to look at it or try to mess with it. It kind of locks you out. There's your recovery partition. So the OS backs up everything in the recovery partition and usually slides this to the end. This, what you have open, is what they call slack space. It's space that can be used that's available for you on your drive. Whatever's left over after the OS is installed. After this is the primary partition. Primary. All right. So that'll be the primary drive. And usually you'll see it called disk 0. Then this will be disk 1. Then this is whatever's left over. You can combine this back over here or do whatever you want to do. So with that, when you want to recover, that is a recovery partition there. So where it's going to go to recover any files that were corrupted from the last boot to where you're at now. It'll do it on its own and it'll replace it. All right. Then the next thing you could do, if installation went wrong, you can do the repair installation. Now this is a PBQ. I'm telling you this right now. The repair installation PBQ. They want to know, how are you going to fix an image install that went bad when it's trying to boot? It just keeps going in a circle. It's trying to go. Then it's going to go into the Windows RE, Windows recovery environment. In there, You can do a couple of things. You can go to command prompt, or it says repair installation. You might want to pick that one. Okay, it'll go match the files, or if it's something wrong with the boot record or it doesn't boot properly, you might have to fix the MBR or fix the boot record in the Windows RE environment. Read the question because I don't know which flavor they're going to give you. Does that make sense? So remember those three options, which is the primary, depends on what's going on. If it's just circling, it's just not coming up and you're just getting a spindle, okay, I got you. So if you see the spindle and something's trying to come up, oh, that might be the installation. It's a file not there. If you see this, if you see OS not fund, I'm so crazy. If you see OS not found, you got a boot record issue. It can't find a bootstrap. And the bootstrap is the MBR or the GUID partitioning table. MBR/GUID, they're both bootstrap type stuff to bring up the OS. Okay? All right. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that's good.
I think I did, Elaine. Okay. All right. And then you might need third-party drivers. Now, this is actually after it's been installed, where you have your motherboard and you added something like a sound card. Then you have to make sure the firmware for the sound card is updated, and then you have to download the driver for the sound card. Those are third-party drivers, right? So make sure you have all of those available before you do an upgrade or an install. Notice I said CompTIA wants you to have it before you start it. Meaning, if Martin bought a sound card from Brian, when he's taking it home, before he installed it, he looked at the sound card. He says, "Oh, this is an ASUS sound card, 1183-2190." He's going to go on the website, look for that driver, download it, put it on a thumb drive, or burn it to a CD. He's going to say, "Okay, what else do I have? Oh, it needs a firmware upgrade." Download the firmware, puts it on a thumb drive or CD. He has the item before he even started the upgrade. Because during the upgrade process, he could run into an issue, and if he has that CD or thumb drive, he can just put it in, point it to that drive, it'll install it, and the installation will keep going. Remember that, okay? What about in case of a virus? Which is first? You mean if the computer has a virus? Say the computer was good, and then it caught a code?
Yeah.
Oh, those, you can't even follow the process I gave you now, because your first important step is remediation. You don't care about what you lost. You're trying to make sure whatever's in that computer didn't spread or infect anything else. You get what I'm saying?
Okay,
So you're trying
quarantine.
to stop the infection and quarantine. Yep, okay. That is your, I don't care about sound card drivers. I don't care about none of that. Once you get that done into a safe place, then you can go back, look in your device manager, see what's working and what's not working, and then go search for those drivers to put it back. Once you know that the infection is gone. Yeah. Good question, though. Very good question. So partitioning, we just talked about these two. When I looked here and did the partition, depends on what type of indexing you want to do for the OS and file structure to be put on. One of these, you're limited to a lot of things. Let's look it up. What can you do? Somebody type in MBR versus GUID partitioning table. GPT. What are some good things and bad things? gonna tell you right now, one of them has better security and support bigger hard drives. But there are some compare and contrasting. You gotta know they're both booting. They both boot a drive. Okay. Blank, let's say S is older. Which one is S? For older, let's say for smaller drives, max 2 terabytes. Which has a max of 2 terabytes, Charles? NBR? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Max at 2 terabytes. Mr. T, which one is older and less stable? NBR. Thanks, Mr. T. Now, what else can you tell me about the two? One requires a little bit more RAM, doesn't it? That's what I was getting to as well. I was going to get to that. With NBR, you are limited to how many partitions you can make. You can only have 4 primary partitions or 4 partitions. Yep, she's on board with me. GUID, you can do 128 plus partitions. You can slice that thing up like a potato chips, yo. That's the cool thing about it. If you can remember, GPT includes cyclic redundancy check, 32-bit detection. GUID is UEFI, NBR is BOT. That's what I'm talking about. So if this is presented to you as an exam question, you've looked it up, you just reinforced the information, and we've seen it, right? So this will help you if you get presented with a GPT question or an NBR. NBR belongs to BIOS. GPT belongs to UEFI. UEFI is large disk support. BIOS is small disk support. BIOS, you only have 4 partitions. GUID, 128 plus partitions. There you go. Thank you very much. Drive format. We already talked about that. Here's the ones you can choose from. Primarily. We don't do FAT16 anymore, so it's usually FAT32 or primarily NTFS when you do an OS install. All right. And here's some considerations. Don't forget about that. Backwards compatibility, and hardware compatibility. And keeping track of the product life cycle. I can't talk. Product life cycle when you're installing it. Good job, yo. All right, here we go. All right, compare and contrast basic features of Windows. This is a big part of the exam. 28% of the exam. Jeez. Windows 10, here's the different editions. Home, Pro for workstations, and Enterprise. Which one, somebody tell me, which one of these is a no-no if you want to do networking? You want to do bingo. This one will not do networking. You can remote desktop protocol. Don't get me wrong. You can RDP into the machine. You can't network the machine to a domain. You're done. All right. So Pro for workstations. Pro for workstations mean this is configured to work with Enterprise. These two go hand in hand. Pro for workstations, you'll buy a mass license. That is, you have a licensing question on the exam. Here you can buy a mass license for 500, 400 plus machines, and you want to put them, or the enterprise version. that has a lot of security, file system, all that stuff built into it. So it's easily deployable for tons of machines. Group policy management, blah, 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 blah. Here's the intermediary. It's not home, but it's not pro either. For workstations or enterprise, I can still network it. I could put it to a work group, or I can attach it to a domain. You get what I'm saying? I can go either way. So sitting in the middle. Windows 11 Pro, they narrowed it down to these editions, Home Pro and Enterprise. They used to have an educational version that they listed, but not anymore. So you shouldn't have a question on that. Here's the feature differences, domain versus work group. That's what we talked about. Domain versus work group. You have different desktop styles, RDP availability, random access support, limitations. You do have RAM support limitations with these different installs. Okay, so keep that in mind, and I will bring up the list. Who has the Messer notes for 1102? And Martin put them in for 1202. So he did us a solid and dropped that in a couple of days ago. So hopefully you got it. In there, it has the RAM limitations for these installs. So take a peek. BitLocker. Somebody was challenged with BitLocker. Michael was. He said, I can't remember. Michael, do you remember what BitLocker does? I read your lips. I thought you said it.
Lots of the hard drive, send you the password like to get into it.
Yes, sir. You are correct. Leah, where is that drive at? Where's that password at? Or that key? I said you got to go here to make sure you write it down or take a picture of it. Because if you lose that drive, you lost everything on there forever. It's in the BIOS, yes. BIOS UEFI. Specifically, now, the reason why I say this so loosely is because the new technology, they move this stuff around, but primarily it should be in your TPM. Might be somewhere else, depending on how the manufacturer makes it, but primarily it should be in your TPM. Then you have upgrade paths. You have in-place install, clean install. We didn't talk about upgrade paths as much. So let's look at this. If I had Windows Home, now I have it, but I want to purchase to go higher. All right.
Oh, Chainsaw, yes.
10. I have to go to Windows Home.
Yes, I did.
11. Okay. I'm making up a number here. If they came out with Windows 15, I can't go from Windows 10 straight to 15 because the file architecture in the kernel may have changed a lot. So I have to be sequential. Now, some of them, depending on if it comes out, they may say, in order to upgrade to Windows, whatever I said, 15, from 10, you may be able to skip if you have 13 in the middle, right? So they'll put some stuff in there. If you have Windows Pro, you can go from Pro 10 to Pro 11, so on and so forth. So you have to follow the upgrade path. That's a path. Now, can I go from Home to Windows Pro? And if I can I do an in-place or a clean install? Yep, you're right. So yes. So do I do a upgrade or a clean install? I'm going from Windows Home to Pro. Clean install. Clean install. Yep. So the takeaway is, remember, if they present this on the exam, kind of say, wait a minute, which direction am I going here and what are they asking me? All right. If I'm going from home, which is made for Soho, but I want to go to network for pro, I'm like, wait a minute. Think in your mind, doesn't the kernel change? The kernel may not always be fixable on a home that much to go to pro. So you might just want to do a clean install. All right. Like iOS, you can't skip. Yeah, some of them you can't skip, but they'll specifically tell you why you can't, because somewhere in the kernel and the system files, they've kept something where it's compatible. All right,
Yep.
So it's cool. Good job, y'all. GPEdit.msc brings you to the group policy management. Microsoft Console. Group policy management. You can mess with the objects. If I wanted to make sure Michael's computer on Monday morning was accessible to things like everybody else's is, at the command line, what can I type? In Windows. He's the only one. Everybody else can access this file, but he can't. It was a domain change. It was a domain rule change. His computer didn't get it. So what can I type at the bingo? GPEdit /force. Dang, Charles. Shooter McGavin. Shooter. What? All right. So Charles typed it in. Now he wants to go and see what changed that allowed Michael to now access that file. It'll tell him what changed. What do you type? Bingo /result. Y'all on. Woo! Shooter. Okay. Under Task Manager, you will find services, startup, performance, processors, and users. I will not probably sit here and go through these one by one. You just gotta go through them and know what's there. It's a lot. All right. So just get yourself familiar, bring them up and look at them. Actually look at the console. Just browse it. I'm not asking you to sit there and study it. Just bring it up and see what's there. Do the other one and skim it. It'll stick. Trust me.
Rawal, favorite food. There was so much. I don't particularly have
Here we are.
favorite food because I just like food in general.
And this is about the last one I could do, and then we're gonna go to break.
Would probably be something that I would have to think about.
Jewel to come in.
But I love a lot of fruits.
Changing directories.
Food
CD.
now, when it comes to cooked food.
In Windows and Linux. CD. Directory.
There's so much, but I enjoy some good lasagna as well.
Everything, all the directories. What's the equivalent in Linux? If I want to see everything. ls, you are correct. For the network commands in Windows, ipconfig shows y'all what. See, now we got to get superficial. We got to get down one level. We can't sit here no more. See, this is why I have big certification passing rates, because I push you. Bingo, that's what I'm looking for. Comparing and contrasting. If you can do that, you have a better shot of getting that answer right. IP addresses and network info, specifically interfaces as
So with fruits, I can make
one word starts with a C. You're testing C.
I can make it into snacks. Just
CONN. There you go. Ping just test connectivity. network statistics.
Yeah, if it's like mangoes, pineapples, anything like that, I can easily make it into snacks, even refrigerate it for a while and come back and eat it.
Tell me what's there. Network ports. Does it tell me what's running on those ports? Kevin's typing it. I can see it. Does it? What does it tell us? If they're active, yes. There you go. If I typed NS lookup, what am I getting back? DNS. What's the equivalent of NS lookup, but it's in Linux? Get your shovel, people. Get your shovel. Shovel. Shovels do this. They help you dig. Way to go, Charles. Yep. So the equivalent to NS lookup in Windows is dig in Linux. Net use. That's a tricky one because we didn't go over that, did we? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what the equivalent of net use is in Linux. Well, it's in Microsoft. Net use will show everything where your files are connected to. Network usage, network connectivity to files or services. You can map stuff. If you do net user, it tells you the users that come up in the computer that are on the machine. What's trace cert do? I'll take that. Path of a packet. Way to go. Is everybody's going to be the same? Correct. Some of it might be, but depending where you're sending it, they all hop differently. Correct. What is the equivalent of trace cert for Linux? Yes, net use can. Trace route. Yes. All right. Now, path ping. Path ping. It's different from trace route. It's similar, but different. Okay, do a command for me. And then y'all can go to break. Somebody path ping 8888 and somebody trace cert 8888. At the terminal. If you do path ping space 8.8.8.8, you'll see the difference. Yep, they're same, but different. Something's different. Path ping for me shows the IP address from my computer to Google. So what does trace route do? Or trace cert? You can see it in the interface, what's different. If we could be about it, we could talk about it. All right, so what I'm going to do, since we're short on time, there you go. It shows how many in seconds. My man says the women says yes. All right, I'll see you back here in 9 minutes, and you will be here. Good job.
220-1201 and 220-1202 training course. This training course is designed to teach you everything you need to know to pass both of these exams and earn your A+ certification. If you're working towards your A+ certification, then you're probably already familiar that CompTIA is one of the largest organizations in the world for IT certifications. They provide entry-level certifications, certifications for networking, security, data analysis, AI, and so much more. If you're just getting into the world of information technology, then you're probably seen the A+ certification mentioned. The A+ certification is commonly mentioned when you're at the starting point of your information technology career. And as you probably already found, the A+ is often a prerequisite for getting that first job or moving up to a better job in information technology. And even if you're not working on earning your certification, you can use this A+ course to teach you about hardware, networking, security, and operating systems. It's a great way to extend your knowledge in technology and learn a lot more about what's happening under the hood of our computers. CompTIA is the Computing Technology Industry Association, and it is one of the largest providers of IT-related certifications. CompTIA members include resellers of IT equipment, distributors, manufacturers, and training centers. In the world of technology, we used to have separate certifications for every single computer manufacturer. CompTIA was able to take all of those different skill sets and bring them into one single certification that would apply across all of those different companies. And these certifications would apply regardless of where you might be in the world. CompTIA has a worldwide reach to over 100 countries, and you'll find that their certification exams are provided in many different languages. At Professor Messer, we provide training that gives you a perspective of someone who's been in the field and using these technologies for many years. My personal IT industry experience includes supercomputer operations, server and network administration, corporate training, software engineering, network analysis, and cybersecurity. I personally publish books on general IT topics, networking, security, Cisco, Microsoft, Linux, and many others. And the CompTIA certifications that I have earned sit alongside the certifications that I've earned from many other organizations in the IT industry. This training course focuses on a specific version of the A+ certification. This is the 220-1201, sometimes you'll hear this referred to as the Core 1 exam, and the 220-1202, which is the Core 2 exam. Both of these exams were released on March the 25th of 2025. We've also designed this course to give you everything you need to pass this exam in small bite-sized chunks. Instead of watching one single video that goes on for hours, we focus on one or two individual topics and give you information on what you need to know about that specific information.
2 minutes.
You can then decide to watch another video right after that, or come back at a different time and continue your studies. And this is a complete course that covers every single topic from the official CompTIA exam objectives. CompTIA has listed hundreds and hundreds of topics that you need to know, and this course includes every single one of those topics. There's nothing hidden behind a paywall or anything that we're holding back. You can simply visit our YouTube channel or our website and watch every minute of every training video. Our goal is to provide you with all of the skills you need to be able to get that first job in the IT industry or move up into a better job in the IT industry. Hopefully you'll find that this training course and many of our other training courses provide you with the information you need to move ahead in your IT career. The internet is an amazing technology that allows us to provide this training information to you for free with nothing additional that you would need to purchase. We put the entire course online, and you're able to stream this course from anywhere you'd like, any time of the day. If you'd like to download the course, or you'd like an audio-only version of the course, you can purchase those on the Professor Messer website. We also have other study materials that might help you. We have course notes, practice exams, and so much more to get you all the information you need to pass your 220-1201 and 220-1202 exams. If you like the video index or you'd like to see some of the other training offerings we provide, you can find them all on our website at professormesser.com. The second exam that you need to pass to be A+ certified is the A+ 220-1202 exam, or what we often refer to as the Core 2 exam. This exam covers topics on operating systems, security, software troubleshooting, and operational
like that at 2
procedures.
for Sec Plus
Again,
too,
this
so
is
we
a
have a while.
90-minute exam, and you could get a maximum of 90 questions. And although the scale between 100 and 900 is the same as the Core 1, notice that your passing score is a little bit higher. You need to earn a 700 to pass the Core 2 exam.
Careers and services.
If you're watching this video, then you'll notice that we're very specific about that version of the exam. The 220-1201 and the 220-1202. These two exams were...
Good. That's good. Okay, I sent you guys an email just with some handouts that I've used with success, just giving you guys a little really good insight into job searching and how to optimize your job searching. For this particular presentation that I have right now, I'm actually sending in the chat right now a little handout that I just created to go along with it, just because there's so much information. So give me a thumbs up once you've downloaded it from the chat. Great, all right. I see I got about maybe 3, 4, 5. All right. All right. Is Michael Ramey here today?
Yes, he's here. He has a young baby at home, so as well.
Okay.
So he's bouncing back and forth.
Okay, thanks. Just want to make sure, Charles, you got the handout? Thank you. Brian, you got it as well? All right, thanks. Okay, all right, so with that being said, we're going to touch base on job searching today. We discussed some of the elements regarding job searching last class, but just overall, when it comes to job searching, I want you guys to kind of give me some insights into what you've done to successfully execute a job search in the past. So maybe give me insights into what works and what does not work. You guys can type it in the chat. You can unmute yourselves and speak up, but I like to just kind of get some insight into what you guys have done. Call them after sending the application. Not a bad idea, Elaine. That's a good one. Anybody else? Successfully executed a job search. Actually got a job. Yes, no? All right, found the jobs catered directly to my needs. Okay, good insight there, Kevin. You're in the right place. Anybody else want to share? All right. Well, I will say, when it comes to job searching, one of the most important factors to think about, and you guys will see in your inbox, I sent the 3-pronged approach to job searching, right? So number 1 is networking. You can use LinkedIn for each one of these prongs, but absolutely number 1 is networking. 80% of the jobs in that hidden job market that are currently available, you never be able to find them online. They're being filled through personal referrals. How do you become a personal referral for a job? Through networking, building positive professional relationships with others, right? Or also getting in contact with people that you've already built those relationships with, making it known to them, hey, I'm looking for a new opportunity. You know, here's my skill set. This is kind of roles that I'm interested in. You guys are aware of anything, please let me know, okay? Number 2, making yourself easily found by recruiters and employers, right? We touched a bit on that last class. Making sure that you have those keywords in your LinkedIn profile, for example, to make sure that they can easily find you. And then number 3 is apply, apply, apply. This job searching presentation really goes with that 3rd prong of that approach. What is that saying? If your primary way of finding work is going to be going on job boards and applying to as many jobs as possible, at that point it's a numbers game. You really are going to have to apply to a lot of jobs. But in that, how can you be more effective? It's through keeping in mind that anytime that you're applying to a job, there's more likely than not going to be an applicant tracking system that all your information is going to be processed through. Do you guys remember anything about the applicant tracking system from last class? What is it? The purpose of it? How it works? No? Oops. So think about it like this. Let's say each one of you are in a situation where you're in a management role and you need to fill a new position. Let's say say that you post a position online. You may tell a couple people in your organization, hey, this position's available, right? And let's say you get about 300 applicants for that one role. How would you guys go about determining who's going to be the best fit? Again, you got to filter through all of these applicants to determine keywords exactly. That's what the applicant tracking system uses, right? They're using those keywords and they're trying to determine out of all these people that have applied, who are going to be the top people that are a match for this particular role. It essentially makes it easier for the recruiters and employers to be able to sift through a lot of information, figure out who are going to be the best people that are suited for the role, be able to reach out to them. Outside of that, another thing is that they also can have your information in the system so that if there's a position that becomes available at a later time, they can still reach out to you and say, hey, actually, you might be suited for this particular role. But with that being said, most companies use an applicant tracking system during every step with regard to the hiring process. Again, it saves them time. Even, for example, if you have smaller organizations, I want to say with LinkedIn and Indeed, if you guys remember that they have those keywords, key skills, and things like that that you can put on your LinkedIn profile, on your Indeed profile, it's because it's acting as an applicant tracking system as well, okay? So every time you're applying a job, you say, you know, do you have this particular skill set? You might be a match for this role. You want to make sure that you're answering those questions as you build out your profile on LinkedIn and Indeed, because it's going to help you to have higher level matches and also keep your information logged in there in the event that a recruiter and employer is looking for somebody with your skill set. Okay, so with that being said, they use ATS systems to post jobs and also source. I already mentioned that. Screen your resumes and filter them out. I mentioned that as well. And then track throughout their system. So, for example, once you submit it, if there's any action that you've taken or need to take, and then also where you are in the hiring process as far as if they decide to move forward with you or if you've been eliminated. Also, they can be utilized for communication as well. Again, I mentioned Indeed. That's one of those places that they can get in contact with you on. So they'll send interview invites, for example, follow-up emails, next steps, and things like that. Basically, it's like a easy way to interface from employers to applicants. But this being said, I wanted to kind of give you guys some insight into what it looks like so that you can start to think more like a recruiter. And with that being said, what does that mean? Understand what they're looking for so that you can speak to them on their terms when it comes to actually applying to a position. So, as Aaliyah mentioned, keywords are going to be really important, okay? So as you can see here, this is just a sample job description, and this is actually something that I recommend that you do because if you find that you're applying, for example, to a lot of maybe help desk support type roles, or maybe you're applying to a lot of network admin type roles, or even, for example, a cyber analyst type roles. A lot of times you'll start to notice the same keywords coming up. You want to make sure that those things are incorporated into your resume so that you're not easily getting eliminated. You want to make sure that your resume is going to be tailored. So what does that mean? When you're looking at the job description, you can go through and highlight and underline technical terms and job-specific tools or systems. So I don't think I can zoom into this, but I'll just read through this description and then we'll kind of talk about some of the things that are in the keywords. So this person is expected to be available for a variety of shifts, ranging from 8 a.m. to 5 and 12 to 9. So basically first and second shift, depending on business needs. Each technician will take turns being on call, including weekends. So responsibilities are utilizing a ticket system for issue and problem response, logging and resolution, providing first level diagnosis for potential resolution hardware and software issues, face-to-face and phone remote support with sales agents up to executive team members, manage a fleet of managed MacBooks using JAMF, receive and redeploy employee equipment daily, assist with desktop and laptop imaging and audio-visual requests as needed, perform equipment moves or equipment upgrades as required, perform physical repairs for equipments and failures, execute physical inventories, reconciliation, and keeping records daily, process intermediate Active Directory tasks, including terminations and new hires, connect new workstations to network and host systems, complete any other activities as assigned by your managers, right? So if you're looking at these things, let's see here. These examples that you see in blue that are highlighted, these are more hard skills, right? These are the technical things that you would have to be doing in this particular role. Now, a lot of times you're going to have a blend between hard skills, that's like technical skills, and soft skills. And you'll see the soft skills highlighted in yellow, specifically the green and the green and the blue. Specifically are those technical skills. But can you guys see as you're going through that job listing under responsibilities, just being able to highlight, okay, what are the technical things that they would want me to do in this role? Once you highlight and understand exactly what it is that they want as far as those technical things, that's when you'll be able to take those insights and start to incorporate them into your resume. Okay? Does this make sense to everyone? Oh, my apologies. I just realized that. I thought I was sharing my screen. Good catch there. All right. We'll go back and I will highlight it. My apologies. Okay, you guys can see this?
Yep.
We're all good? Okay. So as I was mentioning, blue and green, those are the technical things that are required, right? The yellow are more of the soft skills, okay? These are the things that you want to make sure are reflected when it comes to your resume from the job description. So, oops, give me a second here. And these are just some example of the best applicant tracking systems that are often used. But outside of that, this is all we pretty much covered as far as slides are concerned. Okay, you'll see as well A+ certification. As soon as you see A+ certification, the thing that comes to mind for me is hardware, software, troubleshooting, right? What else comes to mind when you see A+ certification? Networking, absolutely. Thank you for that, Aaliyah. Anything else? I would say when I was reading through these responsibilities, this absolutely was screaming the A+ certification, especially thinking about the ticketing systems and actually working, interfacing with the clients and helping them resolve those technical issues, right? Installations, yes, thanks, Elaine. Yep. Okay, so with that being said, this actually is also included in the concise guide to building your IT resume. That's a handout that I sent you guys via email. It's an actionable one that kind of gives you step-by-step. Basically, it's a walkthrough handout that basically tells you things that you can do step-by-step to start to tailor and change your resume so that it's going to reflect what the recruiter and employer is looking for. Have you guys ever heard of a book called How to Win Friends and Influence People? Yes, Brian? No? That book was actually written during the Great Depression. I want to say it's approaching 100 years old, but that book is actually really great, especially with knowing how to effectively interact with people. Sometimes people, they hear the title and they might be off-put by it, but actually it really is just knowing how to interact well with others and how to build relationships in a professional context. You can use those insights outside of that context as well. But one of the tips that it has in that book that I always really like to highlight is speak to people on their terms, right? So when you are going through that job description, seeing what they're looking for, and making sure that you're tailoring your resume and your application materials towards that particular role, you're speaking to the recruiter on their terms, right? You're letting them know, hey, this is what you're looking for. I actually meet those qualifications that you're looking for, right? And I meet them in all these different ways. There's so much information that you can, throw out there. And think about it, kind of how you guys are taking in information in this course. Sometimes it's like drinking water through a fire hose, right? There's just so much information coming at you and you're just trying to grab the information here and there. When it comes to recruiters, if you're kind of, putting yourself in their shoes or kind of thinking with their mindset, there's so many different applicants, so much information to sift through. And if there's a lot of information that's not relevant, it's going to be hard for them to understand why they should care. This is why you want to make sure that you're tailoring your application materials so that they automatically see the value because it's conveyed in terms that they really care about. Okay, so when it comes to tailoring your resume, you want to make sure that you're having multiple instances that you're showing those core competencies as far as the skill set is concerned. You can do this in your About Me section. You can do this in your Skills section. You can do this in your prior work experience. You can do this in your training experience as well, right? You want to make sure that you integrate these throughout your resume. One quick tip, actually, that I'll give you guys is that framing is super important when it comes to conveying your fit for a role. And so one of the ways that you can convey that your fit both on LinkedIn and on your resume is to include the job title of the role that you're interested in, right? So let's say, for example, I told you guys last week how recruiters often will do a Boolean search for applicants that meet their qualifications, right? So they'll search out certifications, job titles, and things like that. You could actually do something similar in your resume. So, for example, where it says maybe professional summary on your resume, you could put, for example, aspiring IT support analyst, right? That way, if you're actually applying to IT support analyst position, you could actually come up as a high match because you actually have that in your as the title or framing for your professional summary. You could also put in your professional summary as well, right? Aspiring IT support analyst. And I just use that as one example. You could do the same thing on your LinkedIn profile, right? It helps you to come up as a higher level match. One more tip actually that I'll let you guys know is that as you're going through a job description, if it has experience that you actually have, as in, let's say, for example, you've already managed a fleet of managed MacBooks using JAMF, sometimes you can literally copy and paste that into your resume. If you do have that experience, you could copy and paste it in. You never want to copy and paste in any experience from a job listing that you don't have. But if you do have it, you want to make it as easy as possible for them to recognize, hey, I'm a high-level match with this job description, you can literally copy and paste some of those details in. Any questions? Well, good? Okay. All right, give me a second here. All right, and one thing I'll say is certifications are important. Make sure that you have those certifications listed, especially if they're asking for particular certifications. And also on your LinkedIn profile, you could put, let's say, for example, you get to the end, God forbid, you don't pass any of these certification exams, and you're still seeking to obtain those, but you still want to apply to work. You could put, CompTIA plus expected at whatever month you're going to take that particular certification. Net plus expected. Security plus expected. You get what I mean? You guys put the dates. That way you're still coming up as a match. Even if it comes to the point that you don't obtain those particular certifications, you're still in the process to train, so you're still familiar with the skill set necessary. Okay? All right, so let's just see here. Let me see. All right, so here's some of the top platforms that people often use to find work. Indeed actually attracts 250 million unique visitors a month and processes 10 plus job applications every second. So in that sense, they're kind of a behemoth. They're really, really popular. I will say, Indeed, most of the jobs that I've had, probably within the last 10, 15 years or so, they've come from me applying on Indeed. So Indeed is a great place to find work. Okay, they're consistently the largest job site globally in traffic and listings. And the next one is LinkedIn. We've been talking about both of these. They're one of the most used job search engines amongst professionals. Again, it's one of the great places to get connected to employers and recruiters, to have conversations with them about job opportunities. They have over 1 billion members. And let's see here. Reports estimate about 122 million users got interviews via LinkedIn and 35 million were hired through their connections. So again, if you think about that three-pronged approach that I mentioned, making sure that you're tapping your network to find work, making yourself easily found by recruiters and employers, and applying to many jobs as possible, LinkedIn definitely will help you hit on those first two prongs. Okay? ZipRecruiter and Google, they're actually pretty good sites that you can use as well. I've used it as well, just using Boolean searches and things like that if I'm trying to find job opportunities for my graduates that I'm helping to job search. You can find those as well. I think you can actually set up alerts and things like that on all of these platforms. Dice.com is another one that's a really good place to look for work. But yeah, apparently ZipRecruiter and Google, they're often cited along LinkedIn and Indeed as top places to find work. All right, so with that being said, online job boards now comprise about 79% of U.S. job vacancy sourcing. So with that being said, what that kind of shakes out to is about 1 in 4 Americans looking for work, and a lot of times, again, they're finding those jobs on LinkedIn and Indeed. Let me just see if there's anything else. Glassdoor. Do you guys understand Glassdoor and anything that sets Glassdoor apart from the other job searching sites? No? Anybody ever use Glassdoor? Okay. Michael, did you use it to apply to jobs? Yes? What I'll say about Glassdoor is, if you guys want to do your research, exactly, Charles, you guys want to do your research and figure out what a viable salary is for that particular role, Glassdoor.com and Salary.com. Those are both great places to go that you can find out what a typical salary would be there. I know, for example, in order to even sign up for the site, you have to list what your prior role was and how much you were paid in that role in order to sign up on the site. So I would say, generally speaking, it's probably going to be closer to accurate than not, if that makes sense. 65,000 to 210. That's a wide range, huh? Charles, you're going for the upper portion of that range. If you're negotiating, Charles, like, give me at least 200. I'll be happy with that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Is there anything else I need to cover for this? All right. So we already touched on this, but I really want to emphasize the importance of being able to utilize some of the staffing agencies. Essentially, it's a force multiplier, right? You can apply to as many opportunities as possible. But again, there are going to be those opportunities that are available that you're not going to know anything about. The way that you can tap into those opportunities is through getting in contact. You can proactively reach out to recruiters and employers in your area. So you can literally just go and search staffing agencies in whatever your city is, right? Or in a close metro area that you might be looking to move to. And just send over a copy of your resume and say, hey, is it possible for me to speak to a recruiter or employer? I have this particular background, looking for opportunities. And a lot of times you can convey your information over to them. And if they have opportunities, they can let you know about those. So these are some sample staffing agencies. So Tech Systems, actually, we do frequently work with them to help fill roles. They're one of the largest IT staffing firms in North America, and they have strong relationships with Fortune 500 companies. So, for example, I told you guys about, I had a graduate that got into an entry-level cyber role, and he did not have an IT background or a cybersecurity background. He actually got into that field through Tech Systems. So, not just seasoned professionals, entry-level professionals can find a lot of great opportunities with them as well. And I would say with Tech Systems, one of the things that I like is that when they do have a recruiter reach out to you, if they're trying to see if you're a good fit for the role, they actually want to meet with you, have a conversation with you, try to get to know you a little bit, and also really try to help you to be prepared for the interview so that you're able to really convey well why you're a good fit for that particular position. Okay, they have a reputation for long-term partnerships with candidates as well, so that's another good aspect about them. Apex Systems, I've seen them a lot of times. I don't know. I've seen them working with filling a lot of roles. For example, in North Carolina, they do it in other states as well. But I've seen them doing a lot of healthcare IT roles. But they do fill some general IT and engineering roles as well. They're known for large-scale contract roles, especially with government and defense clients. They often offer resume coaching, technical interview prep, and frequent feedback. If you have like project-based experience and you're exploring kind of multiple industries, this could be a good recruiting agency to get in contact with, just to find out about more of the opportunities. Randstad is another one. They basically fill roles throughout the world, but they have a strong presence in the United States. They have both entry-level and advanced tech roles, including cybersecurity, cloud, and DevOps. And they also are known for building long-term relationships with their clients. Let me just see here. Foundever is another one that we're actively working with. Actually have been working with my graduates recently to help them to get hired into roles at Foundever, but they're formerly known as Citel Group. They specialize in customer support and tech-enabled service roles. From what I hear, they have great culture amongst their company. Seems like they like to have a lot of fun as well as work hard. They do have positions throughout the world. The way that our process works with them is you can send over your resume and apply just to a general role that they have. But as they have a conversation with you, they will try to see what your deeper interests are and see if there's any opportunities that are going to be fitting for you. I know some of the people, like for example, one of the recruiters talked about how he went through a difficult time in life, but the company really kind of was flexible and worked with him to try to see, hey, how can we help you throughout this time? And they were flexible about his work so that he was able to keep his job. A lot of the jobs are going to be remote work. They do have a presence in different places throughout the United States, Utah being one of them. But with that being said, I have heard of situations, at least from the recruiter, where maybe people might look to a different area. They still want to continue to work with Foundever, and Foundever would find different ways to make it happen for them. So, for example, maybe they want to live somewhere in Europe, somewhere stateside as well. And Foundever, I think, found ways that they could still continue to work with them. All right, Modus, now CODIS, is focused on engineering and IT. Strong roles in digital transformation, automation, and software development. It's a good fit for job seekers who want to align with modern tech trends like AI, the Internet of Things, and cloud infrastructure. And then finally, Robert Half. I think we have some connections with Robert Half as far as my colleagues. But they specialize in contract and full-time placements. They are known for offering interview prep, resume feedback, and salary benchmarks. They have strong partnerships with mid-sized companies and small business clients, and they are great for entry-level IT professionals seeking local job market exposure. So, any questions on these? Yep, all good? All right, it's a lot of information. All right, job scams. Let's say you're online, you're applying to as many jobs as you can, and you're starting to get emails letting you know, hey, we're interested in pulling you in for an interview. What are some things that would come up as a red flag in your mind if an employer or recruiter said this particular thing to you as you're in the application or interviewing process? Any ideas? Asking for sensitive information, that could definitely be a red flag. Too good to be true, yes. You know, I like what you said there, Tabasarn, too good to be true. One of the things that really stands out to me is sometimes things can be a little bit off, but you just can't pinpoint exactly why. If something just feels like it's off, that right there alone is reason enough to stop. Until you can really figure out, hey, what in the world's going on? Something just seems odd about this. You can take some time to investigate and figure out what's going on. Then, you'll more often than not, if you stop as soon as you're starting to notice something is not right about it, you're not going to be kicking yourself for saying, hey, I proceeded forward, or I decided to stop instead of proceeding forward and then find out something's not right. Yeah, actually, $600 a day for an hour or two. That's kind of crazy. I did send you guys a resource from a website called Aura.com. They really focus on like identity protection. They have a lot of really great tips and insights. They even have a LinkedIn job scam article that you can look at that can help you pinpoint job scams on LinkedIn. Give me a second here. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. I sent you guys a resource via email as well from Aura that just gives you an overview of some things to look out. Check the chat right now. I just dropped the LinkedIn specifically dealing with LinkedIn. But the other one that I sent is just general job scams. So one of the things that I often am doing, even for example, when I'm applying or if I'm assisting my graduates with finding roles, is if I'm ever corresponding with anybody from a company, I'm always checking that domain, right? So let's say, for example, they send you an email and the domain is just a weird domain, right? That's one of those red flags, right? So you get an email in your inbox and you're thinking, hey, what's this opportunity? Look at the email in full. Click to look at the email and see, okay, does this email look correct? I'll literally, at times, copy the domain, the portion that's after the @ symbol, and paste it into my browser, right? And when I do that, it's coming up to the actual site. Then I'll think, okay, this could be legit, but then I'll start to also do more research. I'm trying to look these people up, trying to verify, okay, who's this person that actually worked there? One of the easiest things you can do as well is just search the company's name and search contact for their phone number and literally call the company and say, hey, does this person actually work at this company, right? So I say that in particular for those instances that people are posing as representatives for a company, but they really don't work there. And often you'll see on those job listings that are legitimate, they'll say, we're only going to reach out to you from this particular domain. Okay. And yes, fact checking before you click the link, that's smart. Yes, Pakistan feeling rushed. That is one of those important factors that can point to you that it's a job scam. I will say actually, on the framework of something feeling like it's too good to be true, I actually had a graduate. He did have some certs, but he did not have any background, and he got hired for a cyber analyst role. I saw the job listing myself. I took a look at it. Everything looked legit. The company looked legit. Like there was nothing really that was awry about the company's webpage, the job listing, or anything. But the point that the wheels started to fall off was when he got hired into the position and they told him, I think they said something along the lines of, we're going to reimburse you for purchasing your work from home office. We're going to pay for a work from home office, but we're going to reimburse you. Go ahead and buy everything. I think they said something like, buy everything and maybe send like some kind of like, I think they wanted him to send like a cashier's check or one of, you guys know what I'm talking about? It was some kind of certifiable check that, or like money order that they wanted to submit that started to, okay, this something seems off about that. So if they're asking you guys to send or exchange money, that kind of thing, then yeah, that's a red flag as well. Are you guys able to access those resources okay? The Aura.com resources? Okay, great. I would say just take a look at those before you really start to job search in earnest. That way you can already mentally have it cataloged in your mind. That way as you're coming across things, you'll be able to say, oh no, this seems shady or not. Okay. All right, so leveraging AI for your job search. We talked a little bit about this in the past. As far as in our last class together, you can utilize AI to help you with your resume. Again, you can literally go ahead and take a copy, like you can copy and paste the listing into for example, an AI chat and ask it to analyze your resume versus the listing to see how high of a level match you are coming up. You can also ask it to help you to identify those keywords and help you to integrate them into your resume. I'm going to send another resource. That's a great resource that you can utilize for free. I actually do have an account. I actually went through training with this particular site as well. It's called JobScan. And they actually specifically have a ATS resume section. Give me a second here. They give like a resume optimization score. I will say you can utilize it to a certain degree for free, but I mean, it's up to you if you want to pay for any of those resources. Me personally, I don't like necessarily to pay for something like this if I can find my own work around it. But if I'm in a situation where I'm really just trying to figure out, okay, how high of a match am I, then I might utilize something like this. But anyways, it can be a good resource to use. And let me just see here if there's anything else I wanted to say to you guys regarding AI. Just bear with me a second. All right. When it comes to AI, yeah, I think those are the main points that I want to cover. So final tips with regard to job searching. You want to make sure that you keep yourself organized. I recommend actually setting up a daily schedule. Have you guys ever heard that looking for full-time work can be a full-time job? Yes, right? It can be time consuming. So you want to work harder, not smarter, right? You can utilize AI, for example, to help you kind of think through maybe some ways that you can effectively communicate to recruiters and employers, how to organize your time. But outside of that, make sure that you set up a voicemail, check your email daily. Make sure that you're available and flexible. I will say I've had instances where even for me, job opportunities have come through my email and it went straight to the spam folder. Actually, in grad school, I had a classmate who she interviewed for this position. She really wanted it, and she was waiting to hear back from them. She never heard back from them. 4 months later, she looked in her spam inbox and they actually emailed her offering her the position. Luckily for her, she was still able to get the role. But you do not want to be in a situation where you miss out on a job opportunity because you didn't check your spam, okay? Make sure you're professional as far as the way that you're communicating. I would say also make sure that you have a professional voicemail setting and a professional email address that you're corresponding through. First impressions are everything, and you're establishing a reputation with them from each little point of contact, from the time that you submit your application, the time that they hear your voicemail greeting, the time that they see your email address. So make sure on all of those fronts you're coming across as professional and therefore credible. So yeah, any questions? All good? All right, a lot of information to convey. And with that being said, we got about 20 or so minutes left for class. So what I'll let you guys do is I'm going to give the time back to you guys, but what I will do is I'm going to pull one of you just to finish out the one-on-one meetings, and then, yeah, that'll be it for today's class. Good to go. All right, so with that being said, James, you can go ahead and redeem the time. I'm going to pull Tapasarn, and then I'm going to do probably one-on-ones in a breakout room, just so I can make sure I have all the information I need from them. So, we're good.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see here. I don't think I see any breakout rooms. Tapasarn, what I'll do is I'll give you a call, okay?
I did have them open.
I'm having a hard time finding them for some reason. Okay, I see it now. All right, actually, what we'll do, Tapasarn, is I'll pull you in breakout room. I'm gonna put you in room 1, and I'll join you.
Released on March 25th of 2025, and these versions tend to be available for about 3.5 years. After that, the exams are retired and they're replaced with a newer set of exam objectives and a newer version of the exams that you need to take. So if you're watching this video and it's anywhere between March the 25th of 2025 and somewhere around September of 2028, then you're probably watching the right training course for you. If you're watching this video after September of 2028, then you'll probably want to see what the next version of the CompTIA A+ exam is, and they have all of that information out on CompTIA.org, the official website for CompTIA. You can take these exams in any order. You might want to take the Core 1 exam first and then take the Core 2 exam, or you could do it in the opposite order, take Core 2 first and then pass the Core 1 exam. It doesn't matter what order you take them in, but you have to pass both exams to be considered A+ certified.
For a little savings, Specialist Miller buys in bulk. For a lot of savings, she bundled them.
There's also no particular time restriction for passing both of these exams. You just need to make sure both of these exams are passed before the retirement somewhere around the September of 2028 timeframe. The A+ exams are primarily multiple choice exams. Most of the questions that you will get on your exam will have a question and multiple answers to choose from. You simply select the answer that you feel is correct, and then you go to the next question. Those types of questions tend to be single or multiple answers, and the exam tends to tell you how many answers you need to select for any particular question. But this is not the only kind of question you might find on the exam. There are also performance-based questions. These are effectively any other type of question you might run into. It could be a fill in the blank. They could put you in a command prompt and ask you to perform a function. They might be a drag and drop question. You might have to put things in a particular order, or it might be a matching question. Anything that is not multiple choice can automatically be categorized as a performance-based question. This means that CompTIA may ask you about anything that's on the official exam objectives, and they might ask you in any format that they'd like. You'll commonly see a handful of performance-based questions at the very beginning of your exam, and then the rest of the exam tends to be multiple choice questions. Fortunately, both the multiple choice questions and the performance-based questions are both based on the topics that are contained within the official A+ exam objectives. If you have those exam objectives and you know every one of the bullets that's listed in that very comprehensive document, then it really doesn't matter how they ask the question. You will absolutely know the answer, and you'll be able to get through either the multiple choice questions or the performance-based questions without any problems. If you're starting your studies, one of your first stops should be to get the official CompTIA exam objectives. You can find these on the CompTIA website at CompTIA.org, or you can use the link on our website, which is professormesser.com/objectives. We think that your best strategy for learning all of these topics is to get as many different kinds of training materials as possible. This WRAP strategy gives you a set of guidelines that you can use to optimize your training process. Let's start with the W in WRAP, and that stands for watching this video course. This video course is designed to cover every single topic, and you can follow along and watch as we demonstrate many of the skills that you'll need to know to pass this exam. The R stands for reading a good book. We think our training course is a great way to learn, but you can also get a lot more detail from something that might be written down. So having a good book to go along with your video course is a fantastic combination, and we would recommend looking at our list of curated books that's on our website, or to find a good book that you would like to use for your A+ studies. Once you go through a video course and you've read some of the information in your book, you might want to apply this information with some labs. You might want to follow along with us as we're demonstrating things in our videos, or you might want to use a set of curated labs that we have on the Professor Messer website. And finally, the P is to practice all of this information that you've learned. Before you register for your exam, it might be good to know if you've really retained all of this information that you've gathered by watching the videos, reading a good book, and applying what you've learned. We provide a set of practice exams that have been specifically written with the same style and the same tone as the CompTIA exams. You can find these practice exams on the Professor Messer website. If you look at our index of videos for our training course, you'll notice that they are numbered. The numbers that we've attached to each of our training videos match the objective numbers that are listed in the official CompTIA exam objectives. That way you're able to look at the objectives and immediately find the video associated with those topics. Another advantage of this is that many third-party books will also cross-reference those same objective numbers. So if you're reading a book that refers back to the official objectives in section 3.4, then you can also go to our videos in section 3.4 and find exactly the same topics. Some people start at the very beginning of our course in section 1.1, and they will go one video at a time in that order until they hit the end. Some people will refer to their book and then find that information in the appropriate videos, and some people will move from video to video based on the topic that they're currently working on. One of the most popular questions I often get is, when do I know if I'm ready to take the exam? One of the best things that you can do is to check yourself with that official set of exam objectives. It makes a great checklist to use before you book that exam date. If you're planning to go to a third-party testing location, then I also recommend that you become familiar with those locations in your area. Not all testing centers are the same. They're certainly located in different places. Some might have different resources available, so you need to find the testing center that works best for you. You might also decide to not take the test in a testing center, but instead take the test at home. There are some very specific requirements that you must follow to be able to take the exam at home, but if you have to travel a very long way to a testing center, or all of the testing centers in your area are full and it's difficult to get an appointment, you might want to consider taking this exam in your own house.
The industrial grade products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done. My daughter is being treated for leukemia. It hit me hard. It did.
One good rule of thumb is to arrive early at the testing center. They may be able to take you in early, or you may be able to study a little bit more while waiting in the lobby, or you may want to set up all of your testing environment at home and make sure that everything is ready to go well before your test time arrives. If you are in a testing center and you feel that the temperature isn't right or there's noises that are distracting from you taking the exam, make the testing center aware of this problem during the exam. Instead of waiting to the end of the exam, it's useful to have them address the problem while you're in the middle of taking your test. When you're taking your exam, you have 90 minutes, and there is a clock at the top of the screen that is counting down and telling you exactly how much time you have left. Each question also includes the ability to mark that question with a box that's at the top of the screen. This means once you've gone through all of the questions, you can see how many of those questions you've marked, and you can jump right back to the question immediately. Once you've gone through all of the questions and you're ready to submit your exam, be sure to check through every single question one last time to make sure it's the answer that you chose, and make sure that you didn't leave any of those questions blank. And once you submit your exam, you learn immediately if you passed the exam or if you haven't passed the exam. You'll get immediate feedback, and you'll be able to look online to be able to get a summary of how you did during that exam. So now it's time to get A+ certified. You can watch our entire course on our website at ProfessorMesser.com. We have books, training materials, labs, and so much more to help you with your A+ studies. All of our videos are available in one single index on our website, or you can find us on our YouTube channel. We have an entire playlist set up in order for all of these A+ training videos. Don't forget about the official objectives. You can find a link over to the CompTIA website, ProfessorMesser.com/objectives. If you're in the middle of your studies, if you have a question about one of the topics, you might want to pose that question to one of the thousands of students on our Discord server. This real-time chat allows you to interact with other people studying for their A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, or many other certifications. You can also open an ad hoc study room, stream the videos along with other folks, or simply ask questions about the information that you're learning in your A+ studies. We also offer free A+ study groups every month for both the Core 1 and the Core 2 exams. This is an interactive type quiz that you can participate live and online, and I also open up the floor to ask any questions of me during this study group. And now it's time to get A+ certified. Thanks for including us on your certification journey, and we will see you in the next video.
If you think your child may have autism, it's important to act quickly. At Action Behavior Centers, we want to reduce barriers to diagnostic support for pediatricians.
The laptop has become the standard computing platform for almost anyone who's mobile, and that's mostly because you're able to fit so much technology into such a small place. But there is a trade-off when it comes to troubleshooting or dealing with these very small components inside of a laptop computer. It is built to very precise specifications, and therefore it requires a very precise form of troubleshooting. You'll find that certain laptops are much easier to work on than others. Some have been engineered so that you can get inside of the system and replace memory or storage devices. Other laptops are built so that it's very difficult to gain access to the inside of that device, and even more difficult to be able to swap out some of those components. For that reason, you'll find that different laptop manufacturers will have very different processes for managing and troubleshooting their particular systems. A good example of this is how different laptop manufacturers might handle batteries. With some laptops, the batteries are very modular and can be removed from the laptop and replaced with a different battery very, very easily. Other laptops have the battery built into the system, and it's not designed to be swapped out by the user. This may make it very difficult if you have to swap out a battery that's in a system that is not designed for a modular battery replacement. You'll generally find two different types of batteries being used in our laptops. One is a lithium-ion, and the other is a lithium-ion polymer. Both of these are designed so that they don't have the traditional memory effect that we had with older battery technologies. This means you can recharge the battery at any time and not worry that you're affecting the overall capacity of that particular battery. You'll also find that different manufacturers use different types of battery form factors. This means that if you need a battery for your laptop, you need to make sure that you're getting exactly the right battery for that specific laptop model. You'll find that if you grab a laptop battery from a different make and model, that it's not going to fit into the battery slot of your laptop. With modular batteries, it's very easy for the end user to be able to remove and replace the batteries inside of that laptop. Usually they have a button that you can press that will pop out one battery, and then you can slide another battery directly into that same slot. If the battery is built into the laptop itself, this type of modularity is not available, and usually you would have to have a technician completely take apart the laptop just to replace the battery. If you've maintained a group of laptops, then you know one of the most used components on that laptop is the keyboard. This commonly means that the keyboard is probably going to be swapped out more than any other component on that particular device. Fortunately, most laptop manufacturers make this process relatively easy. You can usually remove a bezel on the laptop or a few screws, and the laptop keyboard will pop out as a single unit. It very often is connected to the system board of the laptop using a ribbon cable. There's usually a connector on the end that allows you to easily disconnect and then reconnect a new keyboard. If you do have a user that is having problems with their laptop keyboard, or you'd like to perform some diagnostics of that keyboard, you could plug in an external USB keyboard to see what the results might be. This might allow you to work around problems that may exist in the laptop's primary keyboard, and it can also help you troubleshoot whether the problem is with the hardware of the keyboard itself or with the operating system inside of the laptop. Laptop keyboards are designed to be compact so that you can fit everything that would be on a regular size keyboard inside of a very small space. Often there will be special keys available, such as a Windows keys or a function key that can be used simultaneously with other keys on the laptop to perform secondary functions. And if the laptop is wide enough, you may find there's enough room to have a numeric keypad built into the laptop itself, extending the functionality of this portable platform. You may find that the problem you're having is not with the entire keyboard, but only with one key or keycap on the keyboard. This means that you may need to replace a single key on that keyboard. On desktop systems, these keys are relatively robust, and you can work with them to remove a keycap and replace the keycap relatively easily. But on a laptop, these keys are often very fragile, and you have to take special care to make sure that you don't damage the keys as you are replacing them. Make sure you follow the instructions from the manufacturer so that you don't damage anything that may be underneath that keycap. There are different components that are used across different laptop keyboards, and as you can see, it's a very delicate device that can be very easily damaged. So make sure you follow those instructions. You'll have no problem replacing that keyboard component. Because laptops obviously have a relatively smaller form factor than something we would use on a desktop, that means that we also have the internal components with a smaller form factor. An example of this would be the memory that we use inside of our laptop, which is a smaller form factor than what you would find on a traditional desktop motherboard. We refer to this dual inline memory module in a laptop as a small outline dual inline memory module, or SODIMM. On laptops that use these SODIMM modules, it's very easy to remove the module and replace it with a new one. But not all laptops provide this level of modularity. You may find that the memory in your laptop is soldered to the motherboard and is not in this modular form. That means that you would have to replace the entire system board if you need to upgrade the memory of that system.
I look forward to seeing you all on Wednesday.
application guest,
I'll be
let
calling
me
you
map
guys
your path
into
to
bring
career
everyone
and
just to
salary
make sure
growth.
that we have
The
everything
CompTIA
complete.
trifecta
And we will
is
start
your
to look at your
foundation
LinkedIn
for IT
profile. So
career success.
please make
First,
sure
A+,
that you follow
validates
the
your
insights on
essential
that
hardware
LinkedIn
and
checklist, because once we start
troubleshooting
doing the
skills.
one-on-ones
Network Plus
on
proves
Wednesday,
you
we're going to be taking a
understand
look at your
connectivity
LinkedIn.
and
I've already worked on you
network
guys'
security,
resumes, so we
which
want
is
to make sure
critical
that you guys
for
are going to be in
any
a good
IT
position
role.
when
Security
it comes
Plus
time to
is where
actually
your
start job
salary
searching.
potential really
Okay.
takes off, demonstrating your cybersecurity
All right,
fundamentals
thank you all.
and
Have a
making
good
you
one.
eligible for government
Thanks, Julie.
contracts. Complete this trifecta and you've built the foundation that will take you anywhere in IT. I completed all 3 certifications
All right.
through Dion
With
training
that,
in just 4 months.
let's go
The
ahead and
structured
take
courses made
a
complex.
break. I'll see
To
you
add
at
or replace memory
10
inside
hours.
of one of these systems, there's you. Usually a place where you can open up a window into the back of the laptop, remove any memory that might be there, or add additional memory into the slots that are available. Once you push down on that particular module, it locks in place with clips that are on the motherboard, and that memory is now upgraded inside of that laptop. Just as our desktop computers have a place where we can store operating system files and user documents, we have the same requirement for our laptop computers. Many of our older laptops will use a traditional hard drive or spinning drive that has platters to be able to store that information. On desktop computers, you may have seen 3.5-inch drives being used for storage, and on laptops, because they are a smaller form factor, you'll find a smaller storage device, and that is a 2.5-inch hard drive. But these days, we have rapidly moved away from a spinning drive inside of a laptop computer to a much faster and much more reliable SSD, or solid-state drive. A solid-state drive is simply memory, and it has no moving parts at all. This allows us to have very fast access to this memory and also provides additional reliability because we don't have to worry about that spinning drive failing on a laptop device. On older laptops, you may see the SSD in that same 2.5-inch form factor, but newer laptops tend to have an M.2 interface, which provides a much smaller form factor on the system board. This also makes it a much easier installation because we simply need to plug in that M.2 interface to be able to have access to the data and to power up the drive itself. With the older 2.5-inch form factor, there were 2 separate connections, one for data and one for power. Here's a good example of both of these storage drive types. The 2.5-inch form factor is on the left, and the M.2 interface is on the right. You can see that you have a much smaller form factor for the M.2 over the 2.5-inch, which makes it very attractive for laptops and other mobile devices. On some laptops, replacing the 2.5-inch storage drive or an M.2 drive can be relatively easy. There may be a cover on the back of the laptop that you can remove. You take out a couple of screws on the drive, and you're able to remove that drive very easily. Installing an M.2 drive is often easier because there is a single screw where you can install and fasten down that particular M.2 drive. Here's how easy it is to install an M.2 interface. You simply slide in the M.2 interface card. It goes into a specific slot that is on the M.2 interface itself. You push it in so that it's able to get a good connection with none of this copper showing once you have it connected, and then you can push it down and screw it into the system board so that it will stay in place. Installing or replacing a 2.5-inch form factor drive is relatively easy. There are usually a couple of screws that you can remove. This technician is using a special pad that allows them to save those very tiny screws into this little area, and then once they have that, they can simply pull it out of the interface, and now your drive is free. To add another drive back, you simply reverse the process. And once you're done installing either the 2.5-inch drive or the M.2 drive, you can replace the cover on the top and your installation is done. Many users with older laptops may want to replace the spinning hard drive that's inside of that laptop with a solid-state drive. Not only is this a more reliable form of storage, it also is a much faster form of storage. It's almost like upgrading and getting a brand new laptop just by replacing a single component. You can certainly install a brand new operating system on the SSD and then manually transfer all of the user's documents from one device to the other and then install any of the applications that they need to use. This is obviously much more time consuming than backing up everything that's on the original drive and copying it over to the new SSD. To be able to do that easily, we may want to use specialized software. This is usually referred to as imaging software or cloning software because we are creating an exact duplicate of the data from one storage drive to the new one. Many SSD manufacturers recognize this is a very common task and they will include imaging software with the SSD itself. You can also use third-party software, like the one you see here, to be able to copy everything from one drive or one partition into a new drive or a new partition. Sometimes this requires you to create an entire image of the system and you store that image on a separate storage device. Then you would install your new drive and then copy everything from that image back to the new drive. To do this even faster, you may be able to install both the old drive and the new drive at the same time and use that same imaging software to simply image from one device to the other in real time. Many laptops today don't even have a separate wired network connection on the laptop itself. To be able to have any connectivity to the rest of the world, that laptop uses some type of wireless connection, such as 802.11 or Bluetooth. The wireless components that provide you with this connectivity are usually on the motherboard itself, but older laptops may have separate interface cards that provide this wireless connectivity. For example, you may be using 802.11 for your local area network wireless connections inside of a building. And there may be a mini PCI or mini PCI Express card that provides that 802.11 functionality. You can see that these cards are designed to be modular, so you can install and uninstall them from the laptop system board. These cards often have small connectors on them that you plug in the wireless antennas that are already built into your laptop. Bluetooth is often used as a short-range network communication, and you often see it referred to as a PAN, or a personal area network. Bluetooth allows you to connect an external mouse, an external keyboard, or any other type of peripheral. Often they are provided with separate interface cards, but most newer laptops also have this Bluetooth functionality built into the laptop system board itself. Installing these modular cards is very similar to the process of installing additional memory modules onto the system board. There's very often a panel that you can remove on the back of the laptop, and there'll be a place where you can install that particular component. Once you place the card in the laptop, it usually locks down into the laptop with connectors that are built into the interface. And in this particular case, it's an 802.11 card, so you'll need to also connect the wireless antenna wires. You can see them down here with the gray and the black wire, and they will connect to these smaller connectors on the interface card itself. Many of these 802.11 interfaces, whether they are on the system board itself or an external card, will usually have two separate connectors. One of them is a main connector and the other is an auxiliary connector. You might also find a third antenna being used for all of your Bluetooth connections.
Why do some men stay strong and vital well into their 60s while others become weak and tired? Take a look at these two men. Both former Marines, friends since boot camp, both 62 years old. But when they meet up for their yearly fishing trip,
These antenna wires commonly wrap around the outside of the display itself. This allows you to get those antenna wires as high as possible when you open up the screen of your laptop. And if you've ever replaced a laptop screen, you'll notice that the antenna wires are coming right out of the bottom of that screen so that you can then connect them to the existing antenna connectors on your system board. If you were to follow those wires, you'd see that they would probably go behind your keyboard to the system board itself, where they are connecting to the 802.11 and the Bluetooth antenna connectors. Many of our modern operating systems support authentication to our laptop using methods other than a password. For example, you may have the option to use biometrics to be able to unlock or gain access to your laptop computer. These biometrics allow you to use a fingerprint or face recognition, which means that this laptop will only be available if you've configured your face or your fingerprint for that laptop operating system. This means that you'll need an operating system that is able to use these biometric features, and you'll need the biometric hardware to be able to take advantage of that function. This means that you may need a fingerprint reader on the laptop itself, or you may need a webcam or camera built into the laptop that's able to do face recognition. This type of biometric authentication has become relatively secure in recent years. You'll often find that using a Face ID or some other type of fingerprint reader is a very secure way to lock down your laptop computer. For example, if you're running the Windows operating system, there are two biometric functions available for authentication. There's Windows Hello Face, which is face recognition, and Windows Hello Fingerprint, which allows you to use a fingerprint reader. You may want to look at your laptop and see if you have one of those fingerprint readers built into the hardware itself so that you can use that as additional authentication into your laptop computer. If you've ever paid for something at a point of sale terminal using your phone or your smartwatch, then you are using a network type known as NFC, or Near Field Communication. NFC is a very short-range networking function, so usually you have to be relatively close, often 4 centimeters or less, just to be able to use that function. And of course, we can use NFC for more than just purchases at a point-of-sale terminal. We can use this on a hospital workstation so that any nurse that walks up to the workstation is able to authenticate using their access card or their NFC device. This is also used for warehouses, manufacturing, shipping and receiving, and anywhere that you may need to easily authenticate wirelessly. If you have a laptop and you've used it to be in a meeting, then you've probably taken advantage of the camera that is often built into the laptop itself. It's usually right in the center at the very top of the screen. This not only allows you to capture video to a file, but you can also use it for real-time video on things like a video conference call. On most laptops, not only will you have the camera right in the middle, but often there is a microphone to the left and right so that you're able to not only show the video, but people are able to hear exactly what you're saying. These built-in cameras are certainly convenient and allow you to use this functionality without carrying around any other equipment. But if you find you need additional functionality or a higher definition camera, you may want to use an external camera and attach it to the top of your laptop display.
Like a rolling stone, take it.
The Bob Dylan story in itself is a story about being an artist and how.
With every person you know and everyone in your organization walking around with a phone, a tablet, or even both of those, we need to have different ways to be able to connect these devices back to the computers and networks that we normally use. And of course, it seems that each device has a different way of connecting and communicating back to your computer. In this video, we'll look at wired connectivity, wireless connectivity, and all of the different standards and options that you might have available on today's mobile devices. You'll find that these connections that we use for these mobile devices are used for more than simply charging the battery. We often might use them for connectivity and synchronization of the data on these devices. You might want to back up what's on that device, or use it as a way to identify that the device is really yours. One of the most common ways to connect these mobile devices is using USB, or the Universal Serial Bus. These are standard connections that we've used for years and years, and of course the connectors themselves have changed a bit as time has gone on. You'll find that there are different types of connections for USB. For older devices, you may find the mini and micro USB plugs are very popular. These were certainly used on older mobile devices, but you may find even devices in use today are still using these very specific USB types. You may find, of course, that our mobile devices are getting smaller and smaller, but these interfaces are made for a much larger style of interface. And although many of our modern devices have migrated away from the micro B plug or the mini B plug, you may still use the USB Type A connection to plug into your computing device like your desktop computer or your laptop computer. More modern devices are still using the Universal Serial Bus, but they're using a newer version referred to as USB-C. This describes this physical connection of a USB-C plug. Inside of this connection are 24 pins, and they have the same style of connection regardless of how you might plug it in. This can easily replace the older USB 2.0 connection all the way up to the latest standard of USB. And we can even put different types of signals on this wire to even though they are all using the same type of connector as its physical interface. For example, you might find that this USB connection is used for more than just serial connectivity. You can see DisplayPort, HDMI, and Thunderbolt all can use that single connector to be able to transmit video, data, and other information. USB-C was designed to be a connector that's easy to use because you can plug it in any orientation, and it also supports a higher speed than the older USB style connectors that we used to use. If you're using an older mobile device used by Apple, you may not be using a USB connection. You may instead be using a proprietary connection from Apple known as a Lightning connector. This Lightning connector has 8 pins, and it's commonly used for older iPhone and iPad devices. Lightning was introduced to resolve a number of problems with the older USB connection standard. For example, it supported a higher power output, so it could charge your phones and your tablets a little bit faster. It can be inserted either way, so you don't have to keep moving the connector back and forth and up and down to try to find the right connection. And this relatively simple design made it easy to be able to use this across many different devices. The challenge, of course, is that you might be using or supporting a number of different mobile devices from a number of different manufacturers. So you may be walking around with a lot of different connector types and cables inside of your bag just to be able to support all of these different components. This might change going forward as we move towards a single USB-C connector type instead of using these many and very different connections. If you want to communicate wirelessly, there are also a number of options available on your mobile device. One of those options is NFC, or Near Field Communication. NFC is commonly used to transmit a little bit of data over a very short connection. NFC is often built into your phone.
Reviewing. We went through the objectives for most of Domain 1. Covered some objectives for Domain 5. Which ones did we do Friday? I think we went over for Domain 5. So now we're going to get into some questions to see what your response is going to be. So for this one, we're going to go into mobile devices. And let's see how well you fare. Shooter. All right, here we go. First question is coming up. You know everything's worth 100 points, so let's see how you do. We are using a CompTIA Cert Master for 1201, 1202. These questions are closest what you're going to see because they come from CompTIA. First one, technician needs to upgrade components on a laptop. Which component can the technician install without the use of tools? Charles says it better be a question on a test. All right, so majority says A, battery. Ooh, so this one is the actual exam. 20 questions. We're going to see how y'all do. Y'all ready? All right, users as an organization prefer any mobile devices deployed for a company. Keep track of what you picked. So write down like one and what you picked for that. All right. See how you did. Users at an organization prefer that any mobile devices deployed for a company use or have location services disabled. IT administrators agree and configure which option. And whatever the majority answer is, I'm going to. All right, looks like A it is. I'm moving on. Question number 3. A user receives a loaner Android mobile phone for use while traveling on business. To charge the device, which traditional cable type will the end user need? I saw 2 A's slip in there, so okay. Before I put that in there, so AA. All right, I see the majority of A, so it was either USB, HDMI, Serial, or Lightning. Next question. A gamer wants to connect a headset to a new gaming laptop. What connection does the gamer have? It says select 3. Okay, I see a majority say A, B, C, so I'm clicking that for the answer. Okay, next. A user contacts a help desk to report a problem with their laptop computer. The complaint is that the laptop is very hot to touch when typing. The user also states that the laptop does not sit correctly, as the bottom of the laptop is slightly bulged. What component does the help desk technician determine to be the problem? I see a lot of C's rolling in. You mean it's not the keyboard? What are you talking about? All right, so it looks like everybody has that one locked in too. C gets degrees. All right, 6. The IT system administrator for a company had been busy configuring a fleet of new smartphones for users. Instructions that the administrators follow to configure devices include using a host address and entering a domain as an optional parameter. Which corporate email service does the company use? Think about this one. Got 2 B's and a D. 2 B's and 2 D's. Some people think it's Microsoft Exchange and others think it's Microsoft 365. I see another D roll in. The last part of the question, Michael says, which corporate email service does the company use? Kevin changed his mind. It is. 365 is an all-inclusive suite. Aaliyah changed hers to B to Microsoft Exchange. So did Elaine. All right, y'all got what y'all picked locked in? All right, Martin, you good? See, he's funny picked. He's still thinking. Yeah, cool. All right, next. Oh, I didn't put nothing in. Sorry. Next. Question number 7. A company plans on upgrading a fleet of mobile phones. Upon inspection, the phones that will be retired do not utilize a SIM card. What does the company learn about the phones that have been in use? Good question. It's either the phones are 3G, the phones are CDMA, the phones are 4G, or the phones are LTE. All right, I see a lot of B's coming in, so I'm clicking the majority answer. All right, next. A technician troubleshoots a laptop direct connectivity to the organization's access points connected to an internal network. The troubleshooting starts by removing a screw-down panel to access and examine internal components. Which components does the technician test on the laptop? That's pretty weird because they didn't say if they were unscrewing on the laptop or the access point. Right, T?
What?
Based off what you've learned already, you got to go in the right direction. Which one would you check? I see a lot of A's, so I'm picking that first. Yep, he did say connectivity, Elaine. All right, so we're rocking with that. Let's go to the next one. A technician upgrades the memory in a laptop. Computer, which interface does the memory have? It's either M.2, M-SATA, SODIMM, PCIe. I see a lot of C's rolling in. Another C. Everybody's saying C. All right, here we go. I think everybody locked in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Missing somebody. All right, here we go. A user has a newly issued smartphone that has corporate communication software installed. What can the user expect to sync while using Microsoft Exchange? Michael said all of them. But Microsoft Exchange belongs to a specific item. This is where you got to compare and contrast. Kevin gave a hint. The majority says C. So we'll pick that and we'll come back to it. Next. An automobile allows for connecting a smartphone or tablet for entertainment and audio purposes. Pairing the two occurs with which technology? The majority has chose D, so we're going with D. D, but sometimes A, Wi-Fi. Mine is cheap aftermarket. So is the car aftermarket or connecting the phone aftermarket? Dad joke. Is it a generic car? He said both.
Yeah, Yeah.
Too funny. All right. Let me put new in here, and then I know what comes after this. All right, here we go. A smartphone user tries to connect a new set of earbuds. Which is the first step that the user does with the phone? You're either going to find a device for pairing, enable pairing, perform a PRL update, or enable Bluetooth.
Find a no.
Elaine doesn't know which one he wants to do. Which one you picking? You sticking with that one? Michael says D with exclamation marks. It's like, well, he says
Yeah, I
he put
think
an exclamation mark. We're going to pick that and see what comes later.
Yeah.
He's like, James, listen to me. I'm telling you. All right. Wait a minute. I got to see what T says. If I'm wrong, I will be wrong here. Not at the test. Correct. Yes. Michael says changing it.
Yeah.
Elaine says Dick Dad. All right, there you go. Here we go. 13. A laptop user at a company asked the IT department for company equipment. In addition to an external monitor, the user would like to take advantage of an expansion card. What does the IT purchase for the
how are you
user?
doing? Oh,
Now,
no such thing. No such thing. We're currently going through a test and exercise. I don't know if it's probably from the video, but no.
Like to take advantage of an expansion card. T says D. Mike says D. Serial interface, laptop ports, port replicator.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you joining.
The majority is saying D so far.
How are you doing? What is it, Melissa?
Brian says D. Charles says D. Kevo
Melissa?
says D. All right, looks like we got them locked in. And Martin says D. All right, here we go. Next. A manager needs to electronically sign many documents while using a laptop. Precision is not required, and there is very little money in the budget to spend. What does the manager choose as a solution? Touch pen, touch pad, track pad, drawing pad.
I'm doing good, Melissa. Just currently going through this exam practice.
Ooh, C's are trumping everybody right now. Kevin says B, though. Touchpad. And B. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. People are still thinking. Let's see what y'all think. Got 5 answers in. A couple of people didn't answer. Oh, it's split down the middle almost.
Currently living in the U.S.
Okay. It's between,
USA.
remember that. It's either touchpad
Where are
or
you currently viewing from?
Question number 15. A support technician replaces a Wi-Fi card in a laptop. The following day, the laptop user states that the company's Wi-Fi network signal is weaker than it was before. What does the technician find to be the likely problem? Look like Mike got his in first for A. All right. Could be any one of these, huh? Kevin says B. The antenna is not connected. The Wi-Fi signal is weaker than it was before. Charles says B. Yeah, if there's no antenna, there's no connection. Aaliyah says A. T says A. All right, so what I'm gonna do on this one, nobody chose C or D. So, well, how many B's do we have? Oh, A is the trump on this one. Okay, we're gonna keep A. You see what everybody says. All right, next. A small shop uses a new point of sale system that allows for touchless payments. Okay. Yep. Nothing to see here, people. Y'all were already next. Yeah, buddy. That's what I like to see. 17, a company offers a bring your own device to work program, BYOD. Several users approached the company in an effort to receive reimbursements for changing personal phones to the company's carrier, to the company's carrier, to the company's carrier. This will be done by swapping out a subscriber card in the devices with this network type. What program is it? A lot of people picking B. You sure it's not HSPA-2967? Right, Brian? Yeah. We never even talked about that. I don't even know what that is. I made that up. I don't know. Me neither. That's why I asked. I can't remember what that is. HSPA. All right, looks like the majority is picking B. I'm gonna have to go with that because that's what y'all said. All right, next. A tablet user connects a Bluetooth keyboard. What would be expected in the pairing process? Is it testing connectivity, enter a PIN, perform multi-factor authentication, or perform a sync? Boots in the house. Charles put A. Elaine puts A. Michael put AS. There's no S over here. What's you talking about? Leah puts B. Mr. T puts A. B Weezy puts B. Mr. Martin puts A. Okay. So how many A's we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. A, again, we have to go with A. Because that's what y'all are picking. We'll see if you're right or not. Next. A consumer new to iOS devices is unsure of what type of cable is required to charge the thing. The new iPhone 14. The consumer will like an extra cable to keep it at home in the office. What type of proprietary cable do they need to purchase? Well, here we go then. Moving on. That's a unanimous. All right. Everybody picked A. And the last one of the set. A laptop user has a slim laptop that has very few external ports. As there is no Ethernet port on the laptop, it only uses wireless. The user would like a low-cost solution that allows for an Ethernet connection when traveling. What does the IT purchase? Yep, travel only. All right, let's see. Everybody's picking D, port replicator for the most part. I have a C, a docking station. All right, that's the last one. Get them all locked in. And here we now, if there is something, if you didn't get it right, I need somebody to explain to me. You gotta unmute and explain to me why was it right when we see it, okay? So you gotta explain to the rest of the class. This is good practice to say, this is why this is right over that. Ready? Here we go. Okay, the score was 80. Not bad, not bad, that's good. All right, one was correct. Battery, not bad. 2, global positioning system. 3, USB. All right, 4, all correct. Did y'all steal the answers or something? I don't know. Charles hacked into my system. 5, battery. 6, Microsoft Exchange. All right. Who didn't? Now I saw a couple of people that were kind of teeter-tottering on MX Exchange. Why isn't it Google Workspace, Gmail, and Microsoft 365? Somebody tell me why. Don't look at the answers. Tell me in your own words when you
365 is like productivity. Exchange is only email.
Right, so it's all. Yep, it's all. Why wouldn't you have picked Gmail though? Or
because Gmail does the same thing like Exchange. It's like a slew of products. It's a number of things you can do with Gmail.
There you go. All right, gotcha. Good answer. 7, the majority went with CDMA, correct. All right, a company plans on upgrading your fleet upon inspection of phones that will be retired. Do not use a SIM card. They presented that question back to you at the end and said SIM card, right? It's a CDMA phone. What? Here we go. Wireless. The technician troubleshoots the laptop direct connectivity. Troubleshoot starts by removing the screw. Yes, you were correct. The wireless card. Can somebody tell me? I think modem is self-explanatory. What about mini PCIe? Why wouldn't I have picked that one? What's wrong with that one? Comparing and contrasting. What is that responsible for? Peripheral, computer, interface, express. Okay, so mini PCIe, this is an expansion card. That's why. You're actually plugging up an expansion something to the laptop. All right, so that's why. MSATA, mobile serial attached technology, that's a cable, MSATA cable. Yeah, definitely is that, and a modem, you know what that is, so. 9. Yes, small outline, dual inline memory module, small outline. So that will be inside of a laptop. Okay. Now, there's another thing related to this that's in this selection that you could have picked. Which one would it? That sounds similar to this. Correct. M.2. M.2 sort of looks like a SODIMM, but it has the connections on one of on the ends where it's on the length of it, right? It is nothing but a hard drive. A M.2 is a hard drive. So you got to know the difference so you don't pick those on the exam. M.2 is a hard drive for small mobile devices or computers. SODIMM is the form factor of that memory that goes into a laptop. All right, 10. Let's see what we got here. Email. You guys got that one right? Because right there, Microsoft Exchange. If you notice, and you'll see this on the exam, you flag something that you don't know, because when you go through the questions, there's another question that tells you the answer to the one that you were on. There was another question talking about Microsoft Exchange that we just did, right? It said it was Exchange. So when you got to this one, you're like, oh, it's email. So you can go back and change it if it's wrong. 11, Bluetooth. All right. An automobile allows for connecting a smartphone tablet to Wi-Fi. Now, you can have Wi-Fi. Now, here's the thing. When you connect your smartphone to your vehicle, you are creating a personal area network, PAN, Bluetooth. When your vehicle offers a hotspot, that is Wi-Fi, it now becomes Wi-Fi. You are connecting to the hotspot inside the vehicle. So you have made your vehicle a Wi-Fi, a wireless access point. Okay. Smartphone tries to connect. New set of earbuds, first step, yep, enable Bluetooth. You can't do none of this if Bluetooth ain't on. Good one. 13. A laptop user, blah, 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 bam, docking station. You got that right. Here's the key right here. In addition to an external monitor that they want to plug up, they like to take advantage of an expansion card. PCIe expansion. Yes. Let's look at the ones we got wrong. So we only got 4 wrong out of them. Let's look at them. Manager needs to electronically sign many documents using a laptop. Yeah, they just need a touchpad. Put your finger on it. Boom. The reason why it's not a trackpad acts as a mouse for the finger.
I thought that was like an interchangeable term because they could pretty much do the same thing.
So one is more of a digitizer type of thing where it can follow your finger mathematically to know where you're at. A trackpad does that. It can track where you're at. If you're just trying to do a signature, that touchpad will work.
Isn't a trackpad kind of like those little gray pads you sign like at the bank and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That's the trackpad, right?
That's the trackpad.
Okay.
That knows where you're at. So your touchpad is already installed in your computer. So where you put your finger at for the mouse pad, touchpad, you can use that as a signature. It's just you're good to go. It's already built in. It's going to use the software. As long as you're not drawing with it or something like that. Somebody said the antenna wasn't connected. Charles is like, whoa. Yo, got it. I think Charles said this. Wait a minute. If it's not seated properly or whatever, you have no. Did you say that, Michael?
Yeah, I was saying that because I was like, okay, the Wi-Fi signal is weaker, so the card must not be inserted properly because the other card, did work but needed to be replaced. The antenna, it didn't talk nothing about the antenna. It sounds like the antenna is just something else on the side, and it's already connected, so we're not talking about that. So I went for the Wi-Fi card.
Yeah. Well, if it's not seated properly, you wouldn't even get a signal to know you got a weak signal. You'd get nothing. So, like, the card wouldn't even work. Like, nothing would work. You'd have to reopen the whole thing to reseat it for it to even get a signal to register with the motherboard or the NIC card. That's the thing. If the antenna is not connected, now that's different. So you're getting a weak signal, the antenna will connect the car will get what it can get without the help of snatching a signal out of the air or getting a signal from an amplified source. So that's the caveat there. But good try. That's why we get it wrong in here, so you can get it right in there.
What Kevin just said, the car won't even register if it's installed wrong, in my opinion.
Right. So even if let's say like this, if you get the Wi-Fi card installed, if it's improperly installed, you get nada. You wouldn't even be able to pick up a little signal because it's not even seated properly. You wouldn't get anything. The antenna that runs through the top of the laptop helps snatch the signal out of the air and bring it to the Wi-Fi card. So the Wi-Fi card doesn't have to work as hard. Mm-hmm.
So if that question would have said like during the installation the laptop like was bumped or jiggled or whatnot, then I could see that okay, the antenna, and then say nothing about it.
Right, but if we're looking at how components work, that's going back to 1201, where if you're not getting anything, it's like memory, right? What happens when you get error codes during the power on self-test and memory is not seated properly? It won't start.
It won't boot up. Yeah.
Same thing with this. You won't get any signal. You can't catch a signal because it's not even seated properly. Yep. Good stuff though. Good stuff. 17. LTE. A company offers to bring your own device program to work. Several users approach the company in an effort to receive reimbursement for changing to the carrier. That's the key word right there. The company's carrier. Yeah. They have to swap out your SIM, therefore they're on LTE. I'll have no clue what SPA is, so we ain't picking that. We ain't even talk about that. CDMA, SIM card. If you just saw this, you would have picked SIM card. But if you paid attention there, oh, that's LTE, the carrier. And NFC is a form of payment. That's how you pay. Yep. 18. Enter the PIN. Yep. So when a tablet user connects a Bluetooth keyboard, in the pairing process, it does give you a PIN. You type it on the keyboard. When it comes on, it doesn't test connectivity. It's already trying to connect. As long as you have Bluetooth enabled, it will find the other device in the pairing process. Yep. You can't do it. No, in Bluetooth, there is no MFA, and it won't sync anything in Bluetooth unless you commanded it to sync. Like there's something you want it to sync. A keyboard. Actually, I had two of them. So my Bluetooth Bose, I need a pin to connect those. And my other Bluetooth wireless keyboard, you have to put in a pin number in the keyboard.
But
Yep.
so isn't the keyboard plug and play? I know if it's wired, then you can just easily plug and play. But unless it's a wireless, then you'll need a pin. Is that the way it is?
Well, if you're plugging up a keyboard that's with a Wi-Fi dongle, you don't need a pin. A Bluetooth keyboard, most of them have the 4-digit number. You have to press the buttons on the keyboard, and then it'll know it's a valid device that you want to connect to your mobile device. So then it will connect. Yep.
Okay, so that's exclusively pertaining to wireless then.
Bluetooth.
Oh yeah.
Yep, Bluetooth. Okay. You see that in Bluetooth device. Wireless devices, I could just take a little receiver, plug it in, turn it on. It's going to find itself. That's a plug and play. With Bluetooth, you have to authorize that device to connect to you because you don't know who owns it. Me, I ain't my friend. I had never had a keyboard. Yeah, when you get out into the wild, you'll see the different forms of keyboards that you can connect. Mm-hmm. But good questions. 19. Lightning. Y'all answered that with unanimous decision. And port replicator when you're traveling. Here it is right here. Low cost solution that allows. That is a port replicator right here. Some of them have RJ45s on the end. This has HDMI, display port, card reader, USB-C, and something else on it. Yeah, so it has all of that. Good stuff. It says when not traveling. Yep, doesn't matter. A docking station, when you put that computer to a docking station, it's stuck at work. Is that docking station traveling? But they said they wanted a low-cost solution. Low cost. Docking station costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got to see what's going on. Good stuff. Yep, cheap. Cheap solution. But good job. Who fared well with your answers? Good. Good.
Yeah, I got like 15.
All right, what time we got here? 4:51. Let's take a 10-minute break, and when we get back, I'll let you finish up whatever you needed to do in class for the last hour. Good stuff.
The same connection. Once we lose that data, we've lost that moment in time, and there's no way to rewind time to go back to where we were. For that reason, voice over IP and any real-time communication would prefer to use UDP since it has the least amount of overhead and it doesn't have to worry about resending traffic that may have been lost. There are other protocols that work with UDP that perform a similar function where they need low overhead and aren't concerned if the data is going to get to the other side or not. If there's any problems in that communication, it will simply perform the process again from the application's perspective. A good example of these connectionless protocols would be DHCP, or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol that we commonly use to automatically assign IP addresses on all of the devices on our networks. Another good example is TFTP, or the Trivial File Transfer Protocol, which often sends very small amounts of data across the network and doesn't require any particular overhead or retransmission capability. Fortunately, even though UDP doesn't provide any way to resend the data, the application can provide that same functionality. So instead of relying on UDP as the retransmission method, the application itself will keep track of everything that is sent back and forth, and the application will decide if it ever needs to resend any traffic across the network. This requires the application itself to be able to manage that process, and some applications like voice over IP apps might not do anything if data is lost. If information doesn't make it through, then it will simply continue sending the voice over IP traffic, and if the users didn't receive information, they'll simply ask someone to repeat what they just said. Some applications, though, are very particular about making sure that data is properly received on the other side. Applications such as HTTPS, which is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, commonly used for our web server communication, or something like SSH for Secure Shell, which is our terminal communication, is something that does use TCP and will resend data automatically using that TCP protocol. TCP is able to confirm that data was received by receiving acknowledgments from the receiving station, very much like you would do with a return receipt. This means the application doesn't have to worry if information was received or anything goes missing, because that entire process of maintaining the data flow is managed by TCP. As we mentioned earlier, this TCP or UDP data is being transported across the network using IP, or the Internet Protocol. And again, IP is our truck, TCP and UDP are the boxes on the truck, and the network itself is the road that we drive on. If you're working with a mover to help move your house, then you know that the movers are going to load up your truck with all of those boxes, and they're going to move that truck from one location to another. So they need the address of where they're going to pick up this information, and they need the address of where they're going to take it. Many of the monitors that we use, if you're connecting a hard drive inside of a desktop computer, then we'll start our conversation of copper connectors with. During this video, we're going to look at a number. With virtualization, you can have one physical device and run multiple operating systems on that same computer. For example, you might have a computer like I do that runs Mac OS, and you can run Windows 11 and Linux all at the same time.
Like a rolling stone, take it.
The Bob Dylan story in itself is a story about being an artist and how we find our way in the world. One of the things that's most important to me are the performances. It's the collaboration with the actors.
Once upon a time, you're just so fine. Through the bumps of dime, and you.
If you purchased a desktop computer, a laptop computer, a tablet, a mobile phone, or when you're installing an operating system, one of the first things you do is create a partition where you can store data. But before you can store data into that partition, you first must format the partition. That formatting determines what file system you will use for that specific partition. This file system is important because this is the structure that will be used for all data that is read and written by this operating system. And as you use different operating systems, you'll see different file systems may be in use for that OS. Fortunately, there are some file systems that can be used across multiple operating systems. For example, FAT32, NTFS, and exFAT are examples of file systems that are compatible across Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. If you're using Windows, then the file system that you're probably using is the NTFS or NT file system. This file system was effectively an upgrade to FAT32, the File Allocation Table 32. There were a number of new features added with NTFS, including things like compression, file encryption, you have quotas, and other management features built into the file system itself. And because Windows is so popular, you'll find NTFS is used across many different operating systems. Many of these other OSs will read NTFS information, although some operating systems are not able to write NTFS data. But if you're using modern versions of Linux or Mac OS, you'll find that you're able to read and write information to an NTFS partition. Microsoft is working on the next generation of file systems with the Resilient File System, or ReFS. The Resilient File System is effectively an upgrade to NTFS, and you'll find certain levels of integration of ReFS available in Server 2012 and later, and you'll find many of the modern Windows desktop operating systems can provide limited support for ReFS. This is a file system that is designed not only for desktop systems, but for server environments. For example, the Resilient File System has huge support requirements for very large data arrays so that you can support a huge amount of data in a single partition. And as the name implies, there is an emphasis in resiliency. This operating system is able to repair itself, and it's constantly checking itself for integrity. You no longer have to run check disk or similar utilities just to be sure that your file system is working properly. There's also some RAID type functionality built into ReFS so that you can build out redundant file systems with redundant storage. However, the resilient file system is not widely installed, and you'll see that Microsoft is continuing with updates and improvements as time goes by. A file system that's been around for a very long time and one that has supported many different operating systems is the File Allocation Table, or FAT. If you were to find a system still using this today, it's probably running a more recent version of the File Allocation Table, which is FAT32. FAT32 allows you to have volume sizes of 2 terabytes with a maximum file size of 4 gigabytes in that partition. But of course, these days, many of our storage systems are much larger than 2 terabytes, which means we would probably use a different file system than FAT32. And if you have a flash drive, you plug into a USB drive, write some data, and then remove that USB drive, then you're probably using exFAT. This stands for Extended File Allocation Table, and this was created by Microsoft specifically for flash drive storage. exFAT allows you to have files much larger than 4 gigabytes, exceeding the maximum in FAT32, and this is a file system that you can use across many different operating systems. So you can save something on your flash drive on Windows and then take it to your Linux or Mac OS system. Another popular file system you might run into is ext4. This is the 4th version or 4th iteration of the extended file system that you would commonly find in things like Linux or Android. So if you're using an Android portable phone, then you're probably using ext4. Linux is used in many data centers, and there's a file system that is specifically written for the high performance needed in those types of environments. This would be the Extended File System, or XFS. This is the file system you would install in Linux if you were performing very large data functions, high-speed processing, or anything that needed the most efficient way to store data. XFS supports a very large file system size, so we can store massive amounts of data on these systems. This also includes journaling, which helps minimize any cases of corruption if any of this reading or writing of data happens to be interrupted. XFS also has a minimum amount of fragmentation, so if you're writing information to a spinning hard drive, you're going to have the best performance reading and writing that data. Apple also has their own file system with the Apple File System, or APFS. This was made available in macOS version 10, specifically 10.12.4, and this is also a file system available in your iOS and iPad OS devices. This file system was written to optimize data on SSDs, or solid-state drives. This built-in encryption has the ability to quickly save and restore from a snapshot, and there is increased data integrity options within the APFS file system.
We're looking for adults 45 and under to be in our HPV vaccination ad. Sound like you?
Not me. In a relationship.
Installing an operating system is very similar to solving the problem of the chicken and the egg. If you don't have an operating system on the computer, how are you supposed to install an operating system? We commonly solve this problem by booting our system to an installation program that is usually running in a bare bones version of an operating system. One common method is to use a bootable USB drive. We've used specialized software to make this USB drive bootable, and we're using it on a motherboard that is able to support booting from a USB flash drive. We would then put all of the installation programs for the operating system on this flash drive, install the flash drive into a system, and start the computer. But you may be in an environment where you're either not able to use those USB interfaces, or it may be tedious to physically visit every single computer just to install an operating system. In that case, we might want to boot the computer across the network. This is a network boot that's commonly referred to as PXE, or PXE. This stands for Pre-Boot Execution Environment. The BIOS of the computer has to be able to support this PXE boot functionality. And when you start your computer, that PXE boot function will look across your local network to try to find a PXE boot server. Once it finds that Pixie server, it can boot that operating system installation program as if it was a drive locally connected to the computer. And of course, you could use internal or external solid-state drives or hard drives to install these operating system files and make those drives bootable so that you can start the operating system installation program when you start your computer. Some systems can also boot and install the operating system across the internet. A good example of this is a number of Linux distributions that are designed with a minimal download to get things started, and then it downloads any other code it might need from the internet. macOS has a recovery installation built into the BIOS of macOS that will go out to the internet and download versions of macOS to install. And Windows Updates also provides a way to install operating systems directly from an internet source. Older operating systems used to distribute their code on optical discs, things like CD-ROMs and DVD-ROMs. There's a standard format for taking an optical disc and taking everything on that disc and creating a disk image file known as an ISO image. This ISO image contains everything that would normally be found on that optical disc. So we can configure and set up an entire OS installation on one single ISO image and simply boot from that image. This is a very common format to boot from if you're using virtualization software, and there are some external drives that will mount that ISO image and make the image appear as if it is a physical disk. And since this is on an external drive, you can disconnect it from one computer, take it to another computer, and perform another installation. The same installation files you have on the external or hot swappable drive could also be copied to an internal drive that's in your computer. This means all of the installation files will be available on a local partition that's on your computer, and you simply boot from that partition and install your operating system into a separate partition on that system. And it's not unusual for many folks to install multiple operating system types on the same computer. You could have Windows and Linux on the same physical device, for example, and then decide which one to start during the boot up process. This is often referred to as a multi-boot system. Once you start the installation process, you also have a number of options on how you would like to install those files onto this system. One very common approach is to perform a clean install. This means we're going to wipe everything in that partition and we're going to completely reinstall the operating system. When you're done with the clean install, none of the previous files that were on that system will remain because you are deleting everything and starting over from scratch. If you already have a working operating system on this computer and you'd simply like to install a newer version of the operating system and keep all of your applications and all of your data in place, then you'll want to perform an in-place upgrade. This means you can update your operating system, but you don't have to install any new applications and you don't have to recover any of your data files from backup. In many organizations, this process is streamlined by creating an image deployment. This means you would install an operating system on a computer and then add the applications and the configurations necessary to run in your environment. Once you have this exactly the way you would like it, you can create an image of that system and simply install the image on all of the other computers. You can also completely automate this process, so from the very beginning to the very end of the re-imaging process is something that doesn't require any type of human intervention. If you don't want to carry around an external hard drive or bootable USB drive to perform these installations, you can put all of your install files on a separate network drive. Then you can begin a remote network installation from that local server or that local shared drive so that you don't have to have any local media next to the computer. Most modern operating systems will also install a recovery partition. This is commonly installed as a hidden partition, so your end user isn't commonly going to see this partition, but all of the installation files for the operating system are contained in that recovery partition. So if you're doing any type of detailed troubleshooting on a computer, but you didn't bring any of the operating system installation files, you'll probably be able to find all of them in the recovery partition. Windows also has a way to reinstall the operating system by simply copying over everything that's already there, but leaving the base configuration in place. This is referred to as a repair installation, and it's commonly done to fix any major problems with the operating system that can't be solved any other way. This will overwrite all of your operating system files, but it will leave all of your user files and documents in place. And in some cases, the drivers that are on your installation program may not recognize all of the hardware on your computer. In that case, you may have to load third-party drivers to connect to a storage device or to a network connection. You will usually have a prompt during the installation process itself that will ask you if you'd like to install any of these third-party drivers, and then you have the opportunity to install them and use that hardware during the installation of the program. You'll usually get a prompt during the installation process itself for installing these third-party drivers, and once you install the drivers, you'll now have access to the storage drive, the network, or any other hardware that's necessary to install this operating system. One of the challenges we're often faced with in an organization is that we may have users all over the world. They have many different systems that they might be using, and we need to have some way that they can perform this operating installation, but still be able to have all of the configuration settings necessary to use it on the corporate network. Generally, we would perform a zero-touch deployment to make this happen. This is an automated installation process that walks the user through the installation with little or no prompts that they would have to answer. This would also include configuration settings that are company-specific, such as email server settings.
This is the Dell AI PC, built for AI. It was designed to optimize your battery life, so it works longer without a charge, and in places without a charge.
This means the user can open their new laptop, turn it on, and then wait for the installation process to complete. And during that install, there will be an automated script that will configure the system, set up the domain connections, configure the email settings, and perform any other type of configurations necessary for your organization. Once you've built and optimized one of these zero-touch deployments, you can re-image a laptop, ship it to anywhere in the world to any user in your organization, and they'll be able to turn it on and immediately be productive. Before we can install an operating system, we need to create a logical section of your storage drive that will be designated as a place to keep data. This is referred to as a disk partition. Some operating systems prefer having multiple partitions on a drive. Others may use one single large partition. And often you may want to set up separate partitions just to keep data separated on that storage device. We've already discussed one type of partition as a recovery partition, and that's something that the operating system commonly creates during the installation process itself. So once you're done and you reboot the system, you may see the operating system as one large partition, but if you were to look closely at that particular drive configuration, you would see an additional hidden partition for recovery. You might also want to create separate partitions if you have multiple operating systems that you're installing. For example, you might take part of the drive and dedicate it to a Windows configuration and set up a partition just for Windows, and then create a separate partition that you would use for a Linux installation. Once you create this partition and format the partition with a particular file system, Microsoft refers to these as volumes. If you see this term being used in your Windows documentation, just remember that a volume is simply a formatted partition. When you format a partition, you'll be asked to format it with one of two different styles. One of these styles is a GPT partition style that stands for a GUID partition table. That GUID is an abbreviation for Globally Unique Identifier. And if you're installing one of the more recent operating systems, you're probably configuring the partition as a GPT partition. To be able to use this GUID partition table style, you will need a BIOS that is a UEFI BIOS. This means that you can configure up to 128 partitions using this GPT partition style. If you have a storage drive big enough, the GPT partition style will support a total drive size of over 9 billion terabytes. Microsoft Windows, though, has a limitation on the total size of a GPT partition that is currently set to 256 terabytes. If you're familiar with the MBR partition style, which we'll talk about in just a moment, you'll know that that style uses a method of partitioning known as extended partitions and logical drives. Other partition styles may require that you configure the type of partition. Fortunately, the GPT partition style simply creates one of 128 partitions on the drive, which makes it a much simpler form of partitioning. Before there was the GPT partition style and before we had a UEFI BIOS, we were using the MBR partition style, or Master Boot Record. And you will still find MBR partition styles still in place, and certainly you'll find them on legacy devices. One of the reasons that we no longer use the MBR style is that the maximum partition size that you can use with an MBR partition is 2 terabytes. As you recall, with the GPT partition style, you could have 128 partitions on a storage drive, and each of those partitions was effectively the same type of partition. With the MBR partition style, you have 2 types of partitions. There's a primary partition and an extended partition. On an MBR drive, a primary partition is the only type of partition that is bootable. This means if you're installing Windows, Linux, or some other operating system on your computer, and you're using the MBR partition style, you'll need to install that operating system into one of those bootable partitions. Keep in mind also that you have a limited number of primary partitions you can use. MBR only supports 4 primary partitions per storage drive. This means if you've installed 4 separate bootable operating systems into 4 of those primary partitions, you've now maxed out the primary partitions on your MBR drive. Also keep in mind that only one of those partitions can be marked as the active bootable partition on that drive. If you want to automatically boot from a different partition, you'll need to change that in the partitioning software of your computer. But what if you wanted more than 4 partitions on a single storage drive? You can do that by installing one extended partition on each storage device. An extended partition is not required, but it is something you can install if you need additional partitions on that drive. Inside of that extended partition, you can then create multiple logical partitions. Keep in mind, however, that these logical partitions are not bootable, so if you need a bootable partition, you would need to configure one as a primary partition. This partitioning process is usually one of the very first things you have to do when you're installing an operating system. Sometimes there are existing partitions on a drive and you might need to remove them, or you may be able to add additional partitions along with them. This is the dialog box you have inside of Windows when you want to format the drive, and it's very similar to the dialog you get during an operating system installation. You can see that you can select which drive you would like to use, and then you would decide whether you would use MBR for master boot record or GPT for the GUID partition table. Remember again that your MBR style disk can only have up to 4 primary partitions, and if you're using a GUID partition table, you can have up to 128. This of course requires you to have a UE5 BIOS or work in a BIOS compatibility mode, which was a common mode when we were transitioning from our older style BIOS to the newer UE5 BIOS. If you enable the BIOS compatibility mode, it disables.
I will share with you one thing you may see on as far as PBQs.
In a BIOS compatibility mode. This process of creating a partition or removing a partition.
This one is sort of like what you'll see for.
You have to know exactly what partition you would like to remove and what is on
gaming
that particular
consoles.
partition. So if you're doing any type of drive administration,
Or let's say on the last one you saw where it was sort of like a, you had to know which devices to plug into the power strip and which ones to plug into the wall. You had those 2 sides. Okay. You may see one where you have to hook the PC up on the left side. Game console goes on the right side. But the game console needs to be behind a firewall. Okay, the firewall is the router, so there's something you need to configure to make sure that it can access. So you have to troubleshoot.
Windows to be installed. The installation for this
Lordy
computer
me.
is found a 60
Give me 1
gig
second.
drive, and it's
Let me
showing
see if I
that
can
there
work
is
this out with
nothing
for
allocated
you.
in that 60 gigs.
Because it can be
This means that
complicated.
there are no existing partitions that we might need to delete or work around. And you'll notice that we have options here to add new partitions. We can install additional device drivers from this screen. So if we have a separate drive controller that we've installed, we can install the device driver directly from the screen. And of course, we can select that drive and then decide how big of a partition we might need for the Windows
Maybe in
Once we
this
create a
flavor.
partition that we would use to install the operating system, we first need to format that partition to be able to store data in it. And there are 2 ways to do this in Windows. There's the quick format and there's the full format. The quick format, as the name implies, is a very quick way to perform a format.
You could be presented with a PC that needs to be hooked up and a game console over
It's
here.
not performing any physical checks
Okay.
on the storage drive either,
So,
you would want to feel
you have the
comfortable
internet
that
coming
that
in.
drive was safe to
All
store
right.
data on.
And then you have it coming through the router, but then you need to set up a wireless access point.
As if no data was ever installed on that particular drive.
Wireless access point might need to be placed over here, and then the PC will need to access the wireless access point.
A quick format may not be the best choice.
Okay?
If you're installing Windows 10 or
You
Windows
might
11,
see the
quick
router
format is
right
the default
here.
setting during that installation. If you wanted to perform
Okay?
a full format, you could
But
change
this is
that
going
to
off
the
of a
10-part
Wi-Fi.
utility. A full format is a much more
Over
efficient
here,
formatting process.
the
It's going to write
gaming
zeros
console,
across the
remember,
entire disk, which
where's the
means it
firewall
effectively
in a
erases
network?
anything that was there previously.
The initial firewall,
One of the
where is it?
drawbacks to this, of course, is that it has to go through the entire drive to write this information.
In the
and
router.
It can be time consuming.
So when you see something where it says the game console, I would like for it to sit behind the router, that means you might have to just directly plug the game console into the port on the router. So it's sitting behind the firewall that's in here already. So that means now you have to
When you're
configure
installing an operating system,
the
you often have a
port
choice. You can upgrade
for
or you
it to
can
be
install.
used in some
Upgrade
type
means
of
that you already
fashion.
have an operating system
You have to
in
look
place,
at what
and
they're
you'd like to
asking
keep
you.
all of your
Maybe they
applications
want you
and
to
all of your
remotely
files
log into the
exactly
game
where they are,
console.
and then simply
Maybe
update
it's
the operating
3389.
system.
I
Installing
don't
means you're
know.
effectively
Maybe you have to
starting over
configure the
completely
port
fresh.
to be
So if you
opened
have any
so the
data on
game
that drive,
console
you're going to delete
can
all
have
of that
access.
and perform a fresh installation.
Right?
Upgrading may be a good choice if you
So you have to
many
be
different
cognizant.
local
The screen
user
subnet
accounts on this
is here.
system,
The firewall
because
here
many
is the
different
screen
people are
subnet.
using
This is the
computer,
public
or
side.
you may
This is
have
the
some
private
specialized
side. That's the
configurations and you don't
subnet.
wanna
That's the
lose
screen
those two
subnet.
things. By simply upgrading,
Okay?
you're leaving
So
your
you might have to
configurations in
see
place
that
and all of
flavor.
your user accounts, and you're simply
Another
upgrading the
thing
operating
you need to
system
be
files
cognizant of
associated with that
is the
computer.
fact that
This can obviously save you a lot of
you
time.
need to know the
You don't
IP
have to
addresses.
Install any applications. This also keeps all
Yeah.
of your user data in place, so you don't have to
We know
back up
if you
everything
have
and then restore it after you're done. This
you know,
keeps all of your user
you especially
settings,
need to
so
know
all
your
the
10s,
configurations that you've created
172s,
for
and
your
192s.
user account on that system.
Notice
that
I didn't say
ultimately means
127.
that upgrading will
127 is a
probably
loopback
be
address.
a much faster way to get that
You want
operating
10s?
system up to date. It's important that you
172,
understand the differences between an in-place upgrade and
192.
a clean install. Neither one is better than the other, but you
Typically,
choose the right one for
because
your
you have to
specific
slide,
circumstance. An in-place
maybe
upgrade will upgrade the
you have to
existing operating
slide
system,
the
but
correct
keep everything in
IP
place on your
address
system. The application,
to the
documents, and the
device.
settings all remain the same. It's common to start an
Okay?
in-place upgrade.
Confused about
If the
which
router
certification to get?
or the wireless access
Career
point
and salary
starts
growth.
with
The
192
CompTIA
naming
trifecta
conventions,
is your
you might
foundation
have
for
to
IT career success.
give
First, A+,
or
validates your
slide
essential
the
hardware
appropriate
and
address that the
troubleshooting
PC
skills.
will
Network
get,
Plus proves you
either if
understand
it's
connectivity
hardwired
and
or if
network
it's a
security,
laptop
which is
that they're
critical for
asking
any
you
IT role.
to
Security
connect to the
Plus
wireless
is where
access
your
point.
salary potential
There's two
meets
flavors.
your
This could be
demonstrating your
a
cybersecurity
laptop
fundamentals
connected to a
and
WAP,
making you
or it could be a
eligible for
desktop
government contracts.
that needs to connect
Complete
to a
this
port.
trifecta
And then you might have a
build the
WAP.
foundation
I've taken
that
this
will
test
take you
twice. I've
anywhere
seen two
in
different
IT.
flavors.
I completed all
Be
the
cognizant of the naming conventions.
just 4 months.
If it's coming straight out of the port in the router, you might have a hardwired for a SOHO. For a SOHO, generally you'll see 192.
That excite you, with salaries well into six figures.
If you're attaching a wireless access point, the network administrator may assign 172s for private side.
Save more bundle. So
Right?
if you want to buy the 3
And then if you're looking to do a screen subnet, you might have to assign the Xbox
start now. Your
with
blueprint, it's waiting.
another form of IP address range, so you'll have 3 different
By
LANs
launching the
or
installation
3 different
process from
areas with
inside
IP
the
addresses.
existing
So
OS.
please know what
This
your
is compared to
private
a clean
addresses
install,
are.
which wipes everything on that system.
Your addressing
all of the
schemes.
applications, all of the user data, and all of the existing operating
I
system
can't tell you
files.
how to do it
Everything is removed, and you're installing
step
it
by
as if
step,
it is
but I
a
can tell
brand
you
new
key things you
installation.
need to be looking at.
If you're planning this route, it's always a good idea to back up everything that's on the system already.
Another
People
one
will
which
tell
you might
yes,
you
you
might
can
see.
delete everything on that computer, and then when
And you'll
you
have
delete it,
drop-down
they'll
boxes.
realize, oh wait, there's this one file I need. If you have a backup, you can recover
Maybe.
that information relatively
A little bit.
easy, even though you
Sorta.
did a clean install. You would normally begin a
Kinda.
clean install from the boot process of your computer.
What does the 224
by
address
from the
belong to?
installation media. Before you begin the installation, it's always a good idea to check the drive you're performing the installation
Anybody
on.
know?
Is there any data on that drive currently?
224
Has the drive
address.
recently been formatted? You might also want to check to see if there's any other partitions on this drive that maybe the user's not currently aware of. And as we've already mentioned,
Multitasking. Exactly.
format that drive,
Would you
it's
choose
very
a
difficult, if
224
not
address
impossible, to recover that
behind
data.
a
So it's
Soho
always a good idea
router?
to get a backup, even if the user thinks
You
that
have
perhaps
no
they
need
won't
to.
need any of this data in the future.
Right?
By taking that backup,
Would
can
you
now
pick a
recover any
127
bytes,
address
any of this data
behind
in
a
the
Soho
future.
router
It might
as an
also be a
address
good idea
key?
to save any user preferences so that when the system is
No,
restarted,
it's
you
a
might be able to
loopback
copy those
address.
back over to the appropriate application.
It's a loopback
Usually
address.
you don't need a third-party application.
Why would you
to do any
even
type of
want to
partitioning
pick
or
it?
formatting of the drive, because those features are usually built into the installation process itself. You're able to
This is the type of trash you might see. It ain't gonna be up for long.
That currently
It
exist.
ain't gonna be up for long.
If you're moving from one operating system version to another, it might be a good
All
idea
right,
to check
this
the
is an
requirements
example
for that OS.
strictly
Check to see that your system
for
has
learning
enough memory,
purposes
has enough spare
of what
drive
you
space,
might see.
and is able to support
In
all of the
any
features
network,
of that
and I'm
new
saying
operating
any
system.
network, this
There's
is not
usually
even
a
the
list of
exam.
recommended requirements in the operating
You'll have the
system
internet.
documentation. Microsoft includes a nice hardware
You
compatibility
have your
check
router.
that you can run to see if your system
You have to
can
select
support the version of
your
Windows
addressing
that you'd like
scheme.
to install. You would usually run
Right?
this before performing the upgrade.
That's coming in.
Get all the feedback you need.
If you have a
on
port
whether
forwarding
the
rule,
system can
you have to
support the
allow
operating
traffic to
system,
go to that
or if
certain
you need
port.
to improve
If you
some
put
of
it in an
those
Xbox,
resources.
for example,
For
over
Windows
here behind a
11,
firewall,
Microsoft refers to
you
this
might have to pick the
application as
appropriate
PC
address
Health Check
scheme.
for Windows 11.
Then that
You
device will
also
sit
might
behind a
want to make sure
firewall.
that you have an answer to
If
any
you
of
have
these
a
questions
have a
that commonly
PC over
appear
here
during the installation process.
that's
For
connecting,
example, you need to know
maybe,
what drive you're going to install this operating system
all right,
on,
or
what type of
wireless access
configuration
point. Wireless
you're going to
access
use for
point
the
has to be
partitions.
connected
And
to
you
the
might
router
also want to have any
first.
necessary
It has to have an
licenses
IP
available
address
for the
scheme in order to
installation
give everybody
process.
else an IP address
Sometimes
scheme.
you'll find that certain
And you have to
applications
make
or
sure
certain
you
device drivers
select
will not be compatible in the newer version of the operating
what that is
system.
going to
So
be,
check the
whatever it's going to
documentation
be.
from
It
all
better
of
not
your
be
app
web.
developers and check the details of all of your device drivers
TLS
to make sure they're compatible
1.2,
with the new version of the operating system that you're installing.
WPA pre-shared key, maybe.
Here's the
I don't know.
PC Health Check program for Windows 11.
But
And it
this
tells
is
you what
this
your
is a
system
small
currently
introduction of
configured
what
with,
you might
and it
see
says introducing
on
Windows 11, and we can click the
the
Check Now
exam.
button to see if it meets the system requirements. This takes
All
a
right.
few minutes to run.
Basic
and on this
configurations.
computer,
It's all
PC
inside
Health
the
Check tells
router.
us this PC
All
doesn't
right.
currently meet the Windows 11 system requirements.
So know your
It
private
gives you a list of the things
and your
that
public
do and
addresses
don't
so
meet
you
the
can
requirements.
select the
It
right
says this
scheme
PC must support secure boot.
when assigning to the
TPM 2.0
device.
must be supported and enabled
You
on
can
the
assign
PC.
one to an
Neither
Xbox
one of
because you have to
those
go
meets the
into
minimum
old school
requirements
Xboxes
of
and
Windows
Xboxes
11.
now. You still
The
have to go
system
into the
does meet
settings
requirements for the processor.
and you can
Tells us
open
that the
ports,
processor
close
is
ports. You can do the same
supported
thing as
for
what you can
Windows
do in
11.
any
And there is
firewall.
enough
Xbox
memory
has a
in the
firewall in
system
it,
to be able to run Windows 11.
right? So
Most
make sure you
operating
choose
system
that appropriately.
manufacturers will give you
Now,
a
you may have
lifecycle
another
calendar.
one where
This will tell you when this operating system
you
is
need to
in
talk to a
support and
customer,
when this
and it's a
operating system
chat.
will be retired from support.
It is a chat.
This life cycle
Did y'all see that in
starts with quality
1201?
updates, where you get monthly security updates, monthly bug
You may
fixes,
see it in
and it
1202.
keeps the system
There's only
updated
3
every
PBQs
month
on the
of the year.
1202.
You might also get feature updates.
You might see
These
a
are
chat.
usually released with new capabilities.
You better
in the
choose
operating
correctly
system, and
the
these are often
answers.
updated every 6
The
months
person
or
will
every
give you,
year.
hey,
We
my
usually
stuff
see
ain't
most
working.
operating systems support
Then it's going to give you a
anywhere from
combination
18
of
to
3
36
answers you can
months,
give or
and this will
responses that
depend
you will
on
give
the
that
type
customer.
of Windows operating system
All
and
right?
the version that you happen to be using.
Depending on what they're
If you'd
asking
like
or what
more
they need, you have to
information on the Windows product
choose
lifecycle,
as if you
Microsoft
were
refers to
following
this
the
as the modern lifecycle
troubleshooting
policy, and all of
steps.
these details are available on the Microsoft
In
website.
anything when somebody presents
As
a
we've
problem,
seen, there may be cases where you can't simply install Windows
sorry to
11
hear
on a
that.
machine that's
I'm
currently
sorry that
running
you're having
Windows 10.
difficulty.
You might want to look at the additional requirements.
Yeah,
know
so we don't know
exactly
what the
what
full
you
points
might
are
want to
because
change
CompTIA
to
doesn't
be able
publish
to
the
upgrade
points.
this
We
system.
can only
One of the
guess.
big requirements for Windows
in each PBQ, you may have 3 questions involved in one PBQ.
On the motherboard of this system,
So
and it has to be
that's why they give
compatible
partial
with
credit.
A more recent version of TPM, specifically
But with the chat,
2.0 or later.
be sympathetic.
Cryptographic hardware.
Be there to answer the question for the customer, but you have to ask an open-ended question for them to give you more information. That's like following the troubleshooting steps in order to solve the problem. if you just go straight to it, turn it on and off, like you might get it wrong. So think about your responses when that person is presenting something to you.
Windows 11 also
All right.
requires a
So
modern
it's a
version
chat.
of a BIOS, specifically
Troubleshooting
the UI
chat.
BIOS. It's one that provides
And you might have to verify connectivity at the end. Did it work?
Secure boot to operate.
Yeah, it came up.
You can check
Anything
the
else I can
status
do
of
to help
secure
you?
boot on your system by running the system
Close out the
information
ticket?
utility and
I don't
checking
know.
the section titled System Summary.
So
If
you got
have a
3
much older
PVQs that
computer,
are a
you may find
possibility.
that it does not have a UE5 BIOS.
What I'm
You
doing
can
now is
physically
showing you,
replace that
telling
computer
you
in
nothing
order
but the
to
basics
support
that we
Windows
learned.
11.
And from the
This
basics,
is the
you can
Windows
apply
System
it to some
Information Utility,
examples.
and under the System Summary section, there are a lot of details. And the one you're looking for,
that's what I
once
want
it
to tell
says
you.
Secure boot state.
Thanks for asking, Mr.
ideally,
T.
It should be turned on.
Now, you might
Once
see
you
some
check
different
the
flavors.
requirements
That's
for
why
your
you always
operating
have to
system and your
trust in
applications,
the
you'll be
base
ready to upgrade
information
to the latest
that
version
you've
of
been
Windows.
learning to be able to apply it to anything that you see and try to get the best result. All right. Good
Progressive
stuff.
makes it easy to see if you can save money with a commercial auto quote online, so you can get back to your monster to-do list.
Super helpful.
See if you can save money at progressivecommercial.com.
Thank you.
Dear unbreakable spirit, you roam on paths called impossible.
For your Core 2 exam, there are 2 versions of Microsoft Windows you need to be familiar with. One is Windows 10, and the other is Windows 11. CompTIA's official exam objectives state that they consider all in-support Windows versions to be in scope for the exam, and Microsoft has commonly supported Windows for 5 years after its release. For clarification, CompTIA has specifically written in the exam objectives that they expect you to know information about both Windows 10 and Windows 11. Fortunately, both of these Windows versions are very similar to each other. So once you know Windows 10, you're already very familiar with Windows 11. We went directly from Windows 8 to Windows 10, so you'll never see any references to Windows 9. Windows 10 was designed to be a single platform that would work across multiple devices. This isn't exactly how Windows 10 turned out, but you did find Windows 10 being deployed on many different devices. Through the Windows 10 lifecycle, there were more than 15 different released versions, with the last one being in November of 2021, which is version 21H2. Microsoft has already stated that Windows 10 Home and Windows 10 Pro support will end on October the 14th of 2025. Although that is the last official date of support from Microsoft, I think most of us realize that there are organizations that continue to use these operating systems past their usable lifetime. So you will still see Windows 10 being used in production, even though the official support ended on October the 14th of 2025. Windows 10 Home, as the name implies, is designed for the home user. This is the version of Windows you would get if you purchased your computer at a retail store. This integrates Windows with your Microsoft account, and it integrates the OneDrive backup feature. So when you use Windows 10, it will automatically back up parts of the operating system for restoration later. Windows 10 includes a very capable antivirus and anti-malware software known as Windows Defender, and you can interact with your operating system using your voice through Microsoft Cortana. Windows 10 Pro was built for the enterprise. If you're working in a business, you're probably using Windows 10 Pro. That's because Windows 10 Pro includes a number of features not available in Windows 10 Home, such as the ability to set up remote desktop as a host on the system. That allows anyone to be able to connect to a Windows 10 Pro device from their computer and perform remote desktop functionality. Windows 10 Pro also includes full disk encryption, or FDE, through the use of BitLocker. And if you need to join a Windows domain, you can do that in Windows 10 Pro because Windows 10 Home does not support that feature. Microsoft also made a high-end version of Windows 10 called Windows 10 Pro for Workstations. If you're running a system that has up to 4 separate physical CPUs, then you can use Windows 10 Pro for Workstations. This version of Windows 10 also supports a maximum of 6 terabytes of RAM inside of the system, and it supports the relatively new file system known as Microsoft Resilient File System, or ReFS. This is the same file system you'll find in Windows Server. And if you are in a very large organization, you may be using Windows 10 Enterprise. This is a Windows 10 that includes volume licensing that you can deploy to hundreds or even thousands of devices. This edition of Windows 10 includes App Locker, which is an administrative feature that allows you to enable or disable the use of certain applications. You can also use branch cache in this version, which is a way of caching data at a remote site instead of having to use a wide area network connection. There's also a granular user experience control, or UX control, where you can define what users see on the Windows desktop. This means that you can control what features inside of Windows 10 are available and what features would be invisible to the end user. Here are the 4 editions of Windows 10 that you would find. It's the Windows 10 Home, Pro, Pro for Workstations, and Enterprise. Windows 10 Home does not have any access to a Microsoft domain. It doesn't include BitLocker support. It can only use Remote Desktop as a client and not as a server. Group policy management is obviously not available in the Home version. And if you're running the 32-bit version of Windows 10 Home, it supports a maximum of 4 gigabytes of memory, and the maximum is 128 gigabytes of memory. With Windows 10 Pro, Pro for Workstations, and Enterprise, you can access a domain, use BitLocker, use Remote Desktop as both a client and a host, and you have the ability to manage the device using group policy. And because 32-bit operating systems only support 4 gigabytes of memory, all of those versions also support only 4 gigabytes. But notice that the maximum amount of memory for Windows 10 Pro is 2 terabytes, and for Pro for Workstations and Enterprise, the maximum is 6 terabytes. The upgrade to Windows 10 is Windows 11, and it was released in October of 2021. One significant change with Windows 11 is there is no longer support for 32-bit CPUs. Windows 11 comes with a new user interface, so the desktop looks slightly different, with a new start menu and new taskbar widgets. Windows 11 integrates Microsoft Teams, has new snap layouts within the operating system itself, and it's able to be used better on tablets using their new touch integration included with Windows 11. Microsoft has also built in artificial intelligence using Windows Copilot inside of Windows 11. Windows 11 Home is the edition designed for the consumer market. So if you bought a computer for use at home, it's probably using Windows 11 Home. This version of Windows integrates with your Microsoft account, or you can create a local account on your computer. It of course has limited management functionality because we don't tend to have Active Directory in a home environment. And Microsoft has included some additional encryption functionality within Windows 11 Home called device encryption. This is very similar to BitLocker, but it's designed for the consumer market. In an enterprise, we would store recovery information within Active Directory. On Windows 11 Home, this recovery information is stored in the user's Microsoft account. Windows 11 Pro is the version you would use when you're at your office or in a large organization. It integrates with Active Directory so that it can be centrally managed from one place. It includes full disk encryption using Microsoft's BitLocker functionality, and it has virtualization capabilities using Microsoft Hyper-V. The Pro edition of Windows also supports Remote Desktop as both a client and as a server. Windows 11 Enterprise was built for the very large organizations that purchase their Windows licenses using a volume licensing function. There are also additional management functions built into Windows 11 Enterprise through the use of Mobile Device Management, or MDM, and Mobile Application Management, or MAM. And unlike other editions of Windows 11, Windows 11 Enterprise supports the resilient file system, which is the file system you also find in Windows Server. This table of features for Windows 11 is very similar to the one we just saw for Windows 10. Windows 11 Home does not have any type of domain access, BitLocker functionality, can only use Remote Desktop as a client, and does not have any group policy management functions. There's obviously no maximum memory available in the 32-bit version of Windows 11 because there is no 32-bit version of Windows 11. There is only support for 64-bit CPUs. And the home version of Windows 11 supports 128 gig of memory. Windows 11 Pro and Windows 11 Enterprise support domain access, BitLocker, can use Remote Desktop as both a client and a host, and supports group policy management. Windows 11 Pro supports a maximum of 2 terabytes of RAM, and Windows 11 Enterprise supports 6 terabytes of memory. If you're in Europe, you may be familiar with another edition of Windows known as the Windows N edition. The N means that it does not come with any media player functionality. Not only is there no Windows media player, there are no other multimedia utilities built into the Windows N editions. Fortunately, these can be added later through the Media Feature Pack for N edition. You'll find this under Settings, Apps, Optional Features, Add an Optional Feature, and the Media Feature Pack.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock. I'm ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices on over 1,000 items. With quality and savings that add up, King Soopers shoppers never compromise. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
There are a number of challenges associated with supporting a Windows environment in a large enterprise. There might be hundreds or thousands of devices. You have an IT team that needs to be able to install, update, and manage all of these Windows devices wherever they might be in the organization. We also have security concerns, especially with mobile devices where there may be important and sensitive data on those devices, but we need to be sure that we're able to secure all of that information wherever these mobile devices might be. We also have to set rights and permissions for any local file shares that people may be accessing. And of course, if someone has a laptop, that information can be picked up and moved anywhere that laptop might go. So whether you're working on a big spreadsheet or you're watching a movie on your computer, there are a number of different features included with Windows that can help you regardless of what you're doing. In a business, all of your systems are probably documented in a central database called the Active Directory Domain Services database. This is a very large database that contains everything about every component that is connected to your network, including individual usernames, their permissions, information about security features, and anything else that may be connected to your infrastructure. Having all of these servers and printers and laptops and user accounts in one database allows for central management of all of this information. This allows organizations to scale up their computing platforms and be able to manage all of these very different devices. You'll also find that Active Directory is one that is a distributed database, so you can have multiple versions of the Active Directory database located in different parts of your network. This provides scalability and redundancy for all of this important information that keeps your network running. This is probably why you often don't see Active Directory being used in a home environment, since usually we only have a handful of user accounts and passwords that we need to keep up with. So if you are logging on to your corporate network, you're authenticating to the VPN, or you're simply accessing a share across the network, you're probably doing this based on information contained within the Active Directory Domain Services database. On your home network, it's still possible to logically group together devices. We refer to this as a Windows workgroup. Instead of managing everything from a central database like you do with Active Directory, a Windows workgroup manages each individual device as a single unit. But on your work network, you're using a Windows domain with Active Directory. Everything is centralized, all of your authentication is contained within one single database, and you're able to support those thousands of devices from this one Active Directory infrastructure. Depending on where we are, we might want to customize some of the features available on a laptop or a desktop that we use on our Windows network. If you're at work, there's usually a standard desktop. It has a very specific user interface, and it might have a very limited amount of customization. You might not be able to change the background, you might not be able to modify the language settings that are available, and you might not even be able to install or remove any of the software on that device. But this does make all of these systems easier to manage because they all have a very similar user interface. And it also means that you could sit down at any computer and be able to immediately understand where all of the important resources might be. At home, of course, we don't have these restrictions, and we might want to customize our computing platform to be specific to us. We might want to change the background and the colors we use. We can change the typefaces and the size of the fonts on the screen, and we can really customize the device to be something that we use in our personal home environment. If you've ever worked in a corporate help
That is
desk,
correct.
then you're
Last
probably
version of the
familiar
final
with
exam.
remote
You
desktop.
have until
This is a
tomorrow
way
at
that you can remotely
5.
connect to a computer
Excuse me,
and
6
be able to
p.m.
see and interact with a desktop
But
that's on a different
you guys have
computer.
gotten the
This means
initial
that you
final
can sit
exam
in your
done
chair
and submitted.
and
So
interact with
the next
any of
anything
the
after
Windows
that, you're trying
devices that are on your corporate
to raise
network,
your score.
wherever they
So everybody's
might be.
scores are above.
To be able to connect to these remote
Not
devices,
everybody,
we
but
need a client that's able to provide
predominantly
that
everybody's
functionality.
score. If I showed you
We
your
refer to
final
this as
exam
the
already and
remote
graded, and I
desktop
haven't
protocol
contacted you
client,
already,
or
you're
the
good with your
RDP
GPA.
client. The client
So
is the
anything after
software
that is just
that connects
practice.
to
You're
a
just trying to,
remote desktop service. This client software is available
take care
on
of it.
many different operating systems and many different platforms.
But yeah, keep
There are
trying.
RDP clients available for
If
Windows,
you
Mac OS, Linux, Android, iOS, and
no,
almost
don't even
any
need to
other
say that.
platform. The software
already
that
talked
is
to.
running on that
Um,
remote device
but
that allows us to connect with our
You're doing
remote
good,
desktop
despite what
client
everybody has
is
going
the
on and
remote
everything.
desktop
Everybody's getting their stuff
service.
in, so
This is a
I'm confident
service
it'll
that's
be in.
available
Look
for
at this, we got a room full of babies.
Enterprise
Oh
and
yeah, we
Windows
got Michael on
and
one end and
Enterprise.
this. I love
If that
seeing
remote
dads with their
desktop
kids.
service is running on that remote computer, then we can connect to that computer using our remote
But,
desktop client. You'll notice that
Doing
this
good.
remote
Now,
desktop
who sets the
service
first thing in the
is
morning?
not available in Windows 10 Home or Windows 11 Home.
Still trying
That's
to.
because
Okay.
in a home environment,
So what
you
you're
don't
gonna
need
do
that
is
remote
I'll open up the
desktop
class.
functionality. You can simply walk
Probably
to the
super
other
early.
room if you need to provide any support
If you're
for
not,
that Windows computer.
just log into Canvas before you
There's also
leave.
a difference in
All
the
right.
amount of memory that is supported
Just
across
log into
different
Canvas.
Windows editions.
And then
You'll
let your
notice
time
for
just start
Windows
going.
10 and Windows
If you're
11
on your way to
Home,
test first
we
thing
have
in the morning.
128
And
gigabytes
we'll wait
of
to see
memory
what
that
happens
is
when you come
supported
back. See
in
what
the
you pass
64-bit
the score
version
is.
of that software. If you're running
Yep.
the 32-bit version
Everybody else
of
I know will
Windows
trickle
Home,
throughout the day
you're
as we
only
usually do.
running Windows 10
But I'm more
because
concerned
Windows
about the people
11
first
Home
thing in
does
the
not
morning
have a
to make sure that they
32-bit
get their
version.
time accounted
But
for.
Windows 10 Home does have a 32-bit version, and it supports up to 4
Martin
gigabytes
says
of memory.
11:45 is his.
Since
Yeah,
4
you'll be
gigabytes of
good.
memory
You'll be
is the
clocked in. All you
maximum
gotta do is
amount
just
that you
go
can
and stay
support
clocked
in a
in, and we'll
32-bit
see when
version
you
of
get back.
Windows. That same
It's good to
amount
go.
is included for Windows 10
Of course,
Home,
I will clock you out for
Windows
lunch,
10
but then
Pro,
when you get
and
back, just
Windows
clock
10
in and I'll adjust your
Enterprise
time.
as the
So,
maximum amount of memory that's supported.
cool. Any
If you're
questions for
running the
me?
64-bit
Since we got
version
like
of Windows
13
10,
minutes
Windows
left.
11 Pro, you can support up to 2
Hopefully it was a good
terabytes
review. A
of
little mix
memory.
on today.
If you're running the
So
64-bit
sounds
version
good.
of Windows 10 and
All
Windows
right.
11 Enterprise, you can
I
support
know
up to
Wednesday we
6
start Network
terabytes of
Plus.
RAM. We mentioned earlier
Yeah.
how important it is to keep
Y'all are
data
really
safe
not gonna
on
like
your
being
mobile
in
devices, your
because
laptops, your desktops, and anything else that you're using at home and
y'all
at
gonna be
work.
like, what is this
Technology
nonsense?
that
What is
allow
this
us to
foolery
apply
language that
encryption
we're
to
learning
the
right now?
information
I'm
that
like,
sits on
yeah,
storage devices is
crazy.
BitLocker and EFS.
I know we did
EFS
not get
is
to
the
talking to.
encrypted
There's one
file
thing we didn't get to
system, and
talk
it's
to, and that's
part of
scripting.
the NTFS
Scripting is the
file system that
overview
you
of
run
scripting
on your
language.
Windows 10 or Windows 11
There's
systems.
3
EFS
slides
allows you to select
that tells you
individual files
scripting
or individual folders
extensions.
on your system,
Just know the
and the operating
extensions
system will encrypt all of the data that you store on those
of
resources.
the scripting
BitLocker
languages.
takes a much broader approach
There's
to
not a lot of
encryption.
scripting.
This is
You guys
full
pretty
disk
much know what
encryption, or
scripting is, guys and
FDE.
girls.
This means that everything
So
on a drive will
let
be
me just
encrypted,
highlight
including the operating system, your data
one
files, and
slide
anything else that's stored on that volume. This means if someone does get access to
or
your
2
mobile
slides
device or
before
to
we
your
get out of here.
laptop, they can
Just
pull
so I know I
files
showed
out
it
of
to
that
you,
system.
because the
They'll
odds
have
are you'll
no
get these
idea how to
questions.
view any of the information on that drive because
These are the
everything things is
extensions
encrypted with BitLocker.
for
You'll
them.
find that there's use for both EFS and BitLocker for both
You'll have
business
PowerShell,
and
you can
home
run
use,
scripts.
and you'll find
The
functionality
name of the
for
file is
both of these
PS1.
technologies available in
That's
all
the
of these
extension of the
Windows
file.
editions. We also mentioned that at
If
work,
you're using
able to
Visual
manage
Basics
thousands of systems
to run
from one
a
central
script,
place.
it's
The way that you're able
.vps,
to do this is through the group
and it'll
policy
run an
editor.
executable.
This is part of
So you'll
Active Directory
compile
and
it.
allows you to set
Um,
policies
The
of
quickest
how
way I
systems
could
can
explain
be
it to
used
you
on your
is
network. If you're managing a single
you need
client without
you need
Active
something
Directory,
like a
then you
terminal
can
to
simply
put
use
the
a
script
local
together,
group policy.
just typing
You
it
can open
out.
the group policy editor
And
by
then
using
what happens is there's this thing called a
But at work, you probably have a
compiler.
large Active Directory infrastructure.
So it takes
and you would
all
use
those
the group
lines of
policy
code that
management
you've typed
console,
out
or
and it puts it together to
GPMC.msc,
compile it
that will allow you to
to
set all of the
make it
policies for all of
a
your systems
executable
across
file.
the
Does that make
entire
sense?
enterprise.
So if you have 100 lines of code or script that you're writing, a compiler takes all 100, puts it together in a package, makes it into a little executable file, and you can send it. And you can just hit execute, and it'll do whatever you want it to do. So that's what a compiler does. A batch file, very simple automation. You'll use this and command. You'll use this in Windows. It's a .bat. Windows scripts. Your Windows. PowerShell and command for Visual Basics. These are the file extensions.
I have to do it, I'm sorry.
If you're using JavaScript or Python to compile or make your job easier and create a script to run,
If you're doing
JavaScript
any type of
extension
troubleshooting
is
in Windows, then
JS.
you've probably used Task Manager before. This is a
Python
real-time
extensions
view
are
of some of the
.py
most important statistics that will help you understand how the Windows operating
or
system may be
PYW.
performing. There are a number of
There was
ways
only
to
2
start
scripting
Task
questions
Manager.
on my
One of the
1202,
easiest is to press Control-Alt-Delete and select the option for Task
and they were
Manager.
very
You
basic.
could also right mouse click in the taskbar of Windows and select the option for Task Manager, or use
And
my
then this
favorite
one,
shortcut,
why
which
do
is
you want to use
Control
scripting?
Shift Escape, and Task Manager
Automate.
will instantly appear.
Sometimes
Once you start
things are
Task Manager,
cross-platform,
you'll
so
find a
you'll
number
write
of
it in a
different
language
tabs
that can be
across the
used
top
in
that will show
various
different
OSs
statistics
or
in
terminals.
different parts of the Windows operating system.
It helps
We'll
you
start
do
with the
mundane
Services
tasks
tab.
that you
This
would
can,
do
of course, be also
every day.
accessed from the control panel, but this will show you all
In
of
Best
the
Track, you'll
services
use
running
error
on your
handling
system,
and
all
automation
from the
tools. So
Task Manager front end. This is a
you'll
very
use
easy
this
way
to
to access this list of
error
services. And
handling
from here,
is
we
a
can start, stop, or restart each
politically
of the services
correct
running
way
in our
to
Windows
say, I
system.
want to make sure everybody does it the way I
Services
want
tab
to
is
do it,
usually at the
and we
end of
limit
list
the
of
errors
Task
that
Manager
may
tabs,
happen.
and you can see
That's
all of the
error
services running
handling.
on this computer are listed.
Okay?
You can right mouse click on
So
any of
I'm
these
limiting
services to start,
mistakes.
stop, or restart the
That's why we
service,
use
and you
scripts.
can launch the Services applet, which provides you with even more options.
All right?
When you
So I
first
wanted
log
to
into
make sure I at
Windows,
least
you'll
showed
notice
you
a lot of
that,
different applications will
because that's more
automatically
targeted
start
learning for
during
that.
boot process. You can manage this list
We
of
won't get into
applications from
scripting,
the Startup tab of
and we
Task
will do
Manager.
an exercise
When you're
together,
troubleshooting a
because I have that
problem during
one-on-one book
startup, you may want
for
to
Network and
disable
Security
one
Plus.
or all
We'll get
of
into
these
scripting,
different startup applications
more
to
so
see if you
Security
can
Plus
resolve this
CYSA.
particular issue. Then you might want to turn them on
And you have to
one by
learn
one or in
variables
different
and all
groups.
that stuff, yeah,
Restart your
and
system
integers.
and
It's
see if
crazy.
you're able to pinpoint where the
Yeah.
problem might be occurring, and that way you're able
But that's
to
about it.
disable that particular application during the startup process. Here's the Startup tab in Task Manager on my computer. There aren't a lot of applications listed here, but I can right mouse click on any of them to enable or disable that application during startup. If you want to view all of the running applications on your Windows computer right now, you can see them all inside of your Task Manager under the Processes tab. From here, you have a single view of all of the applications that are currently running on the Windows desktop, and you can view the background processes that are currently in use. The default view is to see the CPU usage, memory, disk, network, GPU, and other metrics, but you can also rearrange these columns, sort by different information in these columns, and if you right mouse click, you can add additional metrics to this view. This is a great summary of everything that's running on your system, and being able to sort these different columns allows you to easily pinpoint what application might be using the most amount of memory or the one that's using the most amount of network resources. When you first start the troubleshooting process, you may want to get an idea of just how much CPU utilization is currently in use, or you might want to see how much memory is being utilized. You can see all of these from the Performance tab in a graphical format that shows you information over the last 60 seconds. This historical view allows you to get a feel for how different applications may be using the hardware resources of your computer. And from here, you can start troubleshooting if your problem might be associated with CPU usage or if your problem is related to memory or network. Depending on the configuration of your computer, you might have different metrics listed along the left side. On my computer, I can see CPU utilization, memory usage, disk usage, network configurations, and on my particular system, I can also see my graphical processing unit. And of course, Windows is a multi-user operating system. Not only can multiple people log into your local computer, you can have people connecting across the network to different resources that are on your local computer. So although you may be the only one sitting at your desk, there may be tens or hundreds of people that are accessing resources on your computer across the network. You'll be able to see all of these users who are connected through the Users tab in Task Manager. You'll be able to see exactly who's connected, and then you'll be able to see what applications or what resources they may be accessing. And since this is your computer, you also have control over who may access, and from this view of Task Manager, you can choose to disconnect a user if you'd like to remove their access from the system.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, this is Dope Tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a story. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now.
If you use Windows for office applications or to browse the internet, you may not realize there is a management console that you can run that allows you to build a customized view of utilities that can help you when you're troubleshooting. This is accessed by running mmc.exe, and obviously the MMC stands for the Microsoft Management Console. When you start the console, it's empty, but you can add additional utilities into this view so that everything is listed on this one screen. So from here, you can see I've added Event Viewer, Disk Management, Task Scheduler, and other utilities. Let's start the management console on my computer. We'll simply type MMC and we will run that command. It asks us if we would like this app to make changes to the device, and we would. And here is our empty Microsoft Management Console. This of course starts as an empty console, but it's very easy to add additional functions by going to the File pull-down menu and choosing the option to add and remove a snap-in. The snap-in is the list of these different utilities that you can add into the Microsoft Management Console. And there are a number of utilities to add. Let's add Computer Management, and we'll click Add. When we add this particular snap-in, it asks if we would like to use this to manage our local computer or a different computer that may be on our network. In this case, we'll choose our local computer and choose Finish. And you can see that it has moved Computer Management Local into that right window. Let's also add Device Manager. And we can see that's added to the right side. And we'll also load Disk Management as well. And again, we're going to choose this computer for Disk Management, and then we'll click OK. And you can see on the left side, we've now populated those three utilities into the Microsoft Management Console, and we can easily access any one of them by clicking on that particular utility and accessing all of the features of each one of those functions. I've now built a customized view of the different functions that I would like to have available, and I would like to save this console by again choosing the File pull-down menu, choosing the Save option, and then we'll simply call this PM-V1 and save this particular console. We can now pull up this management console at any time, and I can move from one configuration to another by loading that configuration from disk. One of the utilities we can add into this list is the Event Viewer. This gives you a consolidated view of everything that's happening inside of your Windows operating system. This is effectively your Windows log viewer, and it separates things into different categories. You'll probably see categories for application, security, setup, and system. You'll see that some of these events are marked as informational, but they can be marked as a warning, error, critical, successful audit, or failure audit. If you wanted to start up the Event Viewer individually, you could start it as its own application, by running eventvwr.msc. In our management console, if we click the event viewer, you'll see the number of events that we've had over time. There are administrative events, what we may have recently viewed, and a summary of the log information. If you want to quickly view a category of logs, you can choose them from the left menu. Let's choose the application Windows logs, and it lists all of the applications that are running on our system, and we can view the current status of a particular log. For example, this is a log for a source called VSS. This is the Volume Shadow Copy Service, and it tells us that we had an error associated with that service. It gives us details on what that error may be. But you'll notice that there are thousands and thousands of logs that are contained within this Windows event viewer. So we can filter the current log to specify a particular event level, a particular type of log, or details about the category, keywords, a specific user, or an individual computer. This allows you to find exactly what you're looking for very quickly without having to page through many different log entries. A useful tool for examining information about your storage system is the Disk Management utility. Disk Management allows you to see all of the different storage drives that are installed into your computer and how those drives may be partitioned and what file systems they might be running. You can run this directly from your management console or open it separately using diskmgmt.msc. One important thing to keep in mind when you're working with disk management or any function dealing with our storage drives is that you could.
All right, everybody, it is now 6 o'clock.
Significant changes inside of disk
Y'all
management.
have a great evening. If you didn't have any questions,
Disk management function on my local computer.
I wish you luck tomorrow. Don't overstudy. Please do not overstudy. However, some of y'all still got some stuff to bring in. I'll be waiting for it. I will be checking through the night. So, I want to make sure you get credit for it.
This is used by the operating
But
system during the startup
see you in the morning. Relax. Unwind a little bit as much as you can. Trust that you know the information. In the morning, tomorrow, if you don't, it is what it is. You're there. We're already in Tuesday. Just go in there and try your best. Right? Do not overstress about this. I know I've been in y'all's shoes looking for a job, transitioning, doing a lot of different stuff. It can be stressful. Just take a breath a little bit. Know that you can try again and try again and try again. All right? So with that, if you don't have any questions, skibby hip. I will see y'all in the morning.
This also tells us that this is a healthy partition. It is used for boot. We have our page file on this drive. Crash dumps are stored to this partition, and this is a basic data partition. If you have other storage drives and partitions on the system, they will also appear in this disk management front end. If you right mouse click on this partition, you'll notice you have options to make changes. You can change the drive letter and the paths that are